Chapter 755. Under the witness of many night watchers, Danny and Erlu reached 3 basic agreements. 1. Immediately send out a warning to the northern warlords and remind them to prepare to cross the sea. 2. Inform the nobles in the south of the next swamp to prepare to build a second and third defense line. 3. Confirm the location of the strange ghost king and then cooperate with the dragon queen and the child of the prophecy to try and kill him. Almost everyone believed that the strange ghost king might not go to the northern warlord's castle, but when attacking Winterfell he would definitely appear. Therefore Erlu and Danny would meet in Winterfell. Winterfell would become the main battlefield of the first Strange Ghost King War. After the meeting ended, Danny went to Pereston's crow's nest. The sanctuary is destroyed? In the scholar's study she saw the red-eyed crow again. It was the black crow that was eavesdropping on their conversation from the small window. It was also one of Bran's crow avatars. To cross the Great Wall, the sanctuary must be destroyed first. The Winter Horn is also effective against the sanctuary's defense circle. The tombs that have existed for millions of years have turned into scorched earth in the flames. There is nothing left there. The raven's eyes flashed with human-like sorrow. Why didn't you discover the Winter Horn earlier? I don't know. It seems to have the help of fate and has been hiding in my blind spot. Before the sanctuary was destroyed, I had never even seen the Winter Horn, the raven said. Hee, that's because you haven't merged with the Green Prophet's seal, right? Now, you still have a large part of Bran Stark's humanity, Danny sneered. This has nothing to do with me. The Winter Horn had already appeared during the time of Blinden River One. Great, a three-eyed crow that knows how to shirk responsibility. You are the only one in a million years. Danny continued to mock. Cup, 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 cup. The raven excitedly flapped its wings and cawed loudly. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I just want to tell you that if Blinding can't do it, I can't do it either. None of the three-eyed crows can be omniscient and omnipotent. We are still at the mercy of fate. The mockery on Danny's lips grew thicker. Normally you people are omnipotent and do everything. You simply think of yourselves as God who arranges the fate of all living beings. At the critical moment you suddenly become so useless, yet you still speak so confidently. The three-eyed crow never acts recklessly, Raven said. Danny nodded in agreement. That's right. You can define whether your actions are reckless or not. Of course you haven't done anything reckless. The three-eyed crow didn't have any honor and he didn't see the light of day. Yet, he shouldered a great responsibility, and he devoted his life selflessly. In fact, every decision he made and every thought he had wasn't his true thoughts. If possible, I would rather be Bran Stark for the rest of my life. Bran said sadly. Why did you look for me? Danny furrowed her brows and changed the topic. Bran was silent for a moment, and when he regained his composure, he said in a deep voice, You should repair the Great Wall and keep the spell formation in it working. The Great Wall has already collapsed, so what's the point of repairing the spell formation? You should block the cold wind from the north. Block the wind? You know that the shelter is the world's gate, right? Have you ever thought about what kind of world lies beyond the gate? Before Danny learned about the world's secrets, she would have said that the far north was the Arctic Circle, and if one went further north, one might reach the other end of the world. For example, Asia and the Barren Lands. You want to say that our world is like a house that isn't cold or hot, and it's only because of the cold wind from the north that the world's temperature drops? Then the Great Wall is the house's gate and it can block the cold wind and keep the house warm? The crow nodded and said, The long night has arrived and the cold wind from the outside world is like an ice-cold flood. The Great Wall is the dam that blocks the flood. When the Great Wall was in good condition, it couldn't block all the ice and snow, let alone now that the Eastwatch section of the Great Wall has collapsed. Even if you repair the rest of the spell formation, the ice will still fill our world. But this process will be greatly delayed. Stannis might be able to kill the King of Strange Ghosts. Do you think it's possible? The Black Crow asked. It's not completely impossible. If you are willing to help, the hope will be even greater. Danny looked at it with shining eyes. The Black Crow was silent for a long time and sighed, After the long night, the River of Fate seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and I can't see Stannis' final outcome. But you are right, since Stannis is willing to risk his life, there is always a glimmer of hope. I agree, as long as I find a chance, I will do my best to help him. If he can really kill the King of Strange Ghosts, the long night will definitely not end immediately, but the world will at least be able to escape the state of sliding into the ice abyss. Erlu's willingness to risk his life is the key. He volunteered to fight at the front, and if he succeeded, Danny and Bran would save a lot of effort. If Erlu failed and died, they would be able to find out some information about the King of Strange Ghosts through that battle. The two reached a consensus and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Danny asked again, "Did you find any information about the Horn of Winter from the tree?" John accidentally picked it up at the fist peak of the ancestors, and then he gave it to Sam. Bran was not omniscient, but he was the Green Prophet after all. The tree recorded everything, and as long as he searched with a purpose, he could always find the information he wanted. So the strange ghost at the bottom of the ship was after the horn, and not Manslade's son. I was puzzled at the time. The son of the former king of savages didn't even like Stannis, so why would the strange ghost target him? Danny was a little embarrassed, but more than that, she was annoyed. She shouldn't have listened to the fatty back then. What was the use of sending the strange ghost to the City of Scholars? Alright, it was indeed a little useful. When those scholars saw the real strange ghost, they started to remind the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms to be on guard against the long night. But compared to the Great Wall, what was the use of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms being on guard? Three-eyed crow, you failed in your duty. The strange ghost raven flew back to the Great Wall with the horn, and you didn't even know about it. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Queen found another scapegoat. This is fate's arrangement, Bran said in a deep voice. Danny looked deeply at the crow, and the last bit of respect she had for the omniscient three-eyed crow dissipated from her subconscious mind. What do you think of Pereston's suggestion to abandon the Northern Territory? She asked calmly. Abandoning the Northern Territory is the best choice. Without the Great Wall, the Northern Territory will be defenseless, Bran said without hesitation, as if it was Lannister who lived in the Northern Territory and not Stark. Since this is the case, you should inform Jon Stark and ask the King of the Northern Territory to summon his subjects to move southward. I tried to persuade him, but he refused. Jon swore to live and die with Winterfell, Bran said in a complicated tone. Danny pouted and asked, "The sanctuary has been destroyed. Where are you now? Are Leaf and the others still alive?" "The children of the forest are still alive. They are with me in Gorney's tunnel. From the sanctuary to the Great Wall, there are thousands of kilometers of underground caves. Do you plan to hide in the caves for the rest of your life? The Westeros are not friendly to shapeshifters. Only after experiencing the destruction of the strange ghosts will they understand the meaning of the three-eyed crow. At that time, I will naturally appear in front of them," Bran said honestly. "What happened when the Green Prophet's seal shattered?" "The Green Prophet's seal is very strong but also very weak," Bran said perfunctorily. Danny looked at him deeply and asked, "You still have the will of Bran Stark. You did it on purpose, didn't you? How many Green Prophet seals have you fused and how many are left?" "That has nothing to do with you." Bran's tone became cold. "He did it on purpose. When the Green Prophet seal shattered, Danny only picked up 1% of the fragments. King of the Strange Ghosts only took 10%. Bran, Jon, and Arya worked together to expel them from the alliance of Will of Stark. If they caught Bran and turned him into a ghoul, King of the Strange Ghosts could follow the thought channel of Bran the Ghoul and steal all the Green Prophet seals. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill Bran last time. The reason why he was able to steal the fragments of the Green Prophet seal was thanks to Arya's mental connection. To put it bluntly, King of the Strange Ghosts was only indirectly stealing the fragments through Arya. He didn't really enter the Green Prophet's forest consciousness domain, because the Green Prophet seal was stored there. Even if there was only 90% of the Green Prophet seal left, it was enough to assimilate Bran into an emotionless AI, just like Blind and River text back then. But the reason why the Green Prophet's seal shattered was because Bran resisted being assimilated. Just like Bran said, the Green Prophet seal was very powerful and could increase a person's willpower by countless times. But at the same time, it couldn't leave the Green Prophet and couldn't work on its own. Otherwise, why would the three-eyed crows exist in every generation? They could just let the Green Prophet seal take care of everything. Actually, the fact that the Green Prophet seal shattered into countless fragments was a good thing for Bran, who had his own consciousness. He could fuse the tiny fragments piece by piece and ensure that his willpower wouldn't be destroyed by the Green Prophet seal. In other words, Danny's guess was right. Bran still had a large number of Green Prophet's fragments piled up in his warehouse that he hadn't used. "Since you don't want to take responsibility, why don't you give it to me? For the sake of the world, no matter how tired or bitter it is, I'll gladly endure it," Danny said righteously, exuding a fearless and heroic aura. "You're too greedy. You've already obtained Mother Goddess's kingdom, and you still want the Green Prophet's inheritance treasure." Bran was very angry. He flapped his wings and squawked angrily. "I'm just brave. I'm 10,000 times better than you, Danny said righteously. One day I'll fuse all the fragments together and reforge the Green Prophet's seal, Bran said as if he was making an oath. Give me 1% as payment for repairing the Great Wall, Danny suggested. Isn't repairing the Great Wall your responsibility as the successor of Mother Goddess? Bran said angrily. Fine. As the successor of Mother Goddess, I can't just take the benefits without taking responsibility. Similarly, as the successor of Weirwood's Divine Kingdom, I have the right to ask for believers of the Divine Kingdom. You want us believers of the old gods? Bran said in disbelief. No, I'm not interested in you human believers. I only want the children of the forest. Dead or alive, I want them all. Danny's lips curled into a smile as she revealed her true goal. They won't go with you, Bran said hesitantly. Call the crows over first. I'll ask them one by one and convince them one by one. Danny smiled. They're my companions. Bran almost couldn't suppress his anger. They're not your slaves. They have the freedom to pursue a better future. Helping the three-eyed crows protect the Westeros is their pursuit. Danny looked at him disdainfully and said, It's because the three-eyed crows neglected their duty and lost the Winter Horn. It's also because you weren't willing to sacrifice yourself that the Green Prophet's seal was shattered. You didn't even notice that the deviant Ghost King came to the Great Wall. Now, you still have the face to call yourself a protector of the Westeros? I think that giving me the Green Prophet's seal and disbanding the three-eyed crows is the greatest protection for the Seven Kingdoms, the world, and the human race. Chapter 756. The 500-kilometer Great Wall had 19 castles. The 998th Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, used 17 of them. After Arisa Thorne took over, he only made some adjustments to the manpower and resources of the 17 castles. He didn't make any major changes. The Great Wall started to collapse from East Sea Castle and extended 30 kilometers to the west. It was well preserved. When it reached the Shadow Tower in the west, there were only a few large cracks on the wall, and a lake-sized glacier fell from the front and back. If the alternate Ghost Army didn't sweep along the Great Wall, the Night Watchmen would have preserved at least 80% of their manpower. Even if the alternate Ghosts led the ghouls to clear the castles south of the Great Wall, thousands of Night Watchmen survived. They were either on duty at the Great Wall or were alerted by Dark Castle. Or they retreated to the Great Wall after seeing the large number of alternate ghosts. In short, when the Dragon Queen arrived at Dark Castle again, thousands of Night Watchers on the western side of the Great Wall were struggling to move towards Dark Castle. Yes, there was a lot of space on the Great Wall and it could be used to transport resources. It could also be used to transport large armies. However, there was a thick layer of ice on the Great Wall. Now that the ice surface was cracking, the ice would break and people would fall. Hence, the Night Watchmen were moving slowly and hesitantly. If Her Majesty can repair the Great Wall, it's best to inform the Night Watchmen walking on the Great Wall. They might be crawling through the cracks on the ice surface. If the cracks closed, they might accidentally kill many Night Watchmen, Peristan suggested. This wasn't a groundless worry. If the Night Watchmen were walking through the cracks and the ice surface suddenly closed, they would be buried. Hence, while the Ravens were informing the Night Watchmen moving towards Dark Castle, Dany had a long period of free time. However, she didn't rest. Little Green finally found the Night Watchman's ships in Seal Bay. There are survivors under the East Sea Worm Passage. Get the pterosaur to bring a group of people and dig them out, Dany said to Erlu. Even if we know that King Alternate Ghost will go to Winterfell, we can't give up the search. The Alternate Ghost army is scattered, and King Alternate Ghost's forces are the weakest. If we encounter him, we won't have to wait until the battle at Winterfell, Erlu said. Leave this mission to the others. You should rest up and prepare to challenge King Strange Ghost. Erlu hadn't rested much for the past 2 days. There were dark circles under his sunken eye sockets. His stork bones and square chin were particularly prominent under his thin skin. Oh, who did you ask to search for Deviant Ghost? A glint flashed across his tired blue eyes. Could it be a shapeshifter? King of the shapeshifters. King of savages? You don't know about the three-eyed crow? Dany asked curiously. Seeing that he was really confused, she reminded him, Green Prophet. I know the Green Prophet. They are the servants of the Frost God. You are working with the Frost God? Erlu gritted his teeth. Stannis, let me tell you a secret. Dany pulled a long face and said seriously, Actually, you're not Theon's biological son. He picked you up from the garbage dump on the street. What? The topic changed too quickly. Erlu was stunned for a while before he reacted. Then he flew into a rage. Are you humiliating me? Danny shook her head. Do you believe me if I say so? Obviously you don't. Without waiting for him to answer, she continued, what I say might not be true. Why do you believe everything Melisandre says? Erlu was stunned for a while. He frowned and said, what are you trying to say? I want to say that Melisandre is not an omnipotent god. She might not know everything. She is also not a virtuous great knight who would never lie. Erlu said coldly, you said before that I have to take her with me wherever I go. Sigh, you don't even know how to be an emperor. You only want to fight for the Iron Throne. Danny sighed and took a few steps closer to her cousin. She whispered, a king should be suspicious of everyone, especially witches of unknown origins. At the same time, a king should know how to control all the power he can use. Witches are not trustworthy, but her power is real. You have to order her around like a dog, like an old ox, and guard against her like an ungrateful wretch. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and her? Erlu's eyes flashed. He sneered as if he had understood something. I understand. You are afraid of her power. I'm demonstrating to you how a true emperor deals with an enemy. Didn't I just say that? A king should know how to control all the power he can use. I'm using you to deal with her. Danny also smiled. Her smile was very arrogant. You think I will be controlled by you? Erlu looked as if he had been greatly insulted. His face was livid. You are a fool if you don't listen. I am happy that you are a fool. I am happy that you are wise enough to listen to my advice. I am happy that Melisandre is unlucky. So, do you understand the difference between you and me? In your dreams. Erlu snorted and was about to leave. Do you know the true meaning of Yasha's prophecy? Danny asked slowly. Erlu stopped but did not look back. Don't try to lie to me. Melisandre told me that Jon Stark was only the child of the false prophecy and the illusion. Do you know the secret of Jon Stark's resurrection? Danny lowered her voice and told him everything about Jon being the vessel of Lalo's reincarnation. You are lying to me. Erlu's face was pale and his voice was trembling. Why do you think that the King of Light would be selfless and help a mortal become the savior of the world? Or rather, would you help a pig become the king of the 7 kingdoms? None of the deities were good. In their eyes, mortals are like pigs and dogs that can be toyed with, slaughtered, and sacrificed at will. Danny sighed. Erlu was in a trance for a moment. I don't believe it. He gritted his teeth. You can choose not to believe it, but you must remember to be alert. I was once Lalo's target. So, I really hope that you can escape the tragic fate that he designed. For heaven's sake, Danny had spoken the honest truth at last. You see, gazing. The sky was dark, the snow was gray, the north wind was howling, and the turbid waves were rolling. There were no birds in the mountains, no traces of people, and no traces of living creatures. Hiss, a loud dragon roar sounded from the western sky. Blackie, who was wearing a silver bellyband armor, flapped its wings and blew up a large amount of snow on the ground. It landed on a glacier that was 3 stories high in the ruins. Hiss, hiss, then another 10 pterosaurs landed on a piece of plain snow in front of Blackie. Woo woo woo, the low hurried sound of the horn passed through the thick soil and snow and entered the ears of the crowd. In the wild waves and raging winds, the sound could not be heard clearly. It was like an illusion. Alma hurriedly jumped down from the back of Big Bear's pterosaur and ran to the place where the sound came from. He pushed aside the snow and pressed his ear against the cold stones. After listening for a moment, he said in surprise, "It's the horn. Someone really survived." Well, a day had passed. Big Bear, Garth, and the rest had also arrived. They also picked up Alma on the ship 200 kilometers south of Donghai Wangnan. Leaving Little Green and Little White in the sky as warning machines, Danny was not worried that there would be deviant ghosts surrounding them. So, her actions were very bold and unrestrained. She directly controlled a basketball-sized dragon flame fireball and burned the ice and snow on the ground with a sizzling sound. The original Donghai Wang Castle was completely covered by the collapsed Great Wall. The material of the Great Wall was 60% glacier and 40% rock. Besides Danny burning the ice and snow, someone had to dig the rocks and excavate the soil. Cora, Garth, the fat eunuch Beworth, and Quero surrounded Danny as guards. The 20 overnight watchmen transported by Erlu's pterosaurs started to get busy. Danny personally intervened because Donghai Wang stored 60% of the night watchman's supplies. This was a serious matter, so she had to come personally. She asked Jero Dane to transport the rations, furs, iron ingots, and the goods transported by the 7 dukes by sea. More than 80% of them were transported to Donghai Wang. Even John, after receiving a loan of 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury, bought the rations immediately. 70% of the rations were transported to Winterfell and 30% was donated to the Night Watchman. The rations borrowed from the Night Watchman were not included in the 30% donation. Although John had betrayed the oath of the Night Watchman, he had not forgotten his promise to the Night Watchman after he took over Winterfell and became the king of the Northern region. He would use the power of the Northern region to support the Great Wall. How many ghouls are there? Behind a tall glacier that blocked the biting cold north wind, Dany chatted with Alma while controlling the dragon flame fireball to burn the hole. Recalling the scene at the Great Wall, the old ranger could not help but shiver. He said in a trembling voice, "They are endless and densely packed. It's like a sea of corpses." How many are there? Do you know how to estimate the number of troops on the battlefield? Big Bear frowned. At least 1,000,000, Alma said. 1,000,000? Garth Hyder said in disbelief. Are there so many people beyond the Great Wall? The skeletons buried in the ground have crawled out. There are also wild beasts. Alma's old eyes reflected the red light of the fireball with fear. Then it's more than 1,000,000. Dany said firmly. The northern region is finished. We can't defend it. Winterfell can't defend against 1,000,000 ghouls. Big Bear's face was pale. Dany's eyes flashed. She asked again, other than the corpses, what else did you see that day? I saw a tornado, a sun that suddenly lit up, and a large group of crows. The strangest thing was King Stannis Jester. He was singing a strange song as if, there's treasure under the Great Wall. I know it. Everyone is coming to snatch it. I know it. Then he was stepping on the waves. He seemed to be able to control the waves. Are you talking about Patchface? Are you kidding me? He's just a jester. How can he control the waves? Richard, who was beside the hole, said in surprise. That's right. It's him. The aura on his body at that time. Alma frowned. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. Is it like this? Dany's divine power surged. Her purple eyes emitted a solid green light. Alma shivered and nodded. Yes, it's like this. Just one look at him and he can make people feel fear and respect. A god who can control the waves. Shit, that jester is actually Inami. Dany was dumbfounded. She had seen Patchface before. When Jon was revived, Shireen and Silas, Erlu's wife, had already been transferred to the Dark Castle's King's Tower. Patchface, whose face looked like a mosaic tile, was right next to Shireen. He was jumping and jumping around. He was a complete clown. She did not notice anything unusual about him. She did not expect, however, to act like a clown in front of mortals. Would Inami be able to put down her pride? Chapter 757. Patchface is Inami? The Red God Knight was puzzled. Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. Why would Inami be Stannis's jester? Cora asked with a strange expression. Yes, why would Inami be Stannis's jester? Dany was also puzzled. What was so special about Stannis? 20 years ago, the drowning god had found him. 5 years ago, before Robert had died, the Lord of Light, R'hllor, had found him. Woo woo woo, suddenly the sound of a horn came from a pit, followed by the cheers of the Night Watchers. The soil of the collapsed Great Wall had been dug through. Dany walked to the edge of the pit and looked down with the help of the red light of the fireball. It looked like a sweet potato cellar with a thin opening at the top and a big belly at the bottom. However, the belly was not dug out by the Night Watchers. This was a tower at the edge of Eastwatch. The belly was the thick wall of the first floor of the tower, which was covered by a layer of glacier. Yes, the Great Wall had collapsed and covered the tower. The Night Watchers' worm tunnels were connected to every building in the castle. The sound of the horn was made by the Night Watchers of Eastwatch who had crawled out of the worm tunnel and bent over to blow the horn. Woo woo woo, why did it take so long? I thought no one would care about us. A yellow-haired young man covered in dirt crawled out of the hole and started to wail loudly. 300 to 400 people crawled out of the pit one after another. Everyone was laughing and talking loudly, their faces full of joy after surviving a disaster. Only this handsome young man was crying. Why are you crying? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was going to call for help? Seeing the family emblem on his armor, Dany's eyes were filled with disdain. With such guts, you came to the Great Wall to be a Night Watcher. Your father should have arranged for you to be a royal knight in the Red Castle. This is a green fruit in the summer. Ursa sighed. This baby didn't put on the black clothes of his own accord. Alma mocked loudly. As the instructor of the new recruits in Eastwatch, the old ranger knew everyone here. Wasn't Lord Ashuo a palace knight before? It was only because he committed adultery with Queen Margaret that he was sent to the Eastern Sea. I was wrongly accused. I am Queen Margaret's bodyguard, but I don't have any dishonorable relationship with her. Xiufu's face turned red as he loudly defended himself to the Dragon Queen. Later, in the trial of the church, even Margaret herself admitted the crime of adultery. What are you still quibbling about? And I don't care who you're having an affair with as long as you don't cry loudly and annoy people. Danny said impatiently. Shelf was still unwilling to give up. He looked around and grabbed a tall man with black hair, an aquiline nose and 3 scratches on his face. Onis, tell the Dragon Queen that I was framed by you and Queen Circe. This has nothing to do with me. The hook-nosed man angrily struggled to free his right arm. How is it not related? Queen Circe used sleeping with you as a bargaining chip to seduce Queen Margaret. You didn't succeed, so you lied to the Archbishop and said that you had an affair with the Queen. You even dragged me into it, the yellow-haired man said loudly. His words were too shocking. Not only was Danny's attention attracted, but the night watchers who were discussing the construction of the sentry tower also quieted down and looked over. I have already put on the black cloak. I don't want to have anything to do with the King's Landing anymore. The hook-nosed man blushed as he spoke to the Dragon Queen. Your brother Kate Blake? Danny suddenly realized. The black-haired knight was a little embarrassed. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I am Oni's Kate Blake. I am willing to serve you. I don't need you to serve me. Guard the Great Wall well and kill a few more ghouls. Danny's eyes flashed with disdain as she said lightly. Hee. The night watchers around them chuckled maliciously. Oni's was even more embarrassed. He lowered his head and bowed hurriedly. He stood up and was about to leave quietly. Oni's, make yourself clear. The yellow-haired man pulled the hook-nosed man again, walked past Mormont and Garth, and came 3 steps away from the Dragon Queen before the fat eunuch, Beworth, pushed him back with his big belly. The Queen doesn't like you. Don't come so close, the fat eunuch said bluntly. Oni's looked at Beworth coldly, then turned to the yellow-haired man and growled, Don't make a fool of yourself. Who here cares if you really have an affair with Margaret? I care. The yellow-haired man glared. I can put on the black cloak, but I can't become a night watcher by insulting the reputation of the Clayton family. What's wrong with you? Oni's was anxious, angry and confused. What's wrong with you today? Previously, when they asked you how Queen Margaret felt, you were extremely proud and spoke with assurance. When Danny heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed greatly. Be careful, there was another person whose complexion suddenly changed. Joseph Clafton's fair and handsome face grew a thin layer of barbed scales, and his eyes were green like 2 will-o'-the-wisps hanging over the broken tombstones of a barren grave. His purple-black lips made a bubbling sound like a pot of cooked porridge. Before the others could react from the shock, he suddenly rushed forward. His mouth was as wide as a plate, and the black liquid was like a shadow tentacle, shooting out extremely fast. It split in midair and rushed to Beworth and the Dragon Queen behind the fat eunuch. Piss off. Danny reacted before anything could happen. Her 5-layered dragon spirit and soul-destroying strike were like 2 divine swords, slashing straight into the monster's eyes that were emitting green light. At the same time, she lowered her body and pressed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. A circle of green wind quickly wrapped around her body. When the pungent liquid shadow was in front of her, she suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. With a swish, the sharp sword was unsheathed. Awoo! At this time, Zayef's soul was cut by the 2 divine sword-like attacks. He was covering his eyes and howling in pain. The dark red sword flashed. Danny dodged the liquid shadow and stabbed the big sword into Zayef's mouth. With a swish, it came out from the back of his head. It hurts. Beworth wailed. He also reacted quickly, swinging his sword to cut the shadow tentacle that was attacking his face. The shadow was hit by the steel scimitar, and immediately exploded into countless splashes of liquid. But the fat eunuch didn't want to wear armor, so he only wore a steel vest. His chest and waist were protected by steel scales, but his arms and face were only wearing ordinary clothes. As such, facing the splashes of black liquid, he subconsciously raised his empty left arm to block in front of his face. The place where the liquid shadow landed seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. His sweater was burned through, his skin was rotten, and a layer of boiling blisters appeared. A large amount of white gas was emitted, and a disgusting smell of rotten flesh was emitted. Queen, be careful of the shadow. After being hit, Beworth still subconsciously reminded. What the hell is this? When Dragon Queen stabbed her sword into Zayef's mouth, Onis and the others on the side finally reacted. After being stabbed in the mouth, Zayef didn't die. Instead, he clenched his teeth and firmly locked onto Danny's sword that was close to the width of a palm. His two palms that had grown a thick layer of black hair and long dagger-like nails quickly scratched Dragon Queen's face and chest 7 to 8 times. Yep, Zayef's speed was also very fast. In the short time it took for Dragon Queen to activate the magic sword rune in his mouth, he actually attacked 7 to 8 times consecutively. Sizzle, a string of dazzling sparks flashed on Danny's helmet and chest plate. The terrifying thing was that after the sparks, it was clear that there were more than 10 crisscrossing scratches on the smooth surface of the mirror-like armor. Although the scratches were very shallow, like an ordinary person scratching the surface of a wooden table, he had indeed used his bare hands to scratch through the steel tiles. It was so terrifying that even Danny was stunned for a moment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Cora, Garth, and the others also reacted. They unsheathed their sharp swords and stabbed into Zayef's body like lightning. Moreover, they all stabbed his vital points. Bear's long sword slashed his neck and dirty blood splattered. Half of his neck was broken, but because of the laryngeal armor, his strength was used up, and his head didn't fall off. Garth's sword pierced through Zayef's back and pressed against the plate armor in front of his chest. Zayef's strength wasn't too great, and he was wearing a fake full-body armor with weak back defense. Kuei Luo's sword hit Zayef's eye socket and went deep into his skull. It could be said that if Zayef was a normal person he would definitely die. However, he wasn't normal. "You're hurting me." Zayef let out a terrifying roar. His teeth that were biting onto Dragon Queen's sword began to grow. They were about the length of a finger and as sharp as a dagger. It bit on the blade of the sword, producing an ear-piercing sound of friction. "There's more to it." Danny sneered. Magic surged and the dark red sword burned with blood-red flames. Flames shot out from the holes in Zayef's nostrils and the back of his head. At that moment, his mouth seemed to have become a steel furnace, filled with blood-red flames. His skull became transparent, as if countless cracks had opened, revealing blood-red light. Hee, a familiar taste. Unfortunately, the fake demon sword in your hand is far inferior to Yasuo and Yahai's. It's like a normal steel sword compared to a steel tile. Zayef's green eyes were also ignited by the flames. A long string of flames flew out and Kuei Luo's right hand, which was holding the sword, began to feel hot. However, Zayef was very calm. His voice was full of energy and his soul waves didn't weaken. Instead, they became stronger. The power that had been suppressed before seemed to be gradually awakening. "Who are you?" Hearing these words and seeing this scene, Danny could not help but be shocked. "Who am I?" Zayef laughed maniacally at the sky. "I am the world, forget it. I'm not interested in knowing who you were before. After all, you'll just be a corpse in the near future." Danny held the sword in her right hand, and her left hand pointed to the sky. Rumble blazing white warrior dragon flames shot out from Blackie's mouth. Then they drew an arc above everyone's heads and poured down on Zayef's head like a waterfall. Roar! Zayef let out an ear-piercing howl that exceeded the limits of human hearing. His voice was like countless flying needles, piercing the souls of the people around him. "I am the first deity born from the beginning of the world. Aha, your dragon flames are useless against me." Zayef howled in pain as he laughed maniacally. At that moment, his flesh was melting and falling off in the dragon flames, burning fiercely like a piece of paper smeared with wax. However, as his flesh fell off, it was like the shackles on his body had been released. A huge monster drilled out from under Zayef's human flesh. It had goat horns, the head of an ox, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a ferocious tiger, and eyes that burned with green flames. It was 3 meters tall, and its skin was covered in layers of circular dark red scales. He bathed in the dragon flames and laughed heartily like a northeastern hero taking a bath in a bathhouse. Chapter 758. Boom. What kind of monster is this? How did Xiufu become like this? He's not Xiufu. He's a demon. The demon has taken over Xiufu's body. Holy Mother, even the dragon flames can't burn it. The monster's transformation shocked Danny. The surrounding Night Watchers and Red God Knights also felt their scalps tingle as they screamed in fear. Walala, the bull-headed serpent monster looked up at the sky and inhaled fiercely. The blazing white warrior dragon flames seemed to have met the smoke from a range hood. They left Danny's fire control and swirled into the monster's mouth. The monster's python body seemed to have been plugged into a power bank. Bright red light slowly filled its lower abdomen and then piled up. From its lower abdomen to its chest and then to its throat, it overflowed. In the end, every round scale on the monster's surface started to shine with golden light. The round scales were like small suns. In the center of the suns, there seemed to be flaming runes flickering. This ability to control fire, this resistance to dragon flames, and as mentioned before, it was born in the first flame. Danny was shocked. She suddenly guessed who the devil god was. Although its form was a bit strange, it was most likely the shadow devil Lalo of the true god Lalo. Lalo had indeed come to kill her. Boom! The monster suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth. Like a megalosaurus spitting dragon flames, it shot out a bloody flame that was 20 meters long and as thick as a thigh. Immediately, a few night watchers were hit and melted in the flames, howling in pain. That's right. The monster took away Danny and Blackie's control over the dragon flames. It absorbed them into its stomach and turned them into fire magic. Then it spat them out in the form of devil flames, to the people around it. As the devil flames sprayed out, the bright round scales slowly dimmed. Even though Big Bear, Garth, and Chui Luo saw the monster transform, they didn't forget their responsibilities. Plus, they were confident in their tile steel armor. When the black dragon flames were absorbed, they quickly stepped forward and stabbed with their swords. But other than creating sparks on the monster's scales, they didn't do any damage. Now that the monster was spitting devil flames, they were the first to bear the brunt. After burning a few night watchers to death, the monster changed its direction and spat at the white knights beside it. Boom! Amidst the horrified screams of the people around them, the black smoke that gave off the stench of rotting corpses and the flames that looked like blood plasma suddenly exploded just a few centimeters away from the monster's mouth. It was as if a firefighter had placed the muzzle of a fire extinguisher against a wall and sprayed foam everywhere. It was Dragon Queen who quickly stepped forward. Wearing a steel glove, a green tornado revolved around her left palm. Like a giant shield, she blocked the monster's mouth. At the same time, the magic sword in her right hand pierced forward at lightning speed, hitting the monster's throat where the magic fluctuation was the strongest, causing it to abruptly stop spitting fire. Ding! Unfortunately, even with the Dragon Queen's inhuman strength and speed, the sharp dark red blade only left a small spark on the round scales at the monster's Adam's apple. It was as if it had struck a steel plate. Danny's attack was fruitless. The monster grinned and clenched its black hairy hand into a fist as big as a rice cooker. It hit her head with lightning speed. Boom boom. Danny was like Tony who was hit by Thanos during the battle on Titan Star. Her body leaned back uncontrollably, dragging a 10-meter-long ditch in the snow. Along the way she killed 2 night watchers and only stopped when she crashed into a glacier. The monster ignored the attacks of Big Bear and the night watchers. It strode forward and waved its claws to cut the night watchers who swung their swords at it into pieces. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow to Dragon Queen who was struggling to get up, a black shadow silently but swiftly darted out from behind. It stepped on its swaying tail and climbed up its back like a monkey on its shoulder. The monster's reaction was not slow. It immediately turned its head and opened its mouth, preparing to roar a sound wave that could attack the soul. Demon, die 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 die. Level 5 Dragon Spirit plus Warrior Godhood plus Sword God's Divinity. Danny's face under the helmet was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. However, she endured it and continuously delivered a soul-destroying blow. If the soul attack was visible to the naked eye, everyone would be able to see that her eyes were like superhuman laser eyes, shooting out countless black, red, gold, white, and green sword streams. Roar! The monster hugged its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Airwaves spread from its body and rolled up a circle of whistling snow foam in the snow. The weak-willed night watchers knelt on the ground and hugged their heads as they howled. At this moment, the black shadow that had already leaped onto the monster's shoulder suddenly waved a silver lightning bolt. After the attack, the black shadow immediately jumped away from the monster's shoulder. Its thin body bounced back 4 to 5 meters in the strong wind. Ugh! The monster with the head of the bull god covered its left eye and cried out in pain. One of its pair of large green lantern-like eyes was extinguished. It was Danny C. The little assassin had been lurking. When the Dragon Queen was sent flying 10 meters away by a punch, she finally could not help but jump out. Danny also borrowed the vision of the Megalosaurus and saw everything. She understood that with the little assassin's assassination skills, facing the bull god alone would be suicide. So she endured the pain of her internal organs rupturing and used the level 5 dragon spirit to control the situation. The effect was not bad. The bull god's scales could even block Danny's counterfeit magic sword, but its eye was still pierced by Danny C's steel dagger. At this moment, the others also reacted from the shocking change and roared as they attacked the demon god. "That's a demon, kill it." Alma drew his bow and shot an arrow. The dragon crystal arrow flew more than 10 meters and exploded between the bull god's eyebrows. "Kill, protect Her Majesty Danny C." 4 unsullied with short swords and huge shields rushed towards the bull god. "Kill the demon." Hundreds of night watchers also roared. Under De Xiong's command, 20 night watchers cooperated with the 4 unsullied and used 4 huge shields to block the bull god. Behind them, hundreds of fierce men used their strength to block the bull god while using their iron swords and dragon teeth daggers to greet the monster through the gaps. "Kill, this is the servant of the frost god." Even Erlu's 7 winged dragon knights joined the battle under the lead of Acne Face Richard. Under the strange gaze of the bull god's right eye, the knights of Blazing Red Heart shouted in unison, "For the King of Light, glory belongs to Lalo." The bull god was very tall, but it was only 3 meters tall. The bull god was very strong, but there were 4 huge steel shields around it. Behind the steel shields, there were hundreds of fierce men. No matter how strong it was definitely not as strong as hundreds of fierce men. If it was only these people, the bull god could use magic. Other than the armored knights and the unsullied, no one could block the magic of flames and shadows. But every time it started to condense magic, Danny would continuously use 7 or 8 soul-extinguishing strikes. After using soul-extinguishing strikes continuously, Danny's head also hurt as if it was being torn apart, but her efforts also paid off. The soul-extinguishing strikes were not fatal to the bull god, but it interrupted its attempts to condense magic again and again. Whoosh, Danny used holy healing to slightly stop the injuries to her internal organs. Then she opened her flame wings and jumped up 30 to 40 meters. With her head down and feet up, she stabbed the bull god's head with her sword like a meteor. Ding, a string of sparks flew, but it did not work. She stepped on the night watcher's head and tried to attack the bull god's right eye and mouth. Unfortunately, it was alert. Its eyelids opened and closed, blocking every stab. Its teeth clenched and it almost took her sword away. Its defense is so terrifying. Danny was shocked and her face was full of disbelief. Even if this bull god was a true god of darkness, wasn't it too much? Awoo, just as Danny was considering whether to let Blackie join the battle, the bull god seemed to have suffered a fatal blow. It suddenly let out a shrill howl that had never been heard before. "Aha, the bull god's skin is thick. Let's attack its steel door." In the crowd, Acne Face Richard raised a blood-stained iron sword and laughed proudly. With a loud laugh, he stabbed the sword again. This time the 1.2-meter-long blade only went into the sword guard. Richard was still laughing and stirring the hilt with all his might. Danny was dumbfounded. Awoo, the bull god was in extreme pain. It struggled madly and exploded with unprecedented strength. It actually pushed the shield back 2 to 3 meters. Under the violent impact, the 2 unsullied and dozens of night watchers were seriously injured, and they spat out blood. Thus, after squeezing out a space for it to move, it used its tail to support itself on the ground and jumped up 4 to 5 meters. However, on the 2-meter-long scorpion tail, there were 2 red heart knights, and one of them was Acne Face Richard. Yes, the bull god had a snake's body and a long scorpion tail. At a rough glance, it looked a little like the Nuwa clan in China's Xinxia novels. Previously, dozens of night watchers were holding down the scorpion tail tightly, not allowing it to struggle. Richard was a knight who pursued glory fervently. The demon's appearance and strength were terrifying, but his blood was boiling. Regardless of whether it was the servant of the frost god or not, he had finally defeated the dragon queen. If he could kill it. Thus, when the night watchers were holding down the snake's tail, he kept swinging his sword and slashing at it, causing sparks to fly and the blade to curl. In his anger, he had a flash of inspiration. He bent down and touched the end of the tail with both hands. Finally, he touched a soft spot. Then he was wild with joy and thrust the iron sword into it. Dirty blood splattered, corroding his armor into a putrid black smoke. However, he did not care. He only hugged the snake's tail tightly and used his sword to stab with all his might. He stabbed it until it was smashed to pieces. Big black. The bull god leaped up. Danny immediately stabbed 2 soul-suppressing slashes into the minds of the 2 red heart knights on the scorpion tail. When they let go with a cry, they fell from the thick and long tail. Slash, a black thunderbolt flashed across the dark sky. Boom. Big Black roared. Its tail was like lightning hitting the demon that leaped into the air. The demon was like a missile that had lost its speed, crashing into the snow 20 meters away. It was too fast. Everyone only saw a black shadow flash and a huge crater appeared in the snow. The snow and rocks that flew up were at least 10 meters high. The ground shook slightly. Danny's fire wings flapped gently. She leaped 20 meters and landed beside the crater. She raised her sword and was about to stab it down. Suddenly Richard staggered to his feet. With a ferocious face, he roared at the Dragon Queen, "I killed the bull god. Don't steal my glory." After shouting, he raised his iron sword and rushed toward the crater beside Danny, with a roar. "Use my sword, the Iron Demon Sword, to break the evil." The Dragon Queen seemed to be intimidated by his aura, and she actually took the initiative to hand over her sword. The pockmarked Richard was stunned and his mind became clearer. "Why? This is your glory," Danny said sincerely. "What a pity. If only Erlu were here, she would definitely give him all the glory." Richard was hesitating. The demon at the bottom of the crater also struggled to get up. It roared at the Red Heart Knight, "Idiot, you are blaspheming the gods." Danny immediately said, "Sir Richard Hope, this is a dark demon. Only the Iron Demon Sword can kill gods." "Kill gods? What a great glory. If the news spread, it would be enough to make all the people who laughed at me in the past respect me like a god." Thinking of this, the pockmarked knight no longer hesitated. He took the sword and solemnly bowed to Danny. "Thank you, your majesty. You are a great knight king with honor." "May honor be with you." Danny solemnly returned the salute. Chapter 759. Idiot, I'm Boom. The monster roared angrily, but before it could finish, Blackie's tail whipped the monster's head like lightning again. Danny immediately gave him a series of soul destruction slashes, only to make the monster stagger and unable to speak. "Come and hold the demon down." Sir Richard waved to his followers. The 6 blazing flame knights rushed over at the same time. "For glory? For our healer? For the King of Light, for glory." Shouting his slogan, the blazing Red Heart Knight held his round shield tightly against the monster, immobilizing it. Then Sir Richard laughed sinisterly and plunged his sword into the monster again. Roar boom. The tile steel sword was indeed more effective than an ordinary iron sword. The monster let out a shrill cry, and its divine power burst out again. The violent airwaves immediately blew away the 7 Red Heart Knights who were on top of it. Blasphemy. It roared at the sky, and its body was covered with a black shadow like a water curtain. The terrible divine power of shadow could not be suppressed even by Danny's soul destruction slash. But Danny was not afraid of its evil magic. She entered the dragon spirit state with the divine title of the Great Black Mother. The next moment, endless milky white holy light spread out from Danny's body and spread to more than 20 meters away. The Night Watchers and the Red Heart Knights nearby suddenly felt cool and warm water entering their bodies through their pores, washing away their fatigue and healing their wounds. Their minds were refreshed and their minds were strengthened. For ordinary people, the large-scale holy healing was a positive buff. But when it fell on the monster's shadow, it burned fiercely. There was no doubt that the monster's body was stronger than Dragon Queen and Blackie. Its divine power level was higher, and its total divine power was not necessarily less than the 7 gods. But at this time, the monster was only a clone of the Shadow Demon. "Gods bless." Danny shouted. "Destroy the Frost God's servant." 7 gods bless. Ursa, Garth, and the Unsullied shouted and rushed forward. "Dragon God bless." Centaur Kue Luo shouted. "Red God bless." Sir Richard and the 6 Red Heart Knights were emotional. They shouted and rushed forward. Once again, the monster's claws scratched the surface of the steel shield. But because the shield was pressed against its body and hundreds of people exerted force, it could not move even if it wanted to. Once again, Sir Richard raised his magic sword with a grim smile. Once again, the Minotaur wailed in agony. This time it was obviously much weaker than before. It struggled hard but could not break free from the hundreds of fierce men. "Aha for the King of Light." Sir Richard rode on the tail of the scorpion, stabbing again and again. Every time he stabbed, he laughed wildly and shouted, "For glory! For our healer!" Finally, the Minotaur was emptied out. It lay weakly in a pool of blood, unable to struggle. The shield-bearers got up and left, but it could not get up. The Red Heart Knights could stab as much as they wanted, and the Night Watchers could happily swing their swords. His eyes were blinded, and his nostrils, mouth and ears were also pierced through by steel swords. As his divine power was exhausted, a night watcher fiercely wielded his dragon-tooth knife and shattered the round scale armor for the first time. "Ah, the monster's scales are broken," he shouted in surprise. He slashed again and broke the skin. In a moment, the monster was cut into a bloody mess just like the pot of beef used to make pissing meatballs. However, the 400 people took turns slashing and panting. The real damage was far less than the Red Heart Knight's rainbow piercing the sun. Their stomachs were empty. "Okay, everyone get out of the way. Let me burn the monster to ashes." Before the monster was completely dead, the Dragon Queen came to clean up the battlefield. "It's not completely dead yet." Richard wiped the sweat off his forehead and said unhappily, "I still want to cut off its head and end the monster's life myself." "You killed the monster. All the glory belongs to you, to all of you. I don't want any of it. You saved me from the monster," the Dragon Queen said emotionally. This is not very good. Your Majesty, you also helped a lot." Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Richard's pockmarked face showed some embarrassment. Danny looked around at the broken bodies of the soldiers in the snow and sighed. "There's nothing bad about it. If you didn't find the monster's weak point, I don't know how many people would have died." Although the battle was short and the monster's movements were restricted many times, it was too strong, its claws were too sharp, and it used evil witchcraft one after another. In just a few breaths of time when it lost control, 40 to 50 night watchers died. If not for Danny's field control to suppress the monster's magic and movement, the 400 to 500 night watchers who had just crawled out of the worm tunnel would not have been enough to kill it. In a one-on-one battle, Danny might not be its opponent unless she was as sensitive as Sir Richard to detect the monster's weakness. "Your Majesty, what's the matter with this monster?" Ulma asked curiously. As soon as he said that, the surrounding soldiers who were sitting on the ground and panting looked up. Their curious gazes fell on the Dragon Queen. Regardless of whether the monster was the shadow devil Lalo or not, Danny immediately determined its identity. That's the evil god from the land of eternal winter. It's the servant of the frost god. This is the common enemy of all humans, and this tragic battle did not happen because of me. Just 2 days ago, more than 10 demon gods' projections or clones were fighting over the door god's god kingdom. Then the door god opened the space door and all the demon gods knew that she had inherited his legacy. Therefore, Danny guessed that the monster with the monster head must be one of the demon gods. Considering that he was immune to dragon flames and that his ability to control flames surpassed hers, there was only one candidate left, Lalo. Moreover, that fellow had just triggered a monkey version of the Great Cataclysm, in Orlos with the goal of killing her. The way he fought in the East Watch was also very obvious. He disguised himself as a night watcher in the East Watch worm tunnel. When she came here to save them, he would catch her off guard and take her down with a sneak attack. Perhaps, when Blackie was roaring and informing the people in the worm tunnel, Lalo was listening at the side and decided to parasitize the body of a night watcher in the worm tunnel. This is an evil god called Painted Skin Monster. He hides in Sir Hugh's body and devours Sir Hugh's soul, bones and flesh, leaving only a human skin on his body. TSK, so it's a painted skin monster. It's indeed terrifying. Evil god, evil god. The night is long and danger is everywhere. The evil god has descended, the king of light bless us. Danny was talking nonsense with a straight face, but the others believed her. After all, the monster head really came out of Hugh's body. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. This kind of painted skin monster is almost impossible to guard against. De Xiong said worriedly. Indeed. This time, it's all thanks to Oni's Kate Black who discovered Hugh's abnormality. Danny looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Oni's?" "He's dead. The servant of the frost god burned him into meat sauce." A night watcher replied loudly. "Sigh, may the Holy Father forgive his sins when he was alive. May the Holy Mother take his soul to heaven." Danny's face was filled with compassion as she lied out of kindness. "Your Majesty Danny Alice, how is this servant of the frost god compared to the king of deviant ghosts?" Sir Richard was both expectant and fearful. If the king of deviant ghosts was stronger than the Minotaur, then would his king have any hope of defeating him? If the king of deviant ghosts was weaker than the Minotaur, then how was he, who had killed the Minotaur evil god, compared to the savior? They each have their own merits. Danny frowned as she started to worry. The king of deviant ghosts' defense and power might not be as strong as the Minotaur, but it might not be weaker than the Minotaur. It was a very simple logic. If the Shadow Lalo's clone could kill the king of deviant ghosts, then why would he need to plan for the child of prophecy thousands of years in advance? Therefore, it was very likely that the Minotaur monster would not be able to defeat the king of deviant ghosts. Thinking of this, it was very scary. Considering that the king of deviant ghosts was not just one ghost. There were hundreds of deviant ghosts and millions of ghouls around him. It was even scarier. The king of deviant ghosts and the painted skin monster each have their merits. Sir Richard's face was filled with joy. Aha, the Light King bless me. I killed a servant of the Frost God who is on the same level as the king of deviant ghosts. Long live the Light King. Long live Richard Hope. The other 6 Red God believers looked fanatical as they raised their swords and shouted. Hiss! The Minotaur monster that was cut beyond recognition spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. His body twitched a few times before it died completely. Danny had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A bright light flashed in her eyes. A thought was separated from the ring of wind in her sea of consciousness. It flew out of her sea of consciousness with the big black dragon spirit and entered the void. From the perspective of the soul, a soul that looked like a black sun separated from the Minotaur monster's body. It drew a black light and was about to leave the Westeros and disappear into the far east. In the next moment, Danny's green prophet soul caught up with it, just like how she chased after the second life of the 6 forms man Valimir. Just like how she chased after the dragon spirit of the red dragon Balerion. She caught up with it. Without any nonsense, the big black dragon under her opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the rune circle that Danny had prepared was activated. It immediately sealed the black sun and sent it to the 7 gods' kingdom to be suppressed. Boom, the void shook. In the dark shadows of the east, there seemed to be a demon god roaring angrily. Danny smiled coldly and her soul returned to her sea of consciousness. Boom. The blacksmith's dragon flame, which could melt steel, poured out and covered the whole pit where the Minotaur monster's body was. The dragon flame was like water, filling the pit and turning it into a lake of red flames. Under the lake, the Minotaur monster's blood, broken scales and purple-black meat were burned together, turning into a waterfall-like black soul, as well as a large amount of divinity of gray shadow and fire. There was no divinity of light, so she couldn't be sure that he was the king of light. Danny saved the divinity of fire first, planning to eat it when her song of fire made some progress. The divinity of shadow and black soul were all poured into Big Black Sea of Consciousness. Big Black was perfected. He activated the clergy of the 7 gods again. Danny was a little hesitant. In theory, she should choose Stranger without hesitation. Stranger was the god of death of the 7 gods believers. He should be able to control part of the god of death's authority. However, after the Minotaur monster's assassination today, Danny also found a problem. She had the Han's face-changing technique, and the evil god also had a special stealth method. She didn't notice Xiufu's abnormality before. The Holy Father represents justice. This justice will definitely give the Holy Father's divine power special ability. Maybe it can sense evil? Danny was looking forward to it. However, she also knew that her expectations might not become reality. Glancing at the Night Watcher who was sorrowfully cleaning up his companion's body, Danny sighed. She hoped that Coer's black goat would be more powerful. She chose Stranger for Dahe. Chapter 760. Stranger Danny felt very awkward at this moment. The priesthood of the 7 gods was similar to the god summon in Xianxia. For example, the god summon of earth that was conferred by the heavenly court could immediately turn a mortal into a land. At the same time, he could also obtain all the knowledge that a god of earth should have from the god summon of earth. Even if he was an illiterate soldier in his previous life, he could master the extraordinary knowledge of maintaining the power of the earth and improving feng shui the moment he obtained the god summon of earth. If it was in the world of gods like the Faerun continent where extraordinary power was standardized, the priesthood of the gods was almost equivalent to the heavenly court summon of earth. But this world did not have a complete system of extraordinary power. To put it bluntly, everything was in the initial stage, but before the gods could start their own business, the company entered the stage of bankruptcy and liquidation. The world began to degenerate and it was difficult to protect oneself, let alone start a business. Therefore, the priesthood of the 7 gods was formed unconsciously by the power of faith of the believers under the tacit approval of the rules of the universe. It was a kind of summon of earth. The knowledge in the summon of earth was either given by heaven and earth, which was a natural summon, or the heavenly court's big shots instilled their own knowledge and skills into it, just like a master tape recording a CD, which was a heavenly court summon. Even large immortal cultivation sects were qualified to create summons. The priesthood of the 7 gods did not have the corresponding knowledge given by the universe, nor did the big shots inject experience points into it. It was all accumulated by the believers over time. Simply put, the knowledge that the believers of the past knew was only known to the 7 gods. Therefore, the warrior of the 7 gods was the position with the richest knowledge among the 7 priesthoods. Blacksmithing, forging, farming, hunting and all the other labor-related skills was second, followed by the Holy Mother, healing and medicine. Perhaps the old woman, who represented wisdom, could surpass the blacksmithing, but the Holy Father of Justice, the pure maiden, and the stranger of death were difficult for the believers to inject extraordinary knowledge. Especially the stranger. After Dani and the stranger of the great black dragon spirit, she only received the knowledge of silence and her sister how to deal with corpses. The Dragon Queen would definitely not be willing to be a corpse collector. Therefore, unlike the warrior priesthood that helped Dani become the god of swords, the stranger did not help her increase her knowledge. But this did not mean that the stranger priesthood was useless. In stark contrast to its lack of knowledge, Moka's divine power was wondrous and powerful. Your Majesty? De Xiong rubbed his eyes and opened them again. The Dragon Queen was right in front of him and had not disappeared. But when he blinked and looked again under the dusky sky, the Dragon Queen's body seemed to have merged into that gray and white darkness. She disappeared? Or was there a layer of shadow blocking his view? The others also noticed this, but although White Knight and the 4 shield bearers did not understand, they immediately stepped forward and protected Dragon Queen in the center. Your Majesty? Big Bear was surprised and couldn't help but take another step forward. This time he, Garth and the others were sure that there was no shadow around the Dragon Queen, but her figure was indeed looming, as if she was wearing an unqualified invisibility cloak. Not only was her figure not completely invisible, but even the cloak itself showed traces. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Big Bear asked in a low voice. The Dragon Queen finally turned around and glanced at him. Ah! Big Bear's eyes met hers, but he lost his voice and couldn't help but take a step back. What a terrifying pair of eyes. They were still the color of violet, but it seemed to reflect a world of death. Countless ghosts let out soul-stealing wails and stretched out their thin and shriveled arms, as if they wanted to reach out from the purple eyes. They wanted to climb out of the world of death, and even more, they wanted to pull in the living people who were gazed at by the purple eyes. Big Bear felt cold all over. The soul in his body was like water in a pool that had been opened, pouring into a gray and cold world. I was praying just now, praying to the stranger. Dani returned to her valiant appearance of the tall and slender Night Queen, exuding a trustworthy and gentle aura. She turned around and looked at all the people who came over in surprise and said with a smile, "Today many Night Watchers died in battle. Their belief in the 7 gods was very shallow, so they were not qualified to enter heaven. But as Night Watchers, they sacrificed their lives for the 7 kingdoms and deserved to be rewarded. So, I prayed to the stranger and led all the heroic spirits to Mountain Paradise to rest for a few years. When the long night ends and summer comes, they will be reincarnated into the beautiful new world that they fought and sacrificed their lives to create." Your Majesty, what you said is a little complicated. I don't really understand, Alma said in confusion. Not only did the old ranger not understand, but everyone around him was also confused. Tell me, where do people's souls go after they die? Dani asked instead of answering. To the 7 levels of hell? Alma mumbled. Bad people go to hell and good people go to heaven, a Night Watcher knight said loudly. We believe in the Red God. After we die, we will go to a world full of sunshine, gardens, wine and sex, Richard said excitedly. Dani looked at him strangely, nodded and said, in general, after people with faith die, they will be rewarded by the gods according to their faith and their lifetime achievements. In other words, they will go to heaven or they will be punished by the gods and go to hell. Then what about people who are neither good nor bad? She asked again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 Stars Bible seems to say that the stranger will bring them into reincarnation and return to the human world, Garth said hesitantly. In the original version of the 7 Stars Bible, there were only 2 choices, to go to heaven or to the 7 levels of hell. Only underage children would enter a new reincarnation outside of these 2 choices. The centaurs had such a tradition as well. The bodies of adults would be cremated and enter the night kingdom of the horse god. The children would be buried underground and enter reincarnation again. After that, Dani made limited changes to the teachings of the 7 gods. What Garth said was the content of the new Bible. However, such changes were only known to cultivators and those who studied the new 7 Stars Bible. Most of the Night Watchers present did not even know how to read and had never gone to the Holy Church to pray in their lives. For example, Alma, who had lived for more than 60 years and believed in the seven gods, had never read the complete Seven Gods Bible. So, Alma pointed at the corpses of the night watchers lined up in a row, waiting to be cremated by the dragon flame, and asked in confusion, "Are they being taken away by the stranger? Are they going to reincarnate? What's the benefit of reincarnation? Is reincarnation not a benefit? Isn't it good to wait until the long night is over and summer comes again?" Danny was puzzled. She had just turned into a stranger and entered the world of death to put the souls of the night watchers who had just died into the space of faith. Well, except for the believers of the old gods and Inami in the northern region. They were nowhere to be found. Danny did not see them and did not look for them. On the contrary, because of the faint threads of faith, all the believers of the seven gods, including Oni's Kate Blake, appeared around her at the moment when the stranger entered the world of death. Even at this moment, the believers of the seven gods who had died in other places also came to Danny as if they were attracted by a black hole. For example, the night watchers who had died under the collapse of the Great Wall 2 days ago. However, Danny did not care about others and only collected the souls of the night watchers. The world of death was attached to the real world and was equivalent to the shadow of the real world. The scenery was exactly the same as the real world, but it was a gray and cold world. The souls of the dead wandered around. There was no death god or ox head or horse face to manage them. There was no need for management. Those souls were emitting spiritual essence into the world of death every minute and every second. When the spiritual essence was exhausted and the life imprint no longer existed, they would vanish into thin air and completely return to the world. The world of death was similar to a spatial crevice. Activating the stranger's godly power would allow her to fuse into it. Hence, Danny's figure was faintly discernible, like a gray mosaic shadow. "What does reincarnating into another person have to do with me?" Alma mumbled. Danny was stunned. It seemed that this was not wrong. Unless there was a chance to awaken innate wisdom, after reincarnating, she would be considered as another unrelated person. At least it's better than going to the 7 levels of hell. The East Sea Kingdom was 30 kilometers away from the Great Wall that had yet to collapse. The Night Watchers could not mobilize their army and transport all the resources in the castle's wormhole to Dark Castle. If they really did that, the other ghost army would come back and even the Dragon Queen would not be able to save them. Hence, they built a simple 3-story sentry tower at the only exit of the wormhole. Their main purpose was to observe the movements of the other ghosts. Only a team of 30 people was left in the entire wormhole. If they encountered the other ghosts, they did not need to fight. They only needed to immediately retreat into the wormhole, close the door and wait for reinforcements. This is the secret key to the communication center of the magic net. Danny handed a glass candle to the alchemist and instructed, "Every day report to me regularly about the wind, temperature, weather, and the movements of the other ghosts in the East Sea Kingdom. If the other ghosts surround and attack the sentry tower, you can also send me a message." The magic net center on Dragonstone Island had lost its suppression and regained its long-distance communication function. The alchemist who stayed behind at the East Sea Kingdom could contact the Dragon Queen at any time. Not only the East Sea Kingdom, but the 17 castles that originally belonged to the Great Wall also had alchemists. Back then, the reason why Danny built the Magic Net Center on Dragonstone Island was to obtain the ability to instantly communicate during the long night. Hence, she had long sent a group of alchemists with real skills to the Great Wall. They were from the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. Before the long night, the alchemists were responsible for preparing wildfire. When the long night officially arrived, Danny would activate the magic net communication. Unfortunately, when the long night came, the Great Wall collapsed. Most of the alchemists died in the tide of zombies, and the human resources were wasted. Back at Dark Castle, Danny once again lived in the King's Tower. When Mance Rider's wife, Dana, helped her tidy up the room, the Dragon Queen took the time to separate a part of her consciousness into the faith space. "Who are you?" A black sun floated in front of Danny. The sun was tightly bound by white chains. The black sun struggled a few times and the chains rattled, but there was no sign of breaking free. "I am the God King of the Darkness, the Master of Shadows, the shadow cast by the first flame between heaven and earth." The black sun's voice was like thunder, and the whole faith space trembled slightly. "Are you Lalo? Don't be so secretive." Danny was impatient with beating around the bush and asked directly. "I'm not Lalo. I am also he," the black sun said in a deep voice. "Okay, you are Lalo the Shadow Devil." Danny waved her hand. "Why do you look like a bull head and a snake body?" "You should be asking why the bull and the snake look so similar to me." I thought you were a flame or a shadow, Danny said strangely. To survive in the material world, one must have a material form, and that is my form. The bull and the snake that were born later referred to my appearance. Chapter 761. Every living being in the world was created with reference to the form of the gods, including you humans. Black Sun said. That's a novel way to put it. Danny nodded, then asked, what's the principle of the spell you used to enter the Night Watcher's body? You want to learn? Black Sun teased. I'm just curious. But if you insist on teaching me, I'll have no choice but to listen to you. Black Sun seemed to be stunned. After a while, he said proudly, that cowardly human fell into despair after the fall of the Great Wall. Desperate humans attract the attention of the dark gods. I filled his empty and dead heart, and his heart gave birth to the person I am now. I didn't wear his skin. I've always lived in his heart. You won't be able to learn this skill. Danny looked at him coldly. So, you didn't come to the Eastern Sea to ambush me after Orlas's explosion? Sigh, I came a long time ago, but I mistakenly thought that you were in a state of reverse overclocking. That's why I acted so recklessly. I should have waited for a better opportunity. At least there shouldn't be so many Night Watchers present, Lalo said regretfully. Why did you plan to deal with me? Danny frowned. Because of fate. Speak human. You were born with a mission. According to fate, you should have become the torch that dispels the long night. But now you've betrayed your original glorious and great mission, Black Sun said angrily. Torch? Danny's eyes turned dangerous. Tell me, can you give me a satisfactory explanation for this Xinhua? Why don't you sacrifice yourself to save this world? This is your destiny, Lalo said angrily. Tell me the details. How should I sacrifice myself as the torch? Do you know how the sun came out last time? Lalo didn't answer. Mother Lone sang the Song of Water to summon the sun back to the world. Danny frowned and said, Then do you know who will summon the sun this time? There was a hint of pride in our healer's tone. It can't be you, right? Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, You are the King of Light. After the sun is extinguished, you should have died immediately like the Lady of Light. Even if you can survive as a shadow devil, you won't have the power to summon the sun. You know quite a lot, Lalo said in surprise. That's right. The past kings of light were all spirits of the sun. They were born from the newborn sun, and their power and life came from the sun. They were responsible for carrying the sun to illuminate the earth, rising and setting in the morning, day and night. As long as the sun disappears, the King of Light will lose his divine power and the foundation of his existence. There is a high chance that he will fall into eternal slumber just like the Lady of Light. But I'm not just the King of Light. Before I became the King of Light, I was the fire god at the beginning of the world. It was I who sang the Song of Fire and separated the final first flame from the earth's core, allowing the mother goddess of the lone river to extract it and forge it into the sun of this era. So, do you understand? The sun was born because of me, not because I was born from the sun. I won't fall into slumber because of its extinguishment, Lalo said proudly. So the King of Light was born from the sun. Danny was stunned. Then she asked in confusion, Why are you the King of Light of this era? You had the Song of Fire, so there was no need for you to occupy the eternal Song of Light. The Song of Light can't be eternal. Can the Song of Fire and the other songs of law be eternal? Black Sun's mocking laughter had a trace of sadness and resentment. Danny was silent. Wasn't Lalo the best example of, the Song of Fire can't be eternal? After discovering that there was only a trace of the first flame left in the earth's core, I had a premonition that the Song of Fire would undergo a huge change in the following era. So I wanted to rely on the Song of Light to protect myself. But I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, the Song of Fire would change hands twice, Lalo lamented. No wonder you lost the Song of Fire. You lacked the courage to break through the single-plank bridge. Danny sneered. What do you know? Lalo was furious. If it wasn't to raise the level of the Song of Fire, why would I waste my time and energy to help a group of shepherds create the Megalosaurus and help them develop the Earth, Fire and Dragon civilization? You've embarked on the wrong path. Cultivation is the most personal thing. How can you let others do it for you? Danny mocked. If that's the case, hand over the thing that Weirwood gave you. You said that cultivation depends on oneself, Lalo said calmly. You've embarked on another wrong path. Of course, cultivation depends on oneself, but that doesn't mean that you should reject opportunities. I'm just saying that you should focus on cultivation. Don't force things like opportunities. That sounds nice. Am I not working hard? I've been working hard since the beginning of the world. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years have passed, but I still haven't improved. Lalo said angrily. Danny was stunned. She sighed. Your talent is really bad. Yes, my talent is bad. The Black Sun didn't hide anything. After hundreds of millions of years, I finally realized this. I know that I can't rely on myself, so I have to find another way. You humans have short lifespans and poor foundations, but your cultivation talent is really amazing. If there's a human Holy Spirit that can help me complete my talent, I'll definitely be able to change the tragic fate of the world. Dream on. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to help an evil god like you? Danny sneered. This is your fate. Lalo said loudly. It's my turn to summon the sun in this era, but the last of the first flame has been exhausted. If I fail, the entire world will fall into darkness and you will all die in the end. Don't you have the resolve to not be afraid of sacrificing yourself to save the world? I only have the resolve to enjoy the world. Foolish actions like not being afraid of sacrifice will never have anything to do with me. Danny waved her hand. I really should let old Blockhead see what kind of person his successor is. Lalo said angrily. It was as if the Dragon Queen had taken advantage of him. Danny sneered. She didn't continue on this topic. The Door God told me that the first flame has been exhausted. The Door God. The Black Sun was confused. The old Blockhead you speak of, the Weirwood, the Wind God. Lalo was silent for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, the first flame he spoke of should be the flame that gave birth to the world. The first flame I speak of is actually the secondary first flame, or, the embers of the first flame. In the beginning, the sun was forged with the true first flame, which lasted for tens of millions of years. There was no winter back then. The entire world was in eternal summer. Flowers bloomed and never withered. When we began to forge the sun with the secondary first flame, winter came. The sun's lifespan was even shorter, from millions to hundreds of thousands. This era is only 8,000 years. Now that even the secondary first flame is gone, even if there is another era, it won't last long. Only I can change this. Give me your talent. I can sing the true song of fire and summon the song of fire of the first flame. This is the reason why fate allowed you to be born. Why can't I summon the first flame? Danny smiled faintly. You. Ah. The Black Sun laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Is this funny? The smile on Danny's face disappeared. Her eyes became dangerous. You are just a prisoner. How dare you laugh at this king? Do you have a death wish? 2 problems. The Black Sun sneered. You have to solve 2 problems. First, sing the complete song of fire. Second, become a true god. Even your ancestor, the Valeglia's sheep egg, took more than 1,000 years to take the song of fire from me. How old are you? When you sing the song of fire, the entire world will be taken over by deviant ghosts and will forever be in the cold and dark winter. 1,000 years. Danny was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes flashed as she thought of someone else who had said something similar. You must come. This time I really want to help you. At least I can save you 1,000 years of cultivation time. Blind in River text. Did he see something back then? If she cultivated normally, Danny estimated that it would take 1,000 years before she could sing the song of fire. But she ate weirwood paste. It was very likely that Blind in River text knew something and wanted to help her. I have good talent. I am confident that I can sing the song of fire in 10 years, Danny said confidently. Impossible. The Black Sun refuted. No matter how good your talent is, it can't be that fast. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I cheated. I ate weirwood paste. Danny did not plan to let the evil god in front of her go back. Naturally, she did not care if her secret was exposed. Weirwood paste? The Black Sun was slightly confused. It's a divine medicine that can develop a human's talent to the limit. It's a fruit born from the roots of the Door God's body. I've never heard of such a divine medicine. The Black Sun's tone became uncertain. Think about the Green Prophet and the Three-Eyed Crow. If they didn't eat weirwood paste, how could they have turned from ordinary people into the omnipotent Green Prophet in a short 1 or 2 years? The Black Sun was silent. After a long while, he sighed and said, We have always wondered why the Green Prophet grew so quickly. So, it's because of weirwood paste. You are really lucky. A descendant of Valeglia is favored by old wood. No, it has nothing to do with the Door God. The previous Three-Eyed Crow was a member of the Targaryen family. Even though he was a scoundrel his whole life, he took advantage of the last moment when his mind was clear and helped me get in through the back door. The Black Sun, the three-eyed crow helped you change your fate? Did he forget his duty of protecting the world? He asked in disbelief. At first, he did his best to protect the predetermined fate because according to the predetermined fate, he would be able to safely get through this long night. But I didn't want to. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Danny had a foul mouth and said something inauspicious. Even if you can quickly chant the Song of Fire, you're not a true god, and you still can't summon the sun. Must I be a true god? Danny frowned. Of course. If I'm not a true god, how can I come into contact with the core of the world's law sea? Why do you think that I can't become a true god? It's not what I think, but the current world can't give birth to a true god. Just look at the sheep egg and you'll understand. He was able to snatch the Song of Fire from me, but he's been stuck at the threshold of a true god his whole life. The sheep egg has always wanted to devour me, but I can also devour him. If I devour him, I'll be able to break the shackles and become a true god, Danny said. This. Lalo hesitated. He was silent for a long while before he shook his head and sighed. If it was before, you might have had a 30% chance. But now you can't. What? Because the sheep egg is ruined. Chapter 762. Crippled. Danny asked doubtfully. Did you think that I caused the Orlos explosion just to take your life and that it didn't affect sheep egg at all? Black Sun smiled coldly. He was heavily injured and then I took away a third of his strength. Now he's incomplete. Even if you swallow him, you won't be able to break through to the true god realm. You stole my gift package. You're forcing me to kill you. Danny's eyes were filled with killing intent. Your gift package? Black Sun sneered. What do you think my goal is in raising sheep egg? You and he are both my big gift bags. Okay, you've successfully packaged yourself into a gift package that I can't refuse. Danny's eyes no longer showed any hesitation. Black Sun teased, do you think there's still room for reconciliation between us? Danny gave him a thumbs up and praised, you're still the one with high awareness. Then she waved her hand and the blacksmith's divine flames that could refine all things surged from all directions and enveloped Black Sunday. Oh, Black Sun boiled in the blacksmith's divine flames, melting like ice, but also like ice in the flames, a large amount of spirituality and divinity evaporated. He was howling in pain and cursing loudly. I curse you, Danny Alice, I curse you madly, curse the night watchers and those blasphemers. When you enter the world of death, I'll let you know what the ultimate horror is. Don't think that the demon god's curses were just empty words. Their words carried great power, enough to affect the fate of most people in the world. I am the ruler of death and shadows. Just you wait, death will descend upon you one day. This is an eternal fate, and I will. Oh, Danny's expression was cold and unmoved. She only increased the intensity of her flames, causing them to boil. In order to frighten others, she even pulled over the other demon gods suppressed in the pond of faith. Yes, Sheepegg only had 2/5 of his soul left. Haha, I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Lalo, how does it feel? Ah. Sheepegg wasn't scared, instead becoming excited, laughing happily. Tell me Lalo's secret, and his retribution will be even worse, Danny said to the sheepegg. Ha ha. Young Dan crazily laughed. Do you think my hatred for you is less than this bastard? I'm happy to see him in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see the two of you fighting each other and both of you falling. Danny nodded and sighed. I have to say that your words make sense. Burning you makes me happy. Burning evil god Lalo makes me even happier. Now, boom. A red, crystal-like blacksmith's divine flame landed on Sheepegg's soul. Oh, the sheepegg howled in pain. A large amount of spiritual essence and divinity evaporated, but they only passed through Danny's wind divine soul once before returning to the sheepegg's divine soul. There was no damage to the sheep's eggs, only endless pain. Of course, the spiritual essence that returned after the evaporation was imprinted with Danny's will. However, Danny's whispers seemed to have no effect on him. After the spiritual essence returned to the sheepegg's divine soul, the imprint she left in the spiritual essence slowly disappeared. Sheepegg even sensed it and mocked loudly, "You want to control my soul? Haha, dream on. It's alright, at least you can persevere forever without dying. It's worth it to only hear your wails. Just like now as you said, I'm so happy to see you two evil gods in pain." She smiled and said to the sheepegg, "I curse you, I'm going to curse you madly." The sheepegg started to imitate Lalo. Language is like the wind and curses are also language. Only the weak will scream unwillingly, Danny mocked. The black sun evaporated spiritual essence and divinity richer than the bull monster's corpse. It was pure divinity of death and shadow. It was still all given to Blackie to absorb, but strangely no new divine position was born this time. Instead, it gained a large amount of divinity of death. That's right, Blackie gained a large amount of divinity of death. Previously, Blackie didn't have a divine position of death. Even if it absorbed the divinity of death, it would be like how ordinary people absorbed glucose and amino acids in food. It would all be converted into the divinity of Megalosaurus, that strengthened the divine soul and body. Now it had an additional divine position of stranger, and stranger corresponded to death and mystery. To give an inappropriate example, men ate sheep's eggs to replenish their eggs. But without eggs there was nothing to replenish. Now that Blackie had eggs, it could replenish its eggs by eating sheep's eggs. To put it bluntly, gods of the same divine position had the possibility of robbing each other's divinity. Yes, the three divine positions of blacksmith, holy mother, and warrior also had divinity. However, Danny had never encountered divinity of the same kind in other evil gods, so there had never been a case of robbing divinity before. This was the first time for Stranger. One could imagine that in the Song of Ice and Fire, a world filled with evil gods, the probability of encountering the divinity of death was very high. Although there was no new divine position, the sudden increase in divinity of death also brought Danny a huge surprise. There were two specific points. First, after taking on the divine position of Stranger, she had a stronger adaptation to the world of death. She could almost break away from the real world and hide 99% of her body in the world of death, leaving only a dark shadow in her original place. Yes, just like those dark demon gods. There was no way to be invisible, but it was high class, which was very in line with the identity of Stranger symbolizing death and the unknown. Perhaps there were other functions, but Danny hadn't developed them yet due to the short time. Second, the range of the domain of death that Stranger could control was wider. Perhaps, one day in the future, Danny could really help Blackie build the 7 levels of hell. Westeros talked about the 7 levels of hell almost every day, but there were no 7 levels of hell in the world. Just like how Danny teased Tyrion before, saying that he would meet his father in the 7 levels of hell, that was complete nonsense. The 7 gods were fake, so how could there be 7 levels of hell? If Danny wanted to build 7 levels of hell for Westeros, the model would probably be very similar to the ghost city of Fengdu and the hell of Mount Tai in Chinese mythology. The underworld was the cave of Fengdu. The world of death was the shadow of the real world. To build 7 levels of hell in the world of death, one must first find a place in the real world that connected yin and yang. Well, Danny had to find a place similar to Fengdu and Mount Tai in the Westeros and build a cave called 7 levels of hell. Building 7 levels of hell was still too far away, but with the sudden increase in divinity of death, Stranger did have a new skill, using Stranger's divine power to bring the souls of the dead to a designated place. For example, if Stranger Danny entered the world of death, as long as she was willing to consume divine power, she could bring all the souls of the dead in a certain range. Not only the believers of the 7 gods, but also all the souls that had not dissipated. There was nothing special about this ability. If God of Death could not even control the souls of the dead around him, how could he be called God of Death? But Danny had a flash of inspiration. She was inspired by the Atonement Scroll, made by Christianity in her previous life. If she could store Stranger's divine power in runes, could she bring the soul of the person who held the runes to 7 levels of hell or heaven after his death? Now that 7 levels of hell had not been built, they could only go to heaven. Well, no one would spend money to buy an Atonement Scroll to go to 7 levels of hell. Danny's Atonement Scroll was not a joke. She was inspired. Before getting 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard for ascending to heaven was as high as 200 points of faith. Now, after absorbing 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard was lowered to 100 points of faith in Westeros. But Danny's subordinates, even a devout believer of the 7 gods like Old Bart, only had about 60 points of faith. In the Battle of Meereen, many of her subordinates who had followed her for many years died. Their souls all entered the world of death and disappeared. If they turned into spirituality and disappeared automatically, it would be fine. They could finally return to heaven and earth. But if she was targeted by a demon god and captured to play with as he wished, don't doubt, with Danny's popularity, there would definitely be many evil gods who would hate her. They could not do anything to her, but they could torture her followers to vent their anger. Who asked you to help Danny Rise deal with me when you were alive? The evil gods might think so. Just like before, the curse of Shadow Demon Lalo. When you enter the world of death, I will let you know what the ultimate horror is. The long night that followed was even crueler. Her subordinates like Big Bear, Quero, Grey Worm, and Beavis were not devout believers of the seven gods. After death, they could not automatically ascend to heaven. Of course, Danny could help them get in through the back door just like what she did to Aegon. But she could not watch them all the time and watch them die. Actually, Nephew Gu's death was also a coincidence. If Danny did not get 1% of the Green Prophet seal, she would not have heard his cries, his pleas to the Holy Mother. If Danny and Blackie were not in the state of the seven gods when Big Bear died, she would not have heard Big Bear's prayers. Just like the old Snakewood City cultivator who was burned to death with Nephew Gu that day, Danny went offline and could not hear it. She could not hear or sense it, so naturally she could not help them get in through the back door. Maybe Big Bear was not afraid of death. Even if Danny happened to be in the state of the Holy Mother, he was very calm before his death and did not pray to the seven gods at all. She could not hear it either. If she did not know, she could not send down a miracle to bring his soul into heaven. Therefore, it was necessary to carry a heaven admission ticket with them. If possible, Danny wanted to give one to each of her followers. After all, heaven was opened by her, so her followers who died for her naturally had the right to enjoy the best treatment. What kind of title do you think I should have? Painted Monster Killer? Doesn't sound good. Minotaur Demon Killer? Sounds terrible too. Think about it, is there a mighty, domineering, and catchy title? As soon as Danny walked out of the king's tower, she heard the pockmarked knight loudly boasting about his great achievements in the courtyard. Not only were there knights of Red Heart beside him, but there were also hundreds of night watchers and barbarians who had nothing better to do. Even the red-nosed old doctor was among them. They widened their eyes and listened attentively. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, making the pockmarked knight even more proud. After the story of Richard bravely fighting the servant of the frost god was told for the nth time, the main character in the story began to think about giving himself a famous title. For example, his former companion, Gordifalin, became the giant killer because of the corpse-picking giants. Danny walked over and said with a smile, "Why don't we call him Demon Hunter?" "Ah, the Dragon Queen is here." Everyone was shocked and immediately turned to salute Danny. Danny waved her hand, indicating that everyone was at ease, and said to the Knight of Red Heart who had become a little reserved, "Let me give you the title of Demon Hunter, as a reward for your contributions in the attack of the servant of the Frost God. How about it?" Chapter 763. Richard's expression changed. The Dragon Queen gave him the title herself. Think of the famous roseless Iron Guard Brenny. He was much stronger than Brenny, because he had killed an evil god. An evil god was also a god. He killed a god. Now his achievement of killing a god was officially recognized by the Dragon Queen. The pockmarks on the pockmarked knight's face lit up with excitement, like little light bulbs. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He bowed solemnly, raised his head and said, "Isn't Demon Hunter too ordinary? There's nothing special about it." Danny said seriously, "Although the name is ordinary, there's a deeper meaning in the ordinary. A fancy title only represents your past, that you killed a skin-painted demon. But your glorious life has just begun. In the future you will face other ghosts, other ghost kings and countless demons in the dark. Your glory cannot be limited. Therefore the simple and low-key title of Demon Hunter can better show your ability and great achievements." Indeed, Demon Hunter contains a wild domineering aura and low-key luxury. Professor Paristan nodded and praised. "Hearing you say that, it's really..." The pockmarked knight was overjoyed. Demon Hunter Richard? Good, from today onwards I'll be called Demon Hunter." Clutton Sanj on the side cracked his mouth full of rotten brown teeth. His expression was fearful and expectant. "There will be countless dark demons in the future?" "Countless does not mean that there are countless demons, but I don't know how many there are. There may be many or there may be only a few," Danny said. "Are they as strong as the Minotaur that Richard killed?" Sir Clutton asked nervously. "Definitely not as strong as the Minotaur. As long as there's no fear in everyone's heart, we can definitely defeat them if we work together. Just like 8,000 years ago, Yeser and Ahai led the warriors to expel the demons from the Far East with the Light Emissary." Danny encouraged the Knights of Red Heart loudly. "For glory, for His Majesty Stannis, for the Light King." The Demon Hunter shouted excitedly. "Very good. You have fighting spirit and courage. Why worry about not achieving great things?" Danny praised him with a thumbs up. Then she took out a stack of parchment the size of movie tickets and handed it to the demon hunter. "This is the temporary residence permit in heaven that I got from praying to the Holy Mother. Take it with you. Even if you unfortunately die in battle, you can still enter the heaven of the 7 gods. Come on, 7 of you have participated in that battle. Isn't it God's will?" Danny stuffed a movie ticket into the demon hunter's hand and gave one to each of the other 6 Red Heart Knights. A Red Heart Knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in bewilderment and mumbled, "We believe in the Red God and are believers of the King of Light." That's not contradictory. The 7 of you are the 7 sons. Now that you have the citizenship of Lalo and the 7 gods, you can choose freely in the future. If you want to go to Lalo's kingdom, you can go to his kingdom. If you want to go to heaven, you can go to heaven. But the demon hunter with a pockmarked face was conflicted. The Light King is the only God. Don't the believers of the 7 gods also preach that the 7 gods are the only God who can do everything? Those words are just to fool ignorant fools. Knights, you are so wise that you should be able to see through the tricks of the monks easily, Danny said casually. She said it so casually that the jaws of the people around her dropped. "Your Majesty, you are the Archbishop of the 7 gods." Dr. Peristan reminded her with a twisted face. "Yes, I swear on my identity as the Pope of the 7 gods that what I said is true." Danny nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Isn't this blasphemy against the gods?" The pockmarked knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in confusion. "Lying is blasphemy. What I said is the truth. Is the descent of the Holy Mother fake? Is the Light King fake? Are the gods that the cities of Ursos fake? And the dark realm to the east of Yaxia with so many evil gods, are they fake? Evil gods are gods too." Dragon Queen asked a series of questions, leaving everyone speechless. They were not sure if the gods of the free trade cities were real or fake, but the Holy Mother and the Light King had both shown miracles. At least the 2 of them were real. Then, the theory of the only God had been disproved. Seeing the hesitation on the knight's face, Danny smiled strangely and said, "Trust me, you won't regret taking it. If you refuse, maybe a few days later." "Alright, where is Stannis? It's been 2 days and he still hasn't brought Melisandre?" Dragon Queen was not sure if Lalo would be too embarrassed to complain to Aunt May about the crime of the Red Heart Knight's rainbow piercing the sun. But as a loyal follower of Lalo, the red-robed woman must know the true name and appearance of the shadow demon Lalo. Just like the diary of the shadow demon Tam, there were all kinds of blood witchcraft that seemed like horror stories. At the same time, there were many sketches of the evil gods. If you wanted to sacrifice to an evil god, you would at least know the evil god's appearance, name and specialty, right? So, when Aunt May heard the details of the 7 sons' sword piercing the sun, she would most likely be able to guess the true identity of the bull-headed snake monster. At that time, the situation would be very awkward and terrifying. Danny spent 2 days in the house to get the 7 gods version of Heaven's entrance ticket. Including the day she brought people to dig the worm-gazing passage in the East Sea, Erlu had already left Dark Castle for 3 days. He should have returned with Aunt May long ago, but the 2 of them were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they were delayed by something? Peristan said uncertainly. "But Your Majesty, have you and the 3-eyed crow found the King of Strange Ghosts?" he asked again. "The various armies of the strange ghosts have already been found, but I'm not sure where the King of Strange Ghosts is." Danny's expression became serious. "The strange ghosts don't move together. The million corpse ghosts are led by a few hundred strange ghosts. Each strange ghost is equivalent to the commander of an army. More than 200 strange ghosts lead more than 200 troops and form a dense sieve. From the north to the south they clean up all the living beings on the land. The human villages, graveyards, and beasts in the forest are all targets of the dead. Their numbers are snowballing and growing every day. I'm not sure if there were 1 million before, but now it's definitely more than 1 million. Soon we should receive news of the fall of the great nobles' castles. Yes, the Northern Territory is really finished. Even if Stannis is the savior, it's too late now." The old doctor's face was pale and his voice trembled. The Knights of Red Heart, Night Watchers and barbarians around them also had heavy expressions and fell silent. Why didn't the King of Strange Ghosts attack Dark Castle? Strategically speaking, with the fall of the Great Wall, Dark Castle has no value to attack. But strange ghosts shouldn't talk about strategy. Aren't they too smart? After a while, Gales Hightower said worriedly. Dr. Peristan shook his head and said, "Strange ghosts were originally transformed from humans. You can kill them like animals, but you can't think of them as stupid as animals." Maybe Dark Castle can really become a stronghold to attract strange ghosts. Danny looked up at the cracked wall and said thoughtfully, "What do you mean?" The red-nosed doctor was confused. "I want to repair the Great Wall." The Great Wall had 2 layers. The inner layer was made of huge rocks, just like an enlarged version of the Great Wall of China. The magic runes carved into the Great Wall were in the rock layer. The outer layer of the Great Wall of rock was covered with a thick layer of ice, as if it was wearing clothes. Most of the ice came from the frozen river in the haunted forest. The night watchers dug out huge ice blocks from the river and dragged them back to cut them into small pieces that could be lifted and piled on the surface of the Great Wall. The small pieces of ice stacked on top of each other were poured with boiling water in between the cracks, and they immediately solidified into a whole solid ice block. The work of covering the ice layer lasted for hundreds of years. Today, the 210-meter-tall building that could allow 12 knights to ride side by side was created. If the Great Wall entered the eternal summer, all the ice on the Great Wall would melt, and the Great Wall would be a third shorter and half thinner. For 8,000 years, the walkways on the Great Wall had never been cleared of snow. It was 500 kilometers long and there weren't that many people to do it. Of course, it was even more unnecessary. The thicker the ice layer, the stronger the Great Wall. In order to not slip on the ice, the night watchers would lay a layer of gravel path on the section of the Great Wall that they were stationed at. The Great Wall that could allow 12 horses to gallop on was too wide, and it was impossible to lay gravel all over it. It only needed to be enough for 2 night watchers to walk side by side. When a layer of gravel was covered by snow, another layer would be laid. Year after year, the Great Wall became a 60-meter-thick 1,000-layer cake. Usually, this 70-meter-thick 1,000-layer cake wouldn't cause any trouble for the night watchers. But today, when the horn of winter was blown, the ice layer of the Great Wall was cracked all over. The cracks were dozens of meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide. It was like an abyss that swallowed the night watchers. In fact, in the past few days, many night watchers had accidentally fallen into the abyss at the top of the Great Wall on their way to Dark Castle. At this moment, in Stonegate Village, which was 160 kilometers away from Dark Castle, 2,500 night watchers were blocked by a giant crack. It was as if a god had raised a machete and slashed it with all his might, leaving a mark on the Great Wall that was 20 meters wide and 70 meters deep. If a torch was thrown down, one could see the rock layer inside the Great Wall. "Sir Mallister, why don't we go down? Stonegate Village still has a few stone towers and a wide tunnel," the commander of the Sentinel Tower, Sir Savon, said with a trembling voice. "Let's wait. Her Majesty Danny Lilith is repairing the Great Wall," the old knight said in a low voice. These night watchers came from many castles in the west. After the Great Wall collapsed, they received a message from Dark Castle's messenger crows. They led their troops up the Great Wall and moved to the east. However, they were blocked by a giant glacier crack. After that, Blackie flew around the Great Wall and told the migrating night watchers to stop moving and stay away from the crack. The 2,500 night watchers had been waiting in the snow for 2 days. 7 of our brothers have frozen to death in the past 2 days, Sir Savon said in despair. "There are too many of us. If we go down the Great Wall, we might attract deviant ghosts. More people will die then," Sir Mallister said with a frown. "The Great Wall is full of cracks. Even if it can be repaired, it will take at least tens of thousands of people and decades, right?" "No, the Queen will use magic to repair it, just like that day, 7 gods above." Before Sir Mallister could say anything, a flame lit up under their feet. Chapter 764. The glacier under their feet seemed to have a series of light bulbs buried inside and then pulled the switch. As the current flowed, the light bulbs lit up one by one. However, the red light was too dim and wavering. It was more like a candle flame swaying in the wind. 7 gods, the Great Wall is burning? No matter how dim the light was, it was still visible to the naked eye. Cries of surprise rang out from the Great Wall. Looking up, the entire Great Wall was covered in a thin layer of red light. In this snow-covered land, it looked like a rope of fire on the ground. The red light came from the magic within the Great Wall. The magic repaired the magic circle and drove it to operate slowly. The operating magic circle automatically gathered the magic between heaven and earth. This was a virtuous cycle. The magic flowed into the Great Wall and slowly filled the cracks in the glacier. Crack, crack, wherever the magic flowed, the glacier began to heal automatically. It was like a wound on the skin being healed by a healing spell. Sir Severn was stunned. "This is repairing the Great Wall? It's like a miracle." It was the same last time. Even though it was not the first time Sir Mallister had seen it, He was still very excited. As long as the Dragon Queen is here, we will not lose. Even if the Great Wall collapses, it can be rebuilt. I heard that 30 kilometers of the Great Wall collapsed at Eastwatch. Shadow Scholar Tamulin shook his head. Sir Mallister said in a low voice, we can build a stronghold first and then repair it at Eastwatch. 8,000 years ago, the Night Watchers could build 500 kilometers of the Great Wall. Can't we even build 30 kilometers? Even if it's repaired, the other ghosts might blow it down again. I heard that the king of the other ghosts got the Horn of Winter, Sir Severin said helplessly. This time it might be different, Sir Mallister said uncertainly. Don't worry, it's different this time. Even if the king of the other ghosts loses his voice, he won't be able to blow down another section of the Great Wall. Dark Castle Sir Elisa had a similar worry. The Dragon Queen comforted him with a proud expression. The Horn of Winter specifically targets the wind power of the weirwood, but I used a full set of firepower. I also adjusted the magic circle inside the Great Wall. I've been modifying the magic circle for the past 2 days. At this point, Danny's expression became a little strange. As she said 2 days ago, she had arranged for Blackie to inform the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. However, it was not until today that the repair of the Great Wall officially began. Because she found that the Great Wall was in a very special position. The Great Wall was in the front yard of the world, the Green Prophet Sanctuary was the gate, and to the north was another world. The area beyond the Great Wall was the buffer zone between the Westeros and the outside world. Such a special location also brought about special benefits to the Great Wall. First of all, the Great Wall was the place where the world's magic power gathered. 99% of the magic power used by the spell formations in the Great Wall came from this place. The last time Danny replenished the magic power of the Great Wall, the magic power of 2 Megalosaurus was of no use to a colossus like the Great Wall. Why was it able to last for so many years without being depleted? The main reason was that the area where the Great Wall was located was rich in mana. The mana of the Megalosaurus drove the magic circle, and after the magic circle was activated, it would automatically absorb the free mana in the air. This was also the reason why Melisandre's mana had improved so much after coming to the Great Wall. To explain it in Xianxia terms, the Great Wall was built in a blessed land. In addition to the rich magic power, the law of nature around the Great Wall was also very active. This gave Danny an idea. Could she use the Great Wall as her training ground? After that, she returned to the place where she first met the door god, the Long Night Fortress. Once, the Long Night Fortress was ruled by the Night King, and the Deviant Ghost Bride and the Night King ruled the Long Night Fortress for 13 years. Once, the most famous violation of guests' rights in Westeros occurred in the Long Night Fortress. Rat Chef was born in the Long Night Fortress kitchen. Once, the 79 guards escaped from the Long Night Fortress, but they were brought back and buried in ice. Once, a brave girl named Danny Flint learned from Hua Mulan, disguised as a man, and entered the Long Night Fortress as a night watchman. Later, her companions found out that she was a woman and she was raped to death. Once, the legendary hero Star Eye, Samian saw 2 hellhounds fighting in the Long Night Fortress. Once, Mad Axe slaughtered his own night watchman. Once, Dragon Queen entered the Black Gate in the Long Night Fortress, and then burned the Rat Chef to death. The Great Wall was a strange place in Westeros, and the Long Night Fortress was the most strange place in the Great Wall. Countless legendary events happened here, and countless legendary monsters appeared here. Danny revisited the Long Night Fortress and accidentally found a strange place. The door god was gone and the Black Gate had disappeared. However, there was a space behind the wall where the Black Gate was. She took a plastic bag and blew into it. The bag bulged and then she tied it with a rope. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was the bag, the Great Wall was the bag's mouth, and the strange space inside the Long Night Fortress was the space fold at the bag's mouth. Once, the door god's kingdom was placed here. Now Blackie opened the space door and Danny entered it. She was surprised to find that she heard the world singing. At the beginning of the world, the Song of Law was open to all creatures. The door god heard the Song of Wind, and then he sang his own Song of Wind. After that, the world gradually became stingy, and the Song of Law was hidden. Even the Holy Spirits could hardly hear the Song of the World. Anyway, Danny was learning meditation. Before she met the door god, she had never heard the Song of Law of the world. Now she heard it. She seemed to have returned to the beginning of the world. God, this is no longer a holy place for cultivation. This place itself is a treasure. Danny named it Source of the World, and made up her mind to occupy this treasure land. She spent 2 days modifying the magic circle so that the magic circle in the Great Wall could perfectly match Goldie. Well, Dragon Queen was busy every day, and she couldn't stay here even if she wanted to. However, she could let Megalosaurus stay. Megalosaurus was the source of magic and the control center of the magic circle of the Great Wall. It could also use the treasure land of the Great Wall to cultivate. Blackie, Little Green and Little White had to fight with the Dragon Queen. Little Red was too young and couldn't take on the responsibility. Thus, the 2.5-year-old Goldie was called over and stuffed into the Great Wall to act as a battery. I feel that Goldie will surpass the three of you and become the big brother, Danny said to the three big dragons with a strange smile. This wasn't a joke. From now on, whenever Danny cultivated, she would be with Goldie as a dragon spirit. Goldie might not be able to grasp the Song of Law that she mastered, but he would always be watching, listening, and experiencing it personally in the form of a dragon spirit. Wouldn't his experience increase by leaps and bounds? Also, staying in a place like the source of the world all year round, even a pig could become a spirit. No matter how stupid Megalosaurus was, it was still smarter than a pig, right? Caw caw caw. Very good. You actually left Megalosaurus in the Great Wall to maintain the magic circle. That's great. Dark Castle, the 9th floor of the King's Tower. At the window, a red-eyed crow flapped its wings excitedly. Even if the King of Strange Ghosts returns to the Great Wall with the Winter Horn, the Great Wall won't collapse. After the Great Wall's magic circle was activated, the temperature of Dark Castle didn't rise? Danny was puzzled. Of course it didn't rise. In the future, when the sun is completely extinguished, the temperature will drop even lower. The Great Wall can only slow down the temperature drop, but it can't increase the temperature. Only the new sun can bring summer to the world. The excitement in the crow's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of helplessness. You haven't found the King of Strange Ghosts? Danny asked again. The King of Strange Ghosts took 1/10 of the Green Prophet's seal. I can't spy on its tracks through the trees, but I can guess its direction, the crow said in a heavy tone. Danny said calmly, I don't need you to guess. It's Winterfell, right? If it wants to take over the northern region, it won't let Winterfell go. Will you save Winterfell? Bran's voice was as light as a gust of wind. That depends on whether it's worth rescuing. I think it's worth it. Winterfell can be the bridgehead to stop the strange ghosts, Bran quickly said. Danny waved her hand and said, I don't care what you think. I want what I think. Dark Castle's affairs have come to an end. I'll go to Winterfell personally. Now you should give me the reward for repairing the Great Wall. Bran looked deeply at her and spread his wings to fly into the dark sky. After a while, a group of crows flew over from the north. There were too many crows circling above Dark Castle like a dark cloud. The already dim sky became even darker. The night watchers below were all alarmed and they all pointed at the sky. Danny didn't care about what they thought. She sent a mental wave to the crows in the sky and said, I'm the chosen successor of your mother goddess. I can give you a new life. If you're tired of your current life, you can start a second life with me. If you don't want to leave the three-eyed crow, I won't force you. Just as she finished speaking, a ray of fire shot out from Dragon Queen's left eye. It was like a fluorescent gauze that flew 7 to 8 meters in the sky. Suddenly, it expanded and transformed into a cawing crow. When the crow flew into the sky, the other crows looked at it in surprise. Look at it. It looks like Carbon Tooth. It's Carbon Tooth. I remember that Carbon Tooth and fruit left with the human queen. Carbon Tooth, where have you been these days? Feels like you've changed. The crows were chattering in a language that humans couldn't understand. Carbon Tooth? I'm not Carbon Tooth. Carbon Tooth sounds terrible. My name is Fog. You can call me Little Fog. The big crow cawed loudly. Pom. It exploded into a bright red sun. It was about the size of a plate. In the middle of the sun there was a little girl's face. At this moment the little girl's face was scrunched up. She looked left and right and pouted. This place is so cold. Don't you feel cold? Carbon Tooth turned into a fireball. Carbon Tooth, is this your second life? It's so strange. Carbon Tooth, it's so cold. If you turn into a fireball, will it be extinguished? The big crows sensed that the little sun's form had changed, but its aura hadn't changed. They weren't afraid and they all surrounded Little Fog and cawed. Oh look, a sun appeared in the sky. Are you stupid? How can there be such a small sun? It must be Dragon Queen's fire magic. Don't you think that the sky is much brighter? It's like a small sun. It's too dark. If you hang an oil lamp on the Great Wall, the people below will think that it's like a sun. It's different. On the ground, the night watchers also started shouting. Palm. The little sun changed again. Under the instigation of the crows, little Fog turned into a beautiful girl who flapped her dragonfly wings. This is my daily form. Little Fog pulled on her skirt made of flower petals and twirled around proudly. So ugly. Mother Goddess, Carbon Tooth has become so ugly. He looks like a human. Chapter 765. If a person looked like a pig, would you say that she was ugly? By analogy, if a pig looked like a human, would other pigs despise it for being ugly? It was the same for the children of the forest. I'm not ugly. I look like Mother Goddess. I'm proud. Little Mist put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. As a human, you and Danny Alice aren't ugly, but you used to sing praises of the earth. The children of the forest are the most beautiful creatures in the world. Even Mother Goddess said so. You can't be too harsh. Carbon Tooth has already started a second life. It's normal for him to change forms. That's right. No matter how ugly humans are, they're still better looking than crows. That's true. Look at Carbon Tooth's wings. They're sparkling like fire crystals. They're much prettier than us. The crows cawed. Some despised them while others thought Little Mist was pretty. Do you want to go with Mother Goddess? I'm quite lonely by myself. Little Mist widened her eyes and said pitifully, "Where's Mugwa? Didn't Mugwa leave with you?" A crow asked curiously. Mugwa? You mean Afu? Sigh, she was burned away by Mother Goddess. Little Mist sighed. Burned away? The crows were shocked. Mugwa is dead? She's not dead. Little Mist hurriedly said. Oh, I thought she was dead. The crows heaved a sigh of relief. Little Mist continued, she's not completely dead. I think it's worse than death. There's only one left. She scratched the back of her head and thought for a while before saying, Afu was burned away by Mother Goddess's divine fire. Her soul was destroyed. Only her life imprint is left. Hiss, the sky warmed up because thousands of crows sucked in a breath of cold air. That's too scary. The crows were trembling. Little Mist, what nonsense are you talking about? Dragon Queen ground her teeth below. Little Mist touched her chin and spaced out for a while before remembering her duty. She hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. This is what it's like to start a second life. You'll all be burned away and then, caw, I'm afraid of fire. I don't want to be burned away. How painful would it be to have one's soul scattered? It's better to quietly blend into the trees and the earth. The crows were even more frightened, and they directly interrupted Xiao Wu's next words. It doesn't hurt, the fire doesn't hurt at all. Look at me. Little Fog turned around and turned back into a little sun with a human face. She said proudly, When Mother Goddess ate hot pot, she let me squat under the pot and boil the soup in a short while. I'm hotter than ordinary flames, so how can I be hurt by fire? That makes sense. If they all turn into fireballs, they shouldn't be afraid of being burned by fire. The crows were skeptical. Well, it should only become a fireball after being burned, not a fireball first and then calcined. Back then, Little Mist had also been burned until she cried out in pain. Unfortunately, after becoming a fire spirit, she had forgotten all of her memories. What's the matter with the wooden fruit? Why is she still a life imprint? Why didn't she become like you? A crow asked in confusion. All living beings in the world have their own attributes. Generally speaking, they are more compatible with one of the four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. I am closer to fire element, so I burned it into a life imprint and reincarnated into a fire spirit. Little Fog sighed. Afu is unlucky. She is neither a fire spirit nor a wind spirit. However, Mother Goddess hasn't sung the Song of Water and Song of Earth, so she can't turn into another elemental spirit. But don't worry, when Mother Goddess sings her own Song of Earth and Water, even if it's just the beginning, Afu can immediately start a second life. What? Danny Rise wants to gather the songs of the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water? Bran was too shocked and couldn't help but interrupt. Her ambition is too big. If she really gathers the songs of the four elements, won't she become the divine king? She's daydreaming. Long live Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess is omnipotent. Mother Goddess will definitely gather the songs of the four elements and become the world's first divine king. Little Fog turned back into a little spirit, raised her little fist and shouted fanatically. Danny facepalmed. She was just showing herself and pulling people into her group. Such a simple task, yet she managed to do it like this. Mother Goddess's secret has been exposed by you. Danny Rise, you're lucky to be able to sing the Song of Wind and Song of Fire at the same time. Even if it's 2 songs of the elements, you'll still feel the lack of time to cultivate, right? You can't master all the laws in the world. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Bran went straight to Dany and advised her. Cultivation is my own business. Why are you so agitated? Dany said in annoyance. Bran said in a low voice, this isn't just about you. Don't forget your mission. Don't let down Mother Goddess's trust in you. If you can't sing a complete song of the laws before the night ends, the world will be doomed. Unless you're willing to sacrifice yourself to help Lalo and let him summon the sun. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Dany waved her hand and said impatiently. What do you mean? You don't have time to waste. You don't have time to take the wrong path. Bran was a little angry. Since you're in such a hurry, why don't you help me with all your might? You said you want crows. I've brought all the crows here. As long as they're willing, they can all follow you. It's already like this. How do you want me to help you? Bran said angrily. Help me convince them. Don't push your luck. The crows are my companions, not slaves. You make it sound like I'm going to make them slaves. After a pause, Dany asked curiously, I thought you'd give the mission of summoning the sun to Jon Stark. I hope so. Unfortunately, he lacks too much opportunity compared to you. Bran's words were filled with resentment. Mother Goddess's inheritance should have been given to Jon. Mother Goddess, I've convinced 200 crows. After a short moment, Xiao Wu excitedly led a group of crows and landed on the balcony of the king's tower. She proudly reported the results to the Dragon Queen. The crows opened their red, gold, or green eyes and sized her up curiously. Only 200? Dany was dissatisfied. Bran didn't go back on his words. He brought all the crows here and there were close to 4,000 of them. In the past, there were only 3,000 crows as animal companions. They were busy running around for the three-eyed crow. The other 1,000 crows were too old and their souls were too tired. They didn't do missions anymore, and they usually slept on the weirwood. Now they were all here. However, Xiao Wu only managed to get 200 of her companions. Well, without Xiao Wu, there might be more crows who came to seek refuge with the Dragon Queen. When Dany thought of this, she looked at the little guy with a gaze filled with resentment. What's wrong? Mother Goddess, there are 200 of them. Xiao Wu had a blank expression. Forget it. I'll let someone else speak next time. Looking at the crows on the windowsill, Dany completely excluded Xiao Wu from the propaganda team. I'm going to Dragonstone Island. Do you want to come with me? Dany looked at Mance and his wife and asked. Mance's expression was serious. He shook his head and said, most of the free people on the Great Wall were recruited by me from beyond the Great Wall. How can I leave when they are fighting with their lives on the line? Do you think the battle in the south will be easier than in Dark Castle? Dany disagreed. Also, your son is still on Dragonstone Island. He's 2 years old now, right? No, he's 2 months and 7 days away from 2 years old, Dana quickly corrected. Do you miss him? Dany asked. The female savage's gentle and beautiful face was filled with deep longing. Of course I miss him. I dream of him every day, but I can't leave his father. He can live a good life on Dragonstone Island. He's safe and I can rest assured. As she spoke, Dana's eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. Mance patted his wife's shoulder and said comfortingly, if King Strange Ghost really crosses the neck and goes to the south, we'll go to Dragonstone Island. What about you? Dany turned her gaze to the silent savage Princess Whale. Do you want to go to Winterfell? You haven't seen Jon for almost half a year, right? Whale frowned and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, I don't want to be his vassal. Besides, he doesn't need me. Lastly, Huthfire, the Amber family's castle. Excluding the Night Watcher's castle, this was the northernmost castle in the Seven Kingdoms. The weather in the north was cold. Huthfire was not like Winterfell, built on top of a hot spring. Its architecture was more in line with the style of the Northerners. They built their houses underground. Not the entire house was built underground. Half of it was underground and the other half was above ground. It could also be said that it was a stone building with a multi-story basement. In the summer they lived above ground and in the winter they lived underground. Ordinary villagers would dig holes underground and build multi-story wooden houses at the bottom of the holes. The Amber family wouldn't do that. After all, they were earls with thousands of years of history. They were a prominent duke in the north. Their main castle was similar to the Taiha Palace in the Forbidden City. It wasn't the architecture but the foundation. Both used earth as a platform and on top of the platform, grand buildings were built. However, the Taiha Palace was built directly on the platform, while Huthfire's castle was built on top of the platform with multiple stories of basements. The buildings that were exposed above the platform were also very low. The edges of the V-shaped roof even reached the ground. The structure of Huthfire was also very simple. It was 100 meters wide and 200 meters long. It was a long strip facing north and south. The forest of heavenly trees was in the north and took up 40 meters. The castle on the platform was 50 meters long and wide. Around the main castle were towers, stables, and warehouses. The castle was surrounded by a stone wall that was 18 meters tall. The top of the wall was wide enough for 2 horses to walk side by side. Of course, just like Winterfell outside Huthfire, there was a market for the commoners. Was the 18 meters tall city wall tall? Not to mention the great celestial empire, even in the southern Westeros 18 meters was considered very tall. But it was different in the north. In the vast plains of the north, the snow in winter could be 10 meters thick. With the walls blocking the wind, snowflakes could accumulate to 15 meters and even overflow the walls. For example, in the original plot, why didn't Theon fall to his death when he jumped off the Winterfell walls with the fake Arya? That was because the Winterfell walls were 15 meters tall and the snow outside the walls was 12 meters thick. Jumping down was like landing on a cotton blanket. In previous years, even if the snow overflowed the walls, the people in the castle wouldn't be afraid of an enemy attack. To attack Huthfire, one had to cross thousands of kilometers of snow and ice. A large army couldn't cross, and a small army attacking the Earl's castle was equivalent to suicide. But this time a large army came. They stepped lightly on the snow and it was easier than walking. The walls were lost immediately. As Dany led the 3 dragons past Huthfire, she saw a scene similar to the one in the game from her past life. Corpses with glowing blue eyes crawled all over the squarish Huthfire citadel, and even the roofs. Chapter 766. Huthfire Main Castle, the staircase leading to the second level of the basement. The biting sounds of deviant ghosts, the battle cries of warriors, the clashing of weapons, and the desperate cries of humans came from the main hall above ground. Dear gods, we should listen to the night watchers and leave the north immediately. We should go to Winterfell, the valley, or even Bravos. Amber closed his eyes and said in despair. He did not even dare to turn his head because the basement of the second level was filled with children and women who were hugging their children's heads and crying softly. He was ashamed and did not dare to look at them. He was the second son of Jon the Elder. After his elder brother Junior Jon died in the Red Wedding and his father Elder Jon was rescued by King Aegon from Conch River City, the 14-year-old Ide became the official successor of Huthfire. He was supposed to be the guardian of Huthfire, protecting his subjects and family in the castle. When deviant ghosts were rampaging in the town outside the castle, he went up the castle walls and fought with the enemy. His swordsmanship was not high, but because he had the strong physique and tall stature of the Amber family, he slaughtered his way through the pile of corpses, waving his sword and sending limbs flying. But those severed limbs slowly but steadily crawled towards him. Severed hands grabbed his boots, heads opened their mouths to bite his cloak, and even dead people who were cut in half at the waist, even if they only had 2 long legs and half of their abdomen left, still had a pot of rancid intestines splashed on his face. At that time he slid to the ground and did not dodge, but used his face to receive that pot of feces and intestines. That taste, he fainted immediately. Then he was dragged back to the main castle by the guards. When he regained consciousness, his 12-year-old sister Anna cried and told him. The town had fallen, the castle walls had fallen, the platform outside the main castle had fallen, the deviant ghosts had charged into the castle hall, and the next and final battle was on the basement level. There were no warriors on the basement level, only women, the elderly and children. The main hall has fallen, retreat to the next level and guard the staircase. Ah. Direwolves, no. Use fire, torches, quick. Bastard, I'll kill you. Soon, B1 was also filled with suffocating black smoke, swaying red light and thick cold fog. Dead people could not scream. Only the roars and howls of humans could be heard echoing in every room of the basement. My lord, we must make a decision as soon as possible. Huthfire's guard captain found Count Ide and said sorrowfully. I am willing to live and die with Huthfire. Ide gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice trembling. But those women and children, the head of the guards had lost his helmet. His grayish-brown hair, which was wet with blood, sweat and ice water, stuck to his dark and rough scalp. There were a few bite marks on his square face, and half of his cheek was almost bitten off. Every time he spoke, air would pass through the teeth marks and form a string of tiny bubbles in the bloody wound. There were 3 deep scratches on his chest armor, which had almost pierced through the steel plate. These injuries were all caused by the direwolf ghouls. If it were zombies, he would have joined the zombie army long ago. Luckily, the ghouls were magical and not sci-fi. Alright, there are always losses. Zombies could headshot, so they had no need for weapons. Ghouls, on the other hand, were not afraid of headshots. Normal weapons could not deal damage to their vitals. Dying in the fire is better than becoming a monster. The head of the guard's words leaked out, revealing the despair and determination in his heart. The so-called final struggle began from B2, using kerosene to ignite the entire castle, and perished together with the ghouls and other ghouls that had entered the castle. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have hesitated. When I received the messenger crow from Dark Castle, I should have left Huthfire through the river. I'd hugged his head and said in pain, "Leave through the ghouls' river, the river is already frozen." The head of the guard spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. "It's frozen? I remember that half a month ago, there were longboats transporting large amounts of food for us along the Mo River," Ed Amber said doubtfully. Amber was, after all, an old noble who had lived for thousands of years. He was used to the simple lifestyle of the Northerners, and he did not have a Linus daughter-in-law. He finally had some gold at home which he used to buy food in Bravos. This was John's request, and he knew that the eternal night was real. Probably on the day the Great Wall collapsed, a thin layer of ice formed on the river. The head of the guard's face was ashen. He shook his head and sighed. The Northern Territory is finished and the river is frozen. Are the White Blade River, Winterfell, the Wailing River, Terrorhold, and the Shattering River, Horwood Castle, exceptions? Stark, Bolton, and the rest are all finished. They have nowhere to run. Woo woo woo. The women who overheard their conversation no longer suppressed their emotions. They burst into tears, and in a short while, the whole castle was filled with their cries. Sir Cruz, go make the arrangements." Id Amber's eyes dimmed, and he waved his hand dispiritedly. Boom, a loud explosion came from above, and the whole basement shook violently. Mud slid down the wooden planks on the ceiling. The violent and hot air rushed out from the stairway from basement 1 to basement 1. The army of the dead on the stairs were like pieces of paper in the wind, and they were blown into the hall. The people in the basement felt their ears ring for a moment. What's going on? Ide patted his ears and looked at the ceiling in shock. There was silence, and there was no second explosion. The head of the guards avoided the ghoul fire and walked out of the stairway to basement 2. He stuck his head out to look at the entrance to basement 1. When he saw the red flames floating in with the wind, he suddenly realized and shouted in joy, "Someone is here to save us, it's a kerosene bomb." So fast? Our messenger crow was just sent away less than an hour ago. Winterfell and Dark Castle couldn't have arrived so quickly. Ide Amber was puzzled. No matter how puzzled they were, they accepted reality happily. After the explosion, more than half of the ghouls in basement 1 collapsed. The soldiers of Huthfire didn't know what was going on, but their morale was boosted. They charged forward bravely and their swords burned the ghouls. 10 minutes later, they cleared all the ghouls in basement 1. Ide Amber, under the protection of 3 shield bearers, carefully climbed out of basement 1. Just as he stuck his head out, Ide's body stiffened and he was stunned. "Did you see it clearly? What happened upstairs? Why did they only throw the kerosene bomb once?" The head of the guards behind him asked anxiously. "I saw it. Fire, there's fire everywhere." Ide Amber said in a daze. "There's no danger," the shield bearer said and walked out of the stairway. Then a group of soldiers followed the young earl out. The head of the guards understood what Ide Amber meant. Yes, fire, there were bonfires everywhere. It was as if the entire castle was raining fire. High platforms, stairs, courtyards, walls, roofs, there were bonfires everywhere. They were densely packed and the smell of burning corpses filled the air. They saw clearly that every bonfire was a burning corpse. The number of ghouls was as dense as the number of ghouls. The castle was silent, and only the crackling of the burning corpses could be heard. Black smoke and red flames filled the sky. In this cold winter night, they felt a heat they hadn't felt in summer. Only these few people left? Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the main hall of the castle. Who's there?" Ide Amber stood on his tiptoes, widened his eyes and tried his best to look. But his vision was blocked by the red flames and he couldn't see anything. Well, the main hall of the castle was filled with ghouls and even the roof was stacked. Now they all turned into burning matches. The roof was blown away and the corpses in the hall were piled up like a mountain. The red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, and the thick smoke covered the sky. Walala. The reed-like flames in front of them came to life. They moved to the sides like soldiers in formation and made a 2-meter-wide path. At the end of the path, there was a tall throne carved from red iron ore. There were 3 steps, and including the back of the chair, it was 2 meters high. But everyone's eyes were attracted by the young woman in blue and white armor who was sitting lazily on the steps with her hand on her forehead. Her long sword was placed on the steps, and her mask was pulled up, revealing a face like the autumn moon. But her delicate facial features couldn't hide her valiant appearance, and her domineering temperament. Looking down on everything, it was all an illusion. Dragon Queen only felt a little bored, and she was worried about the situation in the north. Then she sat on the steps and thought, while absorbing a large amount of Ghoul's spiritual essence. She didn't have any intention of shaking her body and releasing the aura of a king. The people of Fireplace Castle thought she was domineering, because in the blazing red flames in front of her, there was a ferocious black dragon with half-closed eyes lying on the ground. Put a dog on the back of a megalosaurus and people would think it was the ruler of dogs. In an instant, everyone understood the identity of the female ruler. Dragon Queen. They were shocked and delighted. With the Dragon Queen's arrival, they were finally saved. But in less than 15 minutes, the Dragon Queen had wiped out the endless ghouls in Fireplace Castle. How did she do it? Even though the flames made a path, Amber and the castle guards couldn't walk over to thank the Dragon Queen. Because the flames burned around her and the megalosaurus, the bricks on the ground were boiling hot, and the iron swords and armor on the ground were even burning red. The dragon and the man didn't feel anything and they were relaxed. But they couldn't stand it. Even standing in the side hall, far away, they were sweating profusely, and their cheeks were red. They almost fainted from the heat. Blackie stayed outside, and the Dragon Queen was invited into the basement hall. Under the light of the torch, Danny saw hundreds of sad and lost faces. These are the only ones left. Amber said bitterly. Fireplace Castle originally had more than 15,000 townsfolk. The town outside the castle fell immediately, and the castle walls couldn't stop the ghouls. Normal swords and knives couldn't kill the ghouls. In less than half an hour, only those of us hiding in the castle survived. More than 50 guards, more than 400 old, weak women and children. It was terrible. Tomorrow, a team of pterosaurs will come and send you to Winterfell, or somewhere in the south. Danny sighed. This was the long night. Not everyone was as strong as her. Normal people didn't have the megalosaurus and didn't have magic. Facing the tide of ghouls, they were like people who didn't know how to swim in a tsunami. They struggled and splashed and then were swept away by the waves. Your Majesty, you seem to have killed all the ghouls. Is Fireplace Castle safe? Hearing that the Dragon Queen wanted to send the pterosaurs to take them away, Amber was in a dilemma. Killed all? Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. Take a guess, how many ghouls attacked Fireplace Castle? Endless, at least 40,000 of them. The head of the guards, Sir Cruz, said confidently. Wrong. Danny held up 2 fingers. Only 2. 2? That's impossible. How can there only be 2 of them among the densely packed dead? Dragon Queen's words caused an uproar in the hall. Everyone looked at her strangely. Could it be that the domineering Dragon Queen couldn't do math? Chapter 767. You don't know how to differentiate between deviant ghosts and ghouls? Danny's tone was even stranger as she faced the strange gazes of the soldiers. The soldiers looked at each other, not understanding the situation. On the other hand, Captain Cruz and Amber were deep in thought. This is the first time we've seen a real undead. The previous message sounded as distant as Grandma's story. Cruz smiled bitterly. News of deviant ghosts appeared a few years ago, right? I've been promoting the United Front against deviant ghosts. Huthfire is the closest vassal to the Great Wall, yet we didn't prepare for it? Danny was bewildered. How could we prepare? We only know that dragon crystal weapons can deal with deviant ghosts, but dragon crystals are expensive, more expensive than white bread. We don't have the ability to store them in large quantities. Earlide said dejectedly. That was the truth. Although Danny was happily digging for dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island, dragon crystal ores would only appear near volcanoes. How many volcanoes were there in this world? The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was larger than Earth, but the only places with active volcanoes were Dragonstone Island and Valeglia. Other places had volcanoes. For example, the Children of the Forest dragon crystal weapons came from beyond the Great Wall. In the East-West trade, Asia's dragon crystals were one of the most important exports. This meant that Asia and beyond the Great Wall once had volcanoes. But after thousands of years the Earth core fire dwindled, and the volcanoes were extinguished. Actually, even with the dragon crystal weapons, we can't defend the castle. A few years ago, during the War of the Four Kings, Huthfire's male population was almost depleted. We don't have enough manpower, the captain said bitterly. That was the truth. During the first harvest feast after Robb led his army to the south, the two acting castellans of Huthfire requested Bran Stark. After Robb left, the 8-year-old Bran became the acting Winterfell castellan, to help them harvest their crops and defend against the barbarians from Seal Bay. Because the War of the Four Kings took too long, the Northern Territory's golden wheat was left to rot in the fields. More than 90% of the northern warriors that Robb took with him were farmers. You said before, even if it's a small town outside the walls, there are 15,000 people in Hearthstone. Dany frowned. 1,000 conscripted soldiers and at least 3,000 family members left behind. Sir Cruz's face was so bitter that he could wring out a big bowl of bitter gourd juice. We sent a total of 3,000 soldiers to follow King Robb to battle, but none of them came back. The rest are the old, the weak, women and children. Count Ide spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood. It's not that there are 15,000 citizens around Huthfire. Instead, all the commoners in House Amber's territory have moved to Fireplace for the winter. There are only 15,000 of us. How big was the territory of the Amboa family? At least it is bigger than South Korea. With such a large area, there were only 15,000 people left. P.S. You have to leave. Dany's tone became more determined after understanding the situation in Hearthstone. As you said, there are 40,000 ghouls attacking Hearthstone, but that's only a small portion of the total number of ghouls. Perhaps it's only 1%. If you don't leave, sooner or later you'll be wiped out by the zombies that make a comeback. 1%. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they cried out in surprise. That can't be right? If 40,000 ghouls is only 1%, then the total number is no more than 4 million? 4 million, dear gods. Ide Amboa's young face that was still covered in fine hair instantly turned as white as snow. Perhaps it was only 1 million at first, but... Dany looked around. You're all used to burials, right? Even the corpses in the graves, they won't let them go? Do they still have any humanity left? Captain Cruz's expression was grim. Why do you think they have humanity? Dany asked curiously. Why would the gods allow such monsters to appear? Sir Cruz muttered. Now that they have appeared, we can only accept the reality and study their habits and weaknesses. The living dead that are resurrected from the dead are ghouls, and ghouls are resurrected from other ghosts, and are also controlled by them. Killing a different ghost, all the ghouls under its control will die, and become rotten corpses again. I understand now. Ide Amboa suddenly understood. His Majesty must have killed a different ghost, and then all the ghouls under its control in Fireplace Castle died. I was wondering, there were hundreds of ghouls on the second floor, and half of them died after the explosion. Dany nodded and smiled. Something like that. At that time, there was a different ghost standing on the platform in front of the castle, looking proud as if savoring the fruits of victory. But it stood there alone, and it stood out so much that I couldn't help but throw a dragon flame fireball at it. But it was only one of the different ghosts that attacked Fireplace Castle, and there was another one outside the castle. Seeing that the situation was not good, it immediately disbanded the ghouls and hid in the snow forest. I was worried about falling into an ambush, so I only cleared the remaining ghouls in the castle and did not chase after it. You can imagine, when I leave with just the other ghost that escaped, it will be difficult for you all to survive. Ide Amboa expressed his gratitude to the Dragon Queen helplessly, and then agreed to leave his hometown according to her arrangements. Since they had decided to leave, the people of Fireplace Castle began to prepare their luggage. Food and valuables were sealed in the deepest part of the basement, and the pterosaurs could only carry a limited amount of weight, so they could not bring anything other than warm clothes. Ide Amboa and the guard captain were busy in the basement, while Dany climbed up the tower to face the cold wind and closed her eyes to cultivate. With the little golden dragon spirit, her consciousness returned to the strange space inside the Great Wall, and the laws of the world were open to her. Just like the holy spirits at the beginning of the world, she could directly listen to the Song of Laws. Before this, she had the 3 megalosaurus breathe fire along the wall, melting the snow that was more than 10 meters thick into water, which flowed into the river. This way, even if the other ghosts returned, the wall would be able to hold them off for a while. Just like that, half a day passed and Dany, who was cultivating in silence, was awakened by the creaking of the gate. Looking down, she saw a group of more than 100 people holding spears and carrying bows. They seemed to be preparing to leave the city for battle. "What are you all doing?" Danny looked down at the crowd and asked loudly. "Ah, it's the Dragon Queen." There was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that they had wanted to avoid her to do something bad, but now that they were caught red-handed, they were panicking. Danny's eyes narrowed. There were men and women in those people, but all of them had white hair. There was not a single adult, nor was there a single child. She was getting more and more curious. She leaped down and landed from the 18-meter-high wall like a piece of cotton, causing another round of exclamations from the crowd below. "Where are you all going?" Danny's gaze was stern as she scanned the old men in tattered fur coats. They lowered their heads, embarrassed. Finally, a lame old man with green eyes stepped forward and bowed to the Dragon Queen, saying, "Your Majesty, we are going out to hunt. Perhaps you will be able to eat fresh roasted venison tonight." "Nonsense, where would there be deer in this kind of weather? Also, there are other ghosts hiding in the forest. Are you all going to die?" Danny said calmly. Other ghosts?" Someone shouted in a low voice as if awakened. "There are other ghosts outside the city. We can't become the living dead." "Sai, what should we do?" An old warrior stomped his spear and sighed. "Your Majesty, I am Tukazamber, Big John's uncle. Can I have a word with you?" The lame old man approached Danny and whispered. There was a faint pleading in his voice. Danny felt it and could not bear to reject him. Then they went around a pile of black snow that had been burnt by the ghoul fire, avoiding the eyes and ears of the crowd. "Sai, to be honest, we are really going out to hunt. But the people of the northern region hunt in winter for a different reason," the old lame man said bitterly. Danny suddenly remembered what De Xiong had said. The old men of the northern region would pick up their bows and arrows and tell the young people that they were going out to hunt when winter came. But they never came back after they went out. They were not going out to hunt at all. They left the village because there was not enough food at home to survive the winter. They had to leave the food for the young people. "You only have so few people. Isn't the food enough?" Danny frowned. The old lame man's eyes lit up and he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this mysterious and powerful Dragon Queen also knew about the glorious tradition of the people of the northern region. "If Fireplace Castle can be defended, we can hold on for a few more years. But you said before that the pterosaur can't carry so many people at once. Besides, if we go to Winterfell or other places, there won't be enough food to eat. I've lived long enough and know better than anyone that during the rebellion of the Four Kings, the northern region didn't have any food reserves. Even if there were no other ghosts, more than 3 years of winter would starve the northern region to death. Now the long night is here. We have lived long enough. Let's leave more chances for survival to the young people." The old lame man sighed. Listening to a story and experiencing it firsthand was different. When she heard De Xiong's story, Danny didn't feel anything. Now, an old man was standing in front of her and saying the most desperate words with the most honest attitude. She was deeply shocked and even more agitated. "Ridiculous, too ridiculous. I won't allow such a thing to happen in front of me. Go back and take them all back with you. I'll stay at Fireplace Castle for a few more days. The pterosaur will transport all of you to the south in batches." Her face was red as she pointed at the castle gate and shouted. Dragon Queen's voice was too loud and agitated. The group of old men at the castle gate crept over and tiptoed to watch. The old lame man glared at his old companions who were peeping. Then he turned to Dragon Queen and looked into her determined purple eyes. He said with a wry smile, "Such things happen in the northern region every winter. You can stop it this time, but can you change everything in the past? Can you stop everything in the future? I reckon that the old men in the other castles have started to take action. You can't change all of this. The past can't be changed. The future is uncertain. Perhaps the northern region will get rid of this bad habit in the future. But I'm only concerned about the present. As long as I can change the tragedy that's happening in front of me, that's enough," Danny said seriously. "Tragedy? It was you who stopped me that led to this tragedy. Thousands of years of history have proven this point. Either one lives or the whole family dies. This isn't a bad habit. We northern region people have been able to reproduce for tens of thousands of years because of the old men's fearlessness and sacrifice." The old lame man's tone was full of pride, as if he was about to carry out a holy and glorious mission. Danny waved her hand and said firmly, "Come with me to Crabclaw Peninsula and Dragonstone Island. I'll take care of you. I've been helping the refugees in the Three River Basin and saved thousands of people. I don't need you old men." Chapter 768. To be honest, after hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Old Cripple was very touched. The legends were true. Every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide if he was great or mad. Old Cripple had experienced the era of the Mad King and knew how mad he was. Now that he saw the Mad King's daughter being so saintly, he was filled with emotions. Your Majesty, I am very touched by your actions, but I do not agree. Old Cripple decided to let the Dragon Queen understand that being too saintly would only lead to an even more disadvantageous situation. You must understand that the total amount of food is fixed. If I eat one more piece of bread, the children will have one less piece of bread in the future. Perhaps you have enough food now to feed all of us, but 3 years later, 5 years later? In the War of the Four Kings, it is not only the north that will be crippled. Hajian, the west, the royal territory, the stormlands and the riverbend will not have any harvest. Last time, the long night lasted for a generation. This time it will only last for 5 years. In the foreseeable future, the 7 kingdoms will experience a large-scale food shortage. Today, saving us useless old fogies who can't even lift a sword is just an illusory mercy. Before the long night ends, we will all starve to death. In the future, let the entire human race live on and survive the long night. That is the true mercy. Old Cripple was so sincere that he was almost touching himself. To think that I have such resolve. As expected, I should emulate those who are worthy. I did not have such noble thoughts before because I have not seen the great and benevolent king. Now I have. Go back, go back. I have a way to solve the food shortage. Don't worry too much. Even an old dog can guard the door at night. You are not that old, there will be a suitable job for you. Who knows, you might even see the next summer. The Dragon Queen did not appreciate his kindness, nor did she understand his great resolve. She only waved her hand impatiently and chased him back to the city. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Your Majesty, don't shout. Don't call the children. That will not be a good sight. Old Cripple kept shouting. That night, the stable in the northwest corner of Huthfire was suddenly set ablaze. The fire started very suddenly and spread very quickly. Dany arranged the 3 dragons to take turns to hover above the castle, in case King Ygwe led his army to kill her. Therefore, when the fire broke out, Dany was the first to receive the news. However, when she arrived, she only saw that the stables were packed full of elderly people. There were men and women, more than 100 of them, and they were all elderly. In the afternoon, they were forcefully chased away by the Dragon Queen, but at night, they gathered together, splashed oil all over their bodies and set themselves on fire. Don't save me, I can't save him either. Dany's face was livid. When she entered the burning stable and waved away the raging flames, the old cripple's eyes were about to melt, but he still sensed her arrival. Let us die with dignity. How shameful it is for an old man to eat bread made from the last of his children's wheat. If he died, at least he could make one last contribution to the children who were still alive. Alas, I was once young. For the past few decades, I would see old people going out to hunt every winter. There's not enough food, someone has to starve to death. If someone has to die, let us old people die. He was in a daze and spoke incoherently, but what he said was the same. Don't worry about us, this is the best place for us to go. Dany stood in the middle of the half-burnt corpses. The flames raged, but they could not get close to her. However, the smell of burnt meat and the painful moans before death made her feel tormented. After a while, she closed her eyes and activated Requiem. All the old people who were crying in pain fainted. Then the fire, like a flood breaking through a dam, filled the entire shed in an instant. The next morning, Big Bear brought 40 pterosaurs and landed in the last fireplace castle. Big Bear, Garth, and Quillo rode the pterosaurs with her to the Great Wall, but when she repaired the wall, the 3 of them, Pockmarked Face Richard, and 7 other pterosaur knights left. Dark Castle could not afford the daily food of 10 pterosaurs. After all, pterosaurs were legendary creatures. Even ravens could survive in the northern snow, so there was no reason for them to freeze to death. However, there was a prerequisite. They had to be provided with a lot of fresh meat. When they were full, they would not be cold. However, the colder it was, the faster they would get hungry. Barristan was transporting the Unsullied and volunteers to Dragonstone Island. The 30 pterosaurs were the transport planes. Dany came to Fireplace Castle. After deciding to save people, she sent a message to Dragonstone Island and asked the pterosaur army to come and rescue this group of people first. Speaking of which, Barristan's volunteers were almost finished. The pterosaur army's task was not heavy. Your Majesty, this is the tradition of the people of the North. Since the fire in the stable last night, Dragon Queen did not return to Fireplace Castle. She only sat cross-legged on the city gate tower, in a daze. After Big Bear and the others heard the reason, they were worried that the queen would be affected. Under the lead of Eyed Amber, they came to the city gate tower. After seeing the Dragon Queen, they were a little surprised. The tower had no walls. Other than the circular dome, there were holes in all four sides. The wind and snow poured in directly and covered the ground with snow. However, the Dragon Queen was clean. The area around her was also clean and dry. It was as if the wind and snow had a life of its own and deliberately avoided her. "Your Majesty?" Big Bear called out carefully. A tradition that deserves to be eaten by the other ghosts. Danny ended her cultivation state and opened her eyes. She turned to look at the few people who came over. The North needs to implement the most comprehensive reform. The current productivity and production methods are too primitive. It's almost no different from when our ancestors crossed the narrow sea to the west 10,000 years ago. Change it to a rural commune at Slave Bay? Big Bear nodded thoughtfully. After the long night ends, we can arrange for the nobles of the North to study at Slave Bay for a few years. I'm afraid that after the long night ends, there won't be many nobles left in the North. Garth Hyder's expression was serious. Fireplace Castle is not an exception. I suspect that Keho City, Deepwood Castle, and other castles near the north have all been attacked by the other ghosts. Do you want to go to Keho City to take a look? It's just next door at Seal Bay, Eyed Amber said worriedly. Let's leave here first. I'll go take a look. Danny stood up. Keho City in the House of Stark was only 500 to 600 kilometers away from Fireplace Castle. It would take the Megalosaurus about 3 to 4 hours to fly there and back. She did not go there herself. She only let Whitey take a detour in the southeast direction. Actually, Keho City could no longer be called Keho City in the House of Stark. The current owner of Keho City was the Thurn family. When she watched the TV series Game of Power, Danny only felt that the male lead was a little know-nothing and a little silly. She did not think that he had any great political skills. She was wrong. In other words, the TV series Game of Power had played the role of an idiot. The real Awkward was not only sensitive to politics, but was also naturally proficient in political tactics. For example, he killed Slint in Dark Castle, Chapter 431, to avenge his father. For example, he cleaned up Rob's mess and completely solved the hidden danger of Stark Card. Ricard Stark Card, who was beheaded by Rob, had 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Harrion, was captured by Lannister. The second son, Ide, and the third son, Torrin, died in battle for Robb. Only the daughter, Yali, was left at home. Ricard also had an uncle called Elf. Elf had 2 sons and 3 grandchildren. Elf secretly sided with Bolton, but purposely brought his second son and 3 grandchildren to Erlu as spies. Elf's eldest son, Cregan, planned to forcefully marry his niece, Yali, in order to become the Count of Keho City. Yali was unwilling, so she fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Cregan thought that this was Stark Card's family matter. He chased her all the way to the Great Wall and asked for her release. Elf arrested her and locked her in an ice cellar under the Great Wall, where she froze to death. From Yali, Jon also found out that Elf was a spy. He then informed Erlu. With Erlu's personality, how could he tolerate betrayal? The 5 Stark Cards received their lunchboxes together. Thus, the Stark House of Stark had no male heirs, and Yali was the only direct descendant left. After that, Alf did something that angered all the Northerners. He married Yali to Magna of Thane. The Thane people were the only tribe among the barbarians who knew how to smelt bronze, establish law, and the concept of a lord. Because of this, the Thane people were the strongest force among the barbarians. They had thousands of tribal soldiers. However, this force was not owned by Dragon Queen. On the contrary, the new leader of the Thane people was very hostile to her because she killed the Lord of the Thane people, CD. When Danny went to the Great Wall for the first time, she happened to see Dark Castle being besieged by the barbarians who had climbed over the Great Wall. Magna of Thane, CD, was the leader of the barbarians. CD raised his axe and rushed towards the Dragon Queen, but was slashed in half by Whitey's tail. After that, CD's brother, Snow, was killed by Erlu. CD's son, Saigon, became the new lord of the Thane people. After all, CD had killed his father. No matter how strong or merciful the Dragon Queen was, Saigon would definitely hold a grudge against her. Thus, he and the Thane people did not go to the Queen's corner to be Dragon Queen's barbarians. Jon and Erlu both took a fancy to the Thane people's strength. Jon married Yali Ka Stark to Saigon, and Erlu accepted Saigon's allegiance as the king. Thus, Saigon officially established the Thane family. Its emblem was a white sun surrounded by crimson flames. The Stark House of Stark's emblem was a white sun. Except for the color, the two were almost identical. The meaning was very clear. Let Thane take Stark. With the help of Saigon's thousands of Thane warriors, Yali easily took back Karhold City. Nominally, Yali ruled Karhold City as the successor of her captured brother, Harion. In fact, her husband, Saigon, had become the true lord of Karhold City. John, the king of the north, and Erlu, the king of the Seven Kingdoms, recognized him. At this point, the blood feud between Stark and Stark had completely disappeared. In the War of Conquerors, Theon Bara, Aegon's illegitimate brother, married the daughter of the last Storm King, Lord of Storm's End Castle, Theon Bara. The Lord of Storm's End Castle was changed from Bara to Theon Bara. The Stark family was replaced by the Thane family almost yesterday. The House of Stark was no more. No matter how great the feud was, it was resolved. Also, because the Lord of Karhold City was replaced by the former barbarian, Saigon Thane, its ending was different from Hearth. The only thing that could stop them was the Great Wall. Now that it has fallen, the North is finished. Tens of thousands of ghouls are outside Karhold City. Duke Stark and King Stannis can't save us. They can't even save themselves. Saigon lamented. Saigon was a short, thin man. He wasn't handsome and his hairline had receded prematurely. He looked a little old, but he had always been gentle to his wife. Yali hugged the baby in her arms and cried, "But he's my child. He's my son too, but we have no choice. The soldiers don't even have many dragon crystal weapons. In 2 hours there will be no survivors left in Karhold City. No matter what, this poor child won't survive. If we hand him over, we can still protect thousands of our subjects." Saigon closed his eyes in pain. "Are you sure the dead will leave?" Yali loosened her arms. "I'm sure. It's no secret beyond the Great Wall." Saigon took the baby from his wife and choked out. Yali grabbed the baby and struggled. "Can't a commoner's child? It wants our child now. Our child has a noble bloodline." Woo-woo. Yali covered her face with her hands. "Why is this happening? What?" Then, through Whitey's vision, Dany saw a peaceful Karhold City with smoke rising from its chimneys. The biggest enemy of the anti-Japanese United Front wasn't the Japanese soldiers, but the option of surrendering. Now, before the anti-Ghost United Front was fully established, the biggest enemy had appeared. Chapter 769. When Dany arrived, she discovered that Winterfell had become a huge construction site. Half a kilometer away from the city walls, the snow on the ground had been removed, revealing black soil that hadn't seen the light of day for many years. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the castle and dug a 4-meter wide and 3-meter deep moat on the black soil below the city walls. However, the moat didn't divert water from the White Blade River. Outside Winterfell, there was a market called Winterfell Town. The houses in the market had been dismantled. Wooden walls, wooden furniture, wooden roofs, and all flammable items were moved to the newly dug moat. The moat would be a river of fire that would block the ghouls. Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen is here. Wah, 3 Megalosaurus, they're huge. Long live Megalosaurus, long live Dragon Queen. With Dragon Queen's help, we'll be able to defend Winterfell. Dany rode on her dragon and circled the Winterfell construction site at a low altitude, causing unimaginable wild cheers. Though she hadn't been to Winterfell before, many of the Winterfell residents had come from the Great Wall and the Wolfswood. They had seen Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus before, but they weren't so excited then. Well, they were excited to see Megalosaurus for the first time, but their excitement was purely due to curiosity and not anticipation for Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus. When a small team of silver-armored Unsullied trotted out of the main castle and formed a semicircle in the courtyard, Dany let Big Black land. When Dragon Queen's winged dragon knights came from Dragonstone Island, they brought along a 40-member team of Tile Steel Knights. They weren't here to protect Winterfell. Their main purpose was to protect Dragon Queen in Winterfell. In Winterfell, Dany had to have guards who were absolutely loyal to her. It wasn't just Winterfell. In the future, she would bring a team of bodyguards with her whenever she went to any of the feudal vassals of the Seven Kingdoms. Jon led Mandalay, Mormont, Savon, Glover, and the other nobles of the northern region out of the main castle and into the courtyard to welcome the Dragon Queen. After exchanging greetings, they entered the main castle where the fireplace was burning. Dragon Queen and Jon sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen sat in the middle, while the king of the northern region sat to her left. Below him were dozens of northern region nobles. Apart from the Grand Dukes, even the knights and knights had come. You've decided? Defend Winterfell? Dany frowned. The northern region is our home. It's my duty to protect my home. Wu said in a deep voice. Defend the northern territory even if we have to die 1,000 times. That's right. We're from the north. Are we going to run away without even fighting a single battle? He didn't say that Winterfell was his home. He was supposed to defend Winterfell, but he said that he would defend the northern territory with his life. The northerners below were so excited that they began to howl. Did you know that the last fireplace castle has fallen? Dany asked. So fast? We just received a request for help from Fireplace Castle, Wu exclaimed. Dany sighed. Actually, it fell yesterday. Less than half an hour after the messenger crows left, the Enbois family castle was breached. The entire castle, including the town outside, had more than 15,000 people. Within an hour, only 50 guards and 400 old, weak women and children were left. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the face behind the furry beard instantly turned as white as snow. The excited northern region nobles in the hall seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. They stopped shouting and looked at each other in shock. The Enbois family was exterminated? Jon's voice was as light as a feather. Grand Jon wasn't here. He was one of the commanders of the Southern Expedition. A few months ago, he led 2,000 Northern Region cavalrymen to the valley with Erlu. If they hadn't met me. Unfortunately, I couldn't save everyone. Dany's expression was solemn. Sigh, fireplace fell too quickly. It's already a blessing from the gods that you were able to save the survivors. Jon didn't understand the regret in Dany's words. After a while, he said solemnly, Your Majesty, I hope you can provide us with a batch of dragon crystal weapons. You're quick to understand that Fireplace's rapid fall was largely due to the weapons. Dany gave Wu an odd look. After being the king of the northern region for half a year, he had gradually gained the calm temperament of a ruler. Do you know how many ghouls attacked Fireplace? How many deviants were there? About 2 deviants led 40,000 ghouls. The Watchmen of the Eastern Sea saw hundreds of deviants that day. Think about it, how many ghouls were there? There were more than 1 million ghouls. An army of millions? Lord Eel's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh gods, how is this possible? How can this be? How can we defeat them? That's not right. Are there more than 1 million people outside the Great Wall and in the northern region? The nobles of the northern region were shocked and doubtful. Jon said in a low voice, It shouldn't be less than 1 million. Deviants not only resurrect humans who have just died, but also the corpses of beasts and corpses in tombs. But don't be afraid. As long as we have suitable weapons, the ghouls are easier to deal with than the farmers. At least the farmers have sickles and hoes, or at least a wooden club. But 99% of the ghouls are empty-handed and don't have any armor. The dead that crawl out of the tombs don't even have nails or teeth. If an armored knight stands there and lets them attack it'll... At this point he laughed awkwardly. Maybe they'll all pounce on us and crush or suffocate us. Ha ha ha. A knight patted his heirloom armor and laughed heartily. The atmosphere in the hall was much more relaxed. How many soldiers do we have in Winterfell? Dany asked. After receiving news of the Great Wall's collapse, I immediately sent an order to the nobles of the northern region to assemble. Soldiers have been arriving in the past few days. Currently there are about 13,000 of them. In a week's time, there will be close to 20,000. Probably less than a week. Dany sighed and agreed to help with the dragon crystal weapons. The Dragon Queen's army stationed at Dragonstone Island was immediately equipped with dragon crystal weapons. They even had backup weapons. Hence, the weapons they had in reserve could be given away. Anyway, she didn't lack money. If she didn't exchange the dragon crystal weapons for money, she could only give them away. At the very least, the Dragon Queen was a genuine deviant ghost. Giving him the weapons would be a good use. I hope you can kill 20,000 ghouls. Otherwise you'll suffer a great loss. What do you mean? Count Phelant asked curiously. The Dragon Queen looked at him calmly. If we can't defend Winterfell, all of you will join the deviant ghost army. I won't. The short, bearded Count's face reddened. Even if I die, I won't surrender to those monsters. Then you'll die in a very special way. Dany's mouth twitched. When we die, we'll become ghouls and be controlled by deviant ghosts. We'll become a part of their army, Jon said solemnly. So that's how it works. Won't the ghouls increase in number the more we kill? If we kill enough, we should be able to recoup our losses, Shiber Ali-san muttered. John turned to Danny and asked worriedly, can you transport 20,000 dragon crystal weapons in a short time? Yes. Danny nodded. You were once the commander of the Night Watch. Have you forgotten the specifications of the weapons on Dragonstone Island? I almost forgot. We can first transport a batch of dragon teeth to make spears. At the very least, each person will have one spear. After that, we can use the extra teeth to make dragon-tooth daggers. Dragon-tooth daggers were obsidian serrated swords called marcavet. Sharp dragon crystal teeth were inserted on both sides of the wood pulp, making them look like saws. The dragon teeth inserted into the wood pulp could also be used to make spear tips or daggers. Currently, Dragonstone Island only made sharp dragon teeth. The Night Watch of the Great Wall cut wood to forge the wood pulp and spear shafts inlaid with dragon teeth. In this way, the cost of forging dragon crystal weapons on Dragonstone Island was reduced several times, but the efficiency was increased by dozens of times. A blacksmith apprentice who had just learned how to forge could forge hundreds of dragon teeth in a day. A dragon tooth weighed about 100 grams and weighed about 50 grams. 10,000 dragon teeth were only half a ton. A pterosaur could transport 30,000 to 40,000 dragon teeth. Of course, dragon teeth were consumables similar to bullets. Dragon crystals were hard and brittle. They could be easily broken by hacking or stabbing. For example, if the spear was careless and used too much force, it would accidentally stab the spine of a ghoul. The ghoul would certainly die, but the dragon tooth spear would also be broken. At that time, the spear would have to be replaced. When the battle was over, he would replace the broken spearhead with a new one. Compared to the spear, the dragon tooth dagger was more powerful and durable. After all, there were at least 20 dragon teeth inserted into it. Although the dragon tooth dagger was powerful, it had high requirements for the user. The user had to be a strong man. The dragon tooth dagger was big and heavy. It weighed at least 5 kilograms. How many times could a normal person wield it? Only young knights who trained regularly and had strong physiques were the best candidates to wield the dragon tooth dagger. Others might as well use the dragon tooth spear. After receiving the Dragon Queen's promise, the king of the northern region immediately ordered the construction of the moat to be stopped. All soldiers were to forge spear shafts and oars. John had seen too many dragon-tooth daggers, spears and daggers at the Great Wall. He had also instructed the Night Watch to forge hundreds of thousands of spears and tens of thousands of oars. He was very familiar with this task. In just one afternoon, Winterfell had an additional 100,000 spears and 5,000 oars. Though they were crudely made, the quality of the wood was very good. They were definitely durable. That night, before attending the banquet, Dany went to the warehouse to see the spears and oars. She pondered for a while and said, "These aren't enough. I only have 20,000 soldiers." Roland frowned. In a real battle, you'll realize how quickly weapons are depleted. A soldier will be equipped with at least 20 spears and 3 dragon-tooth daggers. If you're a knight, you'll need 3 times more. Isn't that too exaggerated? Ghouls aren't humans. They don't feel fatigue and can attack continuously. It's not impossible for them to last for 10 days and 10 nights. Even 20 spears might not be enough. We have to work in 3 shifts and take turns to fight, Dany said with a serious expression. Are there so many dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island? I'll recruit a group of blacksmiths and miners to work overtime to ensure that we can mine at least 2 tons of dragon crystals a day. 2 tons, that's 40,000 dragon teeth. John said sincerely with a grateful expression. Thank you, Your Majesty Daenerys. Don't thank me. The more dragon crystal weapons you provide, the longer you can resist and the more ghouls you can kill. To be honest, I can't wait to continue transporting weapons for Winterfell. It's best if you can last for a week, a month. If you can last for a year, it'll be a blessing from the gods. Dany's expression and tone were very sincere. Looking at the sincere Dragon Queen, Roland's face contorted. Chapter 770. He was embarrassed and kept silent for a while before asking, "Do you think Winterfell will be lost?" "What do you think?" Dany threw the question back at him. "If the soldiers risked their lives, if you and your megalosaurus, if there were more unsullied in tile armor, if Dany raised her hand to interrupt him and sneered, "You should say if Winterfell's walls were as tall as the Great Wall." Daydreaming. Embarrassed frowned. He realized that Dragon Queen was willing to support Winterfell, but she was unwilling to invest too much power in it. Yes, she was unwilling to risk her life for the center of the world, Winterfell. If we can kill the strange ghost king at Winterfell, won't the long night end? He tried to persuade her. That's a good idea. Stannis and I also plan to do so. Ordinary strange ghosts are enough to attack a castle like Hearthstone. But Winterfell. Dany's eyes flashed. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the true face of the strange ghost king. I hope to meet him at Winterfell and fight him. Fight him? You want to challenge the strange ghost king? Jon was overjoyed. If we kill the strange ghost king, even if the other strange ghosts don't die, they will flee back to the Great Wall. The crisis in the north will be resolved and the long night will end. Not me, I'm only supporting the savior? Dragon Queen's lips curled into a mocking smile. After all, the Asha prophecy stipulated 6,000 years ago that the strange ghost king can only be defeated by the child of the prophecy. I'm not the child of the prophecy. Me? I can't. Embarrassed's expression changed as he waved his hand. You're dreaming. Even your weapon, eh? Dany looked down at Jon's waist. She was about to say that he didn't even have a weapon to deal with the strange ghosts when she was surprised to see a familiar lady sword hanging by his waist. Well, when Jon was a night watcher, Elder Xiong gave him his family's iron sword, which was also known as Long Claw. But after betraying the oath of the Night Watchers, Jon was too embarrassed to continue holding onto the Long Claw. Before leaving the Great Wall, he gave the sword to the 999th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Elisa Thorne. Dany had seen Jon use a long claw in Dark Castle, so she thought that he only had a blank weapon, but she didn't expect. Dany pointed at the thin sword embedded with a blood-red gem and asked, "Where did you find this sword?" That sword wasn't thin either. Compared to Dany's slightly slender fingers, it was about 2 fingers wide. However, compared to Dragon Queen's 4 fingers wide, or even the size of her palm, it seemed very slender. What's wrong? Jon's gaze was evasive, but he still pulled out his sword. Clang! Under the illumination of the torches on the wall of the armory, the smoky black blade reflected a thin layer of light red cold light. The suspicion in Dany's eyes turned into certainty. It really is this Dark Sisters who gave it to you. Dark Sisters? Jon's hairy face revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Are you saying that this is the Targaryen sword used by Queen Visenya? Why is it with me? The corners of Dany's mouth twitched a few times. She stared at Jon in front of her. Seeing that there was no trace of falsehood on his face, she also became suspicious. The sword is hanging on your waist and you're asking me where it came from? No, you misunderstood. This sword is. Jon was conflicted for a while before he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. My younger brother Bran has become this generation's three-eyed crow. You know about the three-eyed crow, right? He sent an eagle to deliver the sword. When he mentioned that Bran was the three-eyed crow, there was a hint of pride on Jon's face. It was like a child's grandmother telling the neighbors, My Dezhuang got into Tsinghua University. Why did Bran give you the Dark Sisters? The Dragon Queen asked even though she already knew the answer. Her face was filled with confusion and just the right amount of indignation. I don't know. He only said that I needed it. Perhaps Bran wanted me to use it to deal with the deviant ghost. Jon hesitated for a moment, but still unbuckled the sword belt. He reluctantly handed the sword to Dany. I didn't know that it was the Targaryen sword. I'll return it to you now. Dany looked at the Dark Sisters in disdain. She did not take it. She shook her head and said, It's too thin, too short, and too light. I'm not used to it. You can continue to use it. Return it to me when the long night is over. Thank you. I really do need a tile steel sword. A relaxed smile appeared on Jon's face. Then, he said with a doubtful expression, The savior you speak of is Stannis? If it was you, I think that Asha's prophecy might have some hope of coming true. But can he do it? He has the light emissary. Even if he has the red sword that killed the deviant ghost king, he still has to have the chance to slash the neck of the current deviant ghost king. I saw your battle under the Great Wall that day. The deviant ghost's speed and strength surpass mortals. I'm afraid. No matter what, Stannis is the #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms. He has been fighting for decades. His martial arts should not be a problem. #1. War god of the Seven Kingdoms? Jon's face looked like he was constipated. From the beginning of the War of the Usurpers, to King Balon's rebellion, to the War of the Five Kings, and finally to the War of the Three Kings. Only one king managed to persevere from the beginning to the end. Not only is he alive and well now, he seems to have a chance of turning the tables. He might even become the savior of the world. Seeing Jon's disapproving face, she continued, Think about your Stark. Your grandfather, father, brother and brother-in-law have all fallen. What right do you have to look down on Stannis? Jon was speechless. Dany held her head high. She was as serious and solemn as when she announced Brittany as the Roseless Iron Guard. I am willing to call him the #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms. If you like, do as you wish, Jon said. After a pause he said worriedly, what if the war god can't defeat the deviant Ghost King? What should we do? Don't worry. The war god still has a mage god by his side. Dany was still calm. Mage god? What's that? Jon's face started to twist again. The god of magic or mage god for short. Back then on a certain website, the position of mage god was very popular on the Fantasy Channel. You mean Melisandre? As the #1 sorcerer in the world, doesn't she deserve the title of mage god? Dany asked. Jon nodded reluctantly and asked, is she willing? Asha's prophecy was preached by her, and the child of prophecy was also chosen by her. Now that the deviant Ghost King is here, it's time for her to fulfill her prophecy. Dany said matter-of-factly. You can't just shoot your mouth off. Whatever you said back then, it's time to fill in the holes now. If Melisandre and Stannis challenge the deviant Ghost King together, there might be a 30% chance. Jon waved his fist, excitement rising in his eyes. 30%? No. Dany shook her head. The Asha's prophecy was preached by the red-robed woman, but she wasn't the one who made the prophecy. Now, it's time for the #1 God King to make his appearance. #1 God King? Jon's face became awkward again. Lalo is the #1 God King? In today's world, which god is more active than Lalo? Which church is bigger than the Red God Temple? The god with the most followers was the Great King of Light. The night is long and dangerous, only the Light King can save the world. Anyway, as the Pope of the Seven Gods, I'm willing to represent the Seven Gods and call Lalo the strongest God King in the universe. Dragon Queen's eyes were clear, and her expression was serious, as if she was announcing an axiom that everyone knew. The #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms, the #1 mage god in the world, and the #1 God King in the universe behind them. This combination is terrifying. Lord Eel held a fat pork trotter, his expression shocked. After leaving the warehouse and returning to the dining hall of the main castle, the nobles had just sat down on both sides of the long wooden table when the King of the North announced the plan for the three gods' battle at Winterfell. The war god, mage god, and god king were known as the three sun gods. He glanced at the doubtful noble knights and said loudly, deviant ghosts are not scary. As early as 6,000 years ago, the Light King Lalo left behind the famous Asha prophecy, in the Far East. The fate of the deviant Ghost King and the Long Night has already been decided. They will be ended by the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai. His Majesty Theon Stannis Bella is the child of the prophecy chosen by the Red God. He has the Red Hero's sword and the support of the world's #1 mage god and the #1 God King. He will definitely end the life of the deviant Ghost King. Therefore, everyone must be confident in the upcoming battle at Winterfell. With the Dragon Queen Dragon Crystal weapons we can deal with the corpses. With the Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus here, the deviant ghost will not be a problem. Then, the deviant Ghost King will be handed over to His Majesty Stannis. He raised his horn cup and shouted, "Long live the war god, victory is in sight." Victory, victory. The Dragon Queen also raised her wine cup and shouted in agreement, "Long live the God King, long live the Mage God, long live the War God. The three sun gods will definitely defeat the deviant Ghost King." Seeing that the Dragon Queen also praised the prophecy savior, the position of the three sun gods suddenly became real and noble in everyone's hearts. Long live the God King, long live the Mage God, long live the War God of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles saw the hope of victory and were in high spirits. They raised their wine cups and shouted excitedly. After shouting for a while, the others were dizzy and fell into an inexplicable fanaticism. Only Madame Ballet, who had a widow's knot behind her head, had a clear look in her eyes and a thoughtful expression. After everyone had calmed down, she looked at the Dragon Queen and said, "Is Stannis willing? I heard that he has obtained an unlimited loan from the Iron Treasury and dozens of pterosaurs. He even took down the Blood Gate. Soon the entire valley will be under his control. Is there a need for him to come to Winterfell and fight the deviant Ghost King?" As soon as she said this, the excited nobles woke up and looked at the Dragon Queen. Dany said seriously, "I met Stannis at the Great Wall. He was the one who brought up the request to fight the Deviant Ghost King. He needed the Megalosaurus to support him and create a chance for him to fight the Deviant Ghost King alone. I agreed. We even discussed that as long as we found the main force of the Deviant Ghosts, we would immediately start the battle to prevent the 7 kingdoms from being poisoned by the Deviant Ghosts. What does that heretic want? Ballet found it hard to understand. It's very simple. He wants to end the long night. But? Ballet hesitated for a while and said what was in her heart. Your Majesty, don't blame me for being straightforward. Stannis has the valley and can sit back and watch. In the end he is still fighting with you and Lannister for the Iron Throne. Why is he willing to be the first to take the risk? What you said is very strange. Dany's expression became strange. Chapter 771. Ballet was a smart and pragmatic old widow. Well, at least smarter than Catelyn. In her opinion, Stannis was in a good situation now, and the best choice was to guard the Blood Gate, the only land passage into the valley, and subdue the rich and powerful vassals of the valley. Then he could sit on the fishing platform and watch the world change. Even if he considered the big picture and thought that the other ghosts were a threat to all humans, he didn't need to let his competitor, Dragon Queen, watch from the sidelines while he challenged the king of the other ghosts alone. So Ballet raised her doubts in front of everyone. Why is Stannis willing to be the first to take the risk? That's strange. Dany's expression was strange. Why is it strange? Ballet asked curiously. Actually, Dany could understand Ballet's doubts. Erlu appeared at the Great Wall first, carried the Night Watcher's wildfire bombs along the Great Wall to find the king of the other ghosts, actively tried to end the long night and even captured him, and actively sought her help to fight the king of the other ghosts. She was also puzzled by Erlu's behavior at the Great Wall. Like Ballet, Dany felt that Erlu shouldn't be so selfless and selfless, based on his desire for the Iron Throne and his actions that crossed the line. As for stealing the kill, taking down the king of the other ghosts first and fulfilling his promise with the Dragon Queen to end the long night as the king, he really thought that he was too stupid and reckless. No one had seen the king of the other ghosts before and no one understood it. Know the enemy and know yourself and you will never be defeated. He had been fighting for a lifetime, how could he not understand? But no matter what Erlu thought, Dany didn't care. As long as he took Aunt May and preferably the King of Light, to defeat the king of the other ghosts, it would be fine. If he succeeded, she would save some energy and return home. The music would continue, the dance would continue, and the Westeros would be left to him. If he failed, the combination of War God, Mage God, and God King would be able to force the King of Strange Ghosts to reveal some of his trump cards. At the very least, if the Child of Prophecy couldn't complete the prophecy, the King of Light would suffer heavy losses, both in terms of reputation and strength. Therefore she couldn't let him back out. She had to keep her promise. Well, Erlu was now playing the vanishing game. Dany was a little flustered. She had to encourage him to build momentum and public opinion. Slaver's Bay is thousands of kilometers away from the Westeros. Why didn't I just sit back and enjoy the scenery? Why did I ride my dragon here the moment the Great Wall collapsed? Dragon Queen asked. Ballet was stunned. She was speechless. All right, in her subconscious mind that she didn't even know about, a voice replied, the Westeros are the center of the world. Even if you became the first empress in the Ursos continent, you still had to rush back to win the support of the people of the Seven Kingdoms. She had this subconscious mind, but her rationality didn't allow her to really think that way. Therefore she felt a little ashamed. The long night is not the long night of the Northerners, nor is it the long night of the Westeros. The entire world will be plunged into darkness. At such a time, any king who upholds justice and honor should step forward, abandon their previous filth, and unite to fight against the common enemy of mankind, the strange ghosts. Dragon Queen's words were stern and righteous. Everyone was filled with respect for her. Because she was the king who upholds justice and honor. Because, when she could have just sat back and enjoyed the scenery at Slaver's Bay, the first thing she did was to come to the front lines to fight against the strange ghosts. Ballet felt even more ashamed. I believe that no matter how many mistakes Stannis has made this time, he will keep his promise and bravely take on the responsibility that belongs to him, the Child of Prophecy. I believe that he will use his actions to prove to me and to everyone else that he still has the desire to pursue justice and honor in his heart. At the same time, I ask you to trust him. No, not only you, we want the entire Winterfell, the entire Northern Territory, and the entire Westeros to know of Stannis's great feat. At this point, Dragon Queen raised her right hand. I swear, I will abide by the promise of, the one who ends the long night will be the king. As long as Stannis can kill the strange ghost king, I will immediately withdraw from the Westeros and honor him as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a holy light shining on Dragon Queen's face. Ballet, who had seen through the world, was also touched. Long live the queen, long live the war god, long live Queen Dany rise, long live King Stannis. Long live the war god, Archmage, divine king. Before long, the entire Winterfell garrison knew that the Light King was about to fulfill his prophecy. Stannis, the child of prophecy, would join forces with Melisandre to challenge the strange ghost king at Winterfell. The war god, Archmage, and divine king, the combination of the three gods was so powerful that even the Dragon Queen was impressed. They saw the hope of victory and they shouted loudly. The king of the Northern Territory even called for the scholars in front of all the dukes at the banquet and ordered the spread of messenger crows to let all the castles in the Northern Territory know of the impending decisive battle at Winterfell. He called on them to support Winterfell, the war god's decisive battle, and this battle that would determine the name of the humans. Your Majesty, why don't you use your name to send a letter to the seven dukes in King's Landing, calling on them to support Winterfell and help King Stannis complete the most sacred and great battle? Jon was still unsatisfied and turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen. Regardless of the motives of the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the three gods' decisive battle at Winterfell was the most beneficial to Stark, Winterfell, and the precarious Northern Territory. The king of the Northern Territory had to do his best to facilitate this Winterfell heroes' assembly. Let's use your name. My name will come second. After all, you are the Lord of Winterfell. I can't steal the limelight, Dany said humbly. When the sumptuous banquet was about to end, Dany suddenly realized something. Sansa was not at the table. In such a banquet to welcome the queen, not to mention the daughter of the House of Stark, even Snow, would get a seat at the end of the banquet. At the beginning of the plot of Game of Thrones, Robert brought Cersei from King's Landing to Winterfell. The king and queen, Stark and his wife sat at the head of the table. At the next table sat Robb, Bran, Sansa, Arya, Rickon and Joffrey, Myrcella and Tommen. At the end of the banquet near the entrance, Jon was able to sit at the same table as a singer like Mance Rayder. Well, Mance Rayder had climbed over the wall and disguised himself as a bard to attend the banquet. He even sat at the same table as Jon, but he was too preoccupied with self-pity to notice Jon. For tonight's banquet, the huge Winterfell main hall was filled with tables and chairs, filled with counts, knights and knights. Even the squires were allowed in. Dany sat in Robert's seat, and Ide sat in his old seat. Even little Rickon sat with the counts. Sansa, however, did not show up for the entire banquet. Where is Sansa? Dany sat next to Ide's seat and had a table to herself, so when she spoke in a low voice, the knights below could not hear her. Sansa. Ide paused, then stammered awkwardly, she's not feeling well. Not feeling well? Dany was shocked. Did she abort her nephew's unborn child? Aegon's child is about 5 months old, right? She asked tentatively. Ide's expression changed. He glanced cautiously at the Dragon Queen and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" "That's strange. What can I mean?" Dany glared at him. "Is the child healthy?" "Your Majesty, that is only a child." Ide put down his horn cup and said in a low voice, "I will not allow any harm to come to my sister and nephew." Dany pointed at her own nose. "Are you talking about me?" Seeing that the Dragon Queen did not look like she was going to eradicate them, Ide heaved a sigh of relief and said cautiously, "I thought you wanted to. Don't you hate Aegon and Illyrio?" Now Dany understood what Ide meant. In the end, it was because of a lack of communication. After Aegon's identity was exposed, the Dragon Queen wanted to maintain the dignity of a victim. She acted coldly on Dragonstone Island and did not participate in the subsequent events. This made Erlu, Jon, Sansa, and even Aegon himself think that the Dragon Queen was very angry and even hated him. That was why Sansa did not contact Dragonstone Island after that. That was why Erlu had no qualms about burning Aegon. Only when the heavens descended did he realize that he had made a mistake. That was why when Dany came to Winterfell, the pregnant Sansa was terrified. She was afraid that the Dragon Queen would want her child to pay for her father's debt and avoided meeting her. That was why when Dany took the initiative to ask about his niece-in-law, Jon was extremely vigilant, causing the Dragon Queen to think that Sansa was ruthless and had aborted the child. Jon and Sansa misunderstood that the Dragon Queen's love for Aegon had turned into hatred. The Dragon Queen also misunderstood that Sansa had abandoned the fake crown prince because her eldest nephew had been burned to death. I will convene a meeting. In the meeting, Illyrio and Varys will receive a fair and open trial. As for Aegon, Dany sighed, her expression complicated. He is a good child and also an innocent and pitiful person. I was busy with the war in Meereen and didn't expect Stannis to be so ruthless. Sigh. We also didn't expect Stannis to burn him to death. Jon's expression softened as he shook his head with a bitter smile. We didn't give up on Aegon. No matter how his identity changed, one thing would never change. He is Sansa's husband. However, Sansa couldn't accept the change in his identity and flew to Moongate Castle to relax. She also planned to wait for him there. We thought that Stannis would quickly take over Moongate Castle. After that, there was an accident. Sansa and I were injured. We rested for 2 days and then... Injured? Jon looked down and lied. The backlash from a failed magic experiment. Dany glanced at him calmly. Jon smiled with relief. Luckily, Aegon was devoutly serving the 7 gods and was protected by the Holy Mother. He escaped the tragic fate of being sacrificed. Dany smiled meaningfully. Sansa, we thought too much. Dany Rise is indeed a benevolent queen. She will give Illyrio and Varys a fair trial, but declare Aegon innocent. You and the child are safe. She even allowed the child to use the surname, Targaryen. After the banquet, he excitedly went to find his sister and told her the great news. Chapter 772. Sansa looked rather pitiful. Her face was pale and her eyes were dim. She had lost a lot of weight, but her stomach was bloated, making her body look even thinner. When Jon came in, she was sitting in front of the window, staring blankly at the brightly lit castle below. It was as if she was chasing after familiar people and things in her memory. After talking excitedly for a while, she didn't react for a moment. She turned around and asked blankly, "What did you say?" Seeing his sister's lifeless eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He squeezed out a soft smile and said softly, "Sansa, at the banquet, Dany Rise asked me about you and the child. She was very concerned and didn't mean any harm as we suspected." "Are you sure?" Sansa asked doubtfully. Jon nodded and sighed. "She's completely different from her father, the Mad King. She's a truly benevolent and magnanimous queen. When I first met her at the Wall, I was worried that she would burn me to death because of the previous generation's blood feud. But she didn't. She's very fair. She believes that the feud between the parents shouldn't affect the younger generation. The guilty will also receive a fair trial. That's why I'm fine. Stannis doesn't need to suffer her revenge for his actions during the War of the Usurpers. After that, the Dragon Queen didn't do anything to you or Rickon. She even allowed Aegon and Stark to marry." Sansa hesitated. But Illyrio clearly used Dany Rise and Viserys as shields to cover for Aegon. Sansa also understood Illyrio's sinister intentions toward the dragon siblings. It didn't take much intelligence. After Aegon's identity was revealed, everyone understood that Illyrio's ultimate goal was to help his son ascend the Iron Throne. Then his efforts to help Dany Rise and her brother restore their country were too conspicuous. Jon said thoughtfully, "Dany Rise planned to convene the council a long time ago. She once told me that regarding the feud between Targaryen and Stark, such as our grandfather and uncle being killed by the Mad King, she would give a fair verdict at the council. Even if our father overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, she would restore our grandfather's honor. She could even give a fair verdict for the murder of her father and the destruction of her country. I believe that she would only judge Illyrio personally. After all, Aegon was kept in the dark." "Does that mean she forgave Aegon?" Sansa's blue eyes glowed. "Not only did she forgive me, she also announced that she still recognizes the other branch of Targaryen that Aegon founded," he said with a forced smile. "Really?" Sansa's eyes twinkled like stars. Jon nodded and said happily, "At the Grand Council, Daenerys will also make the final judgment on the Blackfyre Rebellion. She will divide the Targaryens into different branches just like what Aegon did that day. So, Aegon will still be Aegon Targaryen, a separate branch from Dany Rise's Targaryen clan. Your child will still be a Targaryen recognized by the Dragon Queen. You and your child will inherit Aegon's everything." "Everything?" Sansa's eyes sparkled. "Everything, what does it include?" Jon was stunned. "What does Aegon have left?" 2 pterosaurs and the gold and silver he plundered from River Rapture and maybe Heron Castle." No, there's still Storm's End. Sansa gritted her teeth. Stannis lied to all of us. He said he wanted to return to Storm's End, but he attacked and took the valley. Since he took the valley, Storm's End still belongs to Aegon. But Jon hesitated. Stannis only promised to give Heron Castle to your child. What's the point of that promise? Not only did Sansa regain her vitality, she even turned into a lioness. She roared, I fulfilled all my promises, but how did he treat Aegon? His embarrassed dog-but face became embarrassed again. Stannis is at his peak now. I'm afraid you won't be able to take Storm's End, he said softly. Storm's End is in the hands of the Golden Corps. Although they've been crippled, they still have close to 6,000 members. Sansa also lowered her voice. Jon took a deep look at his sister and said in a deep voice, Stannis has a large army of winged dragons. The only reason he hasn't taken down Storm's End is because he hasn't put his attention back on Storm's End yet. Sansa's expression changed and she fell silent. After a while, she asked sullenly, I heard the whole castle shouting Long live Stannis, the god of war, and Three Gods' army. What's going on? Jon pulled his sister to sit on the couch by the fireplace and told her everything that happened today. Sansa's eyes brightened. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. I understand. Protecting Winterfell is the most important thing now. She nodded. I'll meet Dany and Rhys tomorrow. I won't mention Storm's End again. Mountain Paradise, Holy Sparrow's floating continent. The situation where there was only one holy church in the vast grassland had changed. Sparrow's city was now divided into 3 rings. The holy church was in the center of the inner ring. Around the holy church was an exquisite 2-story marble building. It was a villa with a garden at the front and a swimming pool at the back. The second ring was about 5 kilometers away from the holy church. There were few buildings and no plants. The third ring was 15 kilometers away from the holy church. At the edge, there was a large construction site that could accommodate hundreds of people. Overall, the holy church had more than 1,000 people than when Aegon had first entered it, but it still seemed very empty. However, after the Dragon Queen had obtained 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the requirement for believers to ascend to heaven had been lowered from 200 to 100. Recently, there were new believers knocking on the door of Mountain Paradise every few days. King Aegon, who was wearing a neat gray robe and had his hair combed back like the sparrows, once again welcomed a believer's heroic spirit from the foot of the mountain. Looking at the old man who was looking around in panic, Aegon frowned. The last time he ascended to heaven, he was listening to the angelic song. His body was bathed in holy light and his heart was at peace. For some reason, there was no singing or holy light at this moment. Even the gate of Mountain Paradise did not show any sign. The heroic spirit who came here would inevitably be confused. While thinking that, Aegon put on a gentle smile and introduced, I am a guide from heaven. Fellow disciple, congratulations on being summoned by the Holy Mother to the heaven of the 7 gods. I'm in heaven? The tall old man with gray hair was not overjoyed. Instead, he was greatly shocked. Pointing at his nose, he asked, Are you saying that I'm dead? Suddenly, Aegon realized why the big sparrow came to him one day and hired him as an unofficial assistant guide, after a new heroic spirit was welcomed. Without the miracles of Mountain Paradise in the human world, the work of guide was truly boring and lowly. The 7 gods above, the Holy Mother is merciful, forgive my disrespect. Hardly had he complained when Aegon recited the 7 Stars Bible and confessed to the Holy Mother devoutly. What's your last memory? Aegon's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. The tall old man thought for a moment and immediately understood. I died of illness. Before I died, Merabad sat by my bed, held my hand and said, Holy Mother, please forgive my cowardice. I didn't expect Saint Merabad's words to be so effective. Am I in heaven? Merabad? An old acquaintance. Aegon raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the new heroic spirit came from the 3 Rivers Basin. That's right. You're in heaven. This is Mountain Paradise. I'm a guide. Have you read the 7 Stars Bible? Do you know Mountain Paradise and the heroic spirit guide angel? The old man nodded and smiled, revealing his missing front teeth. Yes, I have. Ever since the Holy Mother appeared, I have devoutly read every version of the 7 Stars Bible. I have even recited the new 7-star scripture by the Dragon Queen of Slave Bay hundreds of times. Then come with me. Aegon waved his hand, and a white jade staircase shimmering with golden light descended from the sky. The top connected to the unknown world with floating white clouds. The old man asked carefully, Lord Angel, I heard that when the fake crown Prince Aegon died, mountain paradise appeared. There was holy music from heaven and golden light that cleansed the soul. Why did I come here directly? Also, the heavenly guide last time seemed to be the Holy Sparrow. May I ask, who are you? Saint Bailey? Aegon turned around and looked at him indifferently. I'm the fake crown prince you spoke of, Aegon. What? The old man's body tilted and he almost fell down the holy staircase. Fortunately, the staircase was wide. The old man staggered and only fell once. Are you a fake guide? Is this a fake heaven? He shouted in panic. Blasphemy. Aegon flew into a rage. I should summon the stranger and take you away from heaven. He wasn't trying to scare people. Before the old man could react, Aegon's face turned solemn. He began to recite the incantation for the dead in the book of the stranger quickly. Then, a mysterious force descended on the old man and was about to take him away. Yes, this was the backup plan left by the Holy Mother Dany. Any soul that blasphemed the seven gods or doubted the authenticity of heaven would be driven out of heaven due to the decrease in their piety. Then, their spiritual essence would be broken down by the spiritual bestowment spell and finally digested and absorbed by Blackie. It was very harsh. Don't, let's talk nicely. The old man's body flickered, and he crawled forward with a terrified expression. He grabbed Aegon's gray robe and shouted, Your Majesty Aegon, I'm your subject. Please spare me this time. Aegon frowned and stopped. It wasn't because of their former friendship, but because the old man's body flickered, which meant that his piety didn't decrease. His piety didn't decrease, which meant that his previous words weren't blasphemous. This is holy heaven. You can speak freely, but you're not allowed to blaspheme the seven gods. Do you understand? Aegon scolded sternly. I understand. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead, got up and said with a bitter smile, I was too open when I saw an acquaintance. Hearing this, Aegon couldn't help but think of himself in the past. Because he had discovered the identity of the Big Sparrow, his tone and attitude had become casual. Thinking of this, his tone became gentler. What's your name? What was your title when you were alive? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing that Aegon was willing to chat with him, the old man was completely relaxed. I'm from the Cox family in Hejin Saltworks town. My name is Quincy. I'm just a knight with a title. Quincy Cox from Saltworks town? Aegon frowned and thought for a while. He finally remembered this person. Seven gods above, why didn't a coward like you go to the 7 levels of hell? He exclaimed. Chapter 773. Quincy Cox was just a productive knight, one of the lowest-ranking nobles. King Aegon shouldn't have known about him. However, Quincy's fief was very special. Saltpan Town was one of the few sea trading towns in Hejin County. Old Quincy's deeds were also quite famous. He was notorious in Hejin County. Therefore he was honored to be remembered by King Aegon. 7 gods above, why didn't you go to the 7 hells? Aegon didn't mince his words and expressed his thoughts completely. I had no choice. Old Quincy understood that Aegon probably knew about his deeds. However, he glanced at Aegon and complained in his heart, I haven't asked you why you didn't go to the 7 hells. Impersonating Lei Jiazi is a much worse crime than me. I'm 65 years old this year. When I was alive, my intelligence had declined and I had no energy. Even walking was difficult. Those bloodsuckers were vicious. What could I do? You don't have a son? Also, where are your castle guards? Aegon asked. Oh. Old Quincy cried when his son was mentioned. I had 2 sons. They were both brave knights. If they were still alive, those bandits wouldn't have been able to do as they pleased. Aegon's heart skipped a beat. He could guess the cause of Quincy's son's death. The War of the 4 Kings? Yes. I received the conscription order from the King of the North, so I arranged for my 2 sons to go to Rapid City in my place. They took 200 guards with them and then they all died. Their bodies are nowhere to be found. Old Quincy cried, although Saltpan Town has some assets, I'm just a productive knight. There are only a dozen or so old guards left in the castle. What's the use? My sons are all dead. They only left 2 granddaughters for me. I have to protect them. Everyone blames me for closing the castle gates and refusing to fulfill my duty as a noble to protect the commoners. But I also need protection. I pledged my loyalty to my lord. Why didn't my lord and king come to protect me? Aegon fell silent. Old Quincy cried for a while and suddenly froze. He asked in confusion, "Wasn't my intelligence declining? How can my memory be so clear and my speech so flexible?" "Did you have dementia before?" Aegon asked curiously. Old Quincy shook his head. "He's not demented. It's just that his brain is slow like a rusty iron sword. This is heaven. All the illnesses and aging that you experienced in your life will no longer affect you in heaven. Even if you were blind in your previous life, you can recover your health in heaven," Aegon said matter-of-factly. "Ah, this is heaven," Quincy said excitedly. Then he asked in confusion, "Your Majesty Aegon, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. You can't be considered a saint, right? How did you become an angel after death?" "Actually, I'm just a proxy angel." Aegon blushed. "Angels can act as a proxy?" Quincy's jaw dropped. "Oh, the real guide is the Holy Sparrow." Since there was no way to hide it, Aegon explained his identity as a temporary worker. "Isn't Big Sparrow being too lazy? I'm a heroic spirit after all, and we're old friends. Big Sparrow has passed by my territory, and I've saved him countless times." Quincy grumbled. This was the truth. Big Sparrow had always been a barefoot monk in Hejin County, and had been to Saltpan Town many times. Old Quincy was a devout knight of the old school, and he took good care of the night watchers and monks. "I'm here to pick you up. What's there to be unhappy about?" Aegon glared. When the two of them were still alive, Old Quincy was his vassal. A lord picking up a vassal, how could he be worthy of him? Well, Saltpan Town was too close to the valley. Old Quincy couldn't reject King Aegon's summons. If you were the real Lei Jiazi, your identity would be enough. But you're just a fake crown prince, a fake guide. No matter how dissatisfied Old Quincy was, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the fake crown prince was a fake angel, the guide authority in his hands was real. After that, the two of them walked down the last flight of stairs in silence, and came to a vast grassland. As the guide, Aegon had the responsibility of helping the newcomers understand the structure of heaven. "This is Holy Sparrow's Paradise Island." Standing at the edge of the island, Aegon pointed at the floating sky island, and repeated what Big Sparrow had told him that day. "Can I go to other islands? It's best if it's an island from the time of Eris. Maybe I can find some old friends or my son or my parents." Old Quincy asked expectantly. Just like Aegon, he despised Big Sparrow's island for being too quiet. Aegon shook his head and sighed. "Only the saints have the right to choose their own island." "Then can I go visit my old friends?" Old Quincy asked for the next best thing. "It's difficult. You should find a piece of land and build your own house first." Then Aegon taught him the technique of using the power of faith to create things. It's amazing. No wonder it's heaven." Old Quincy took a bite of the juicy green apple and was moved to tears. "I haven't eaten such a delicious apple in so many years." Aegon was confused. "Long night just arrived, right? How come it's been so many years?" Old Quincy grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. "I didn't have teeth when I was alive. I couldn't chew it." Aegon's mouth twitched. "Greetings, Lord Angel." "Greetings, Lord Aegon." The two of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they came to the labor area at the edge of the Third Ring Road. There were hundreds of men in black sweaters. When they saw Aegon, they stopped what they were doing and bowed to greet him. Night watchers." Old Quincy's pupils contracted, and he was surprised. "There are so many night watchers. Is it easier for night watchers to go to heaven?" "They didn't go to heaven. After they died, they were sent here by the stranger to stay temporarily." Aegon shook his head. "Temporarily?" Old Quincy was confused. "You can temporarily stay in heaven?" "We sacrificed ourselves to protect the Seven Kingdoms. Her Majesty Dany Alice was kind and couldn't bear for us to reincarnate immediately. So, she begged the Holy Mother to arrange for us to stay in Mountain Paradise temporarily. When the long night is over and summer comes, the world will be peaceful again. Then we will reincarnate." A skinny young night watcher shook his head and said, "As the saying goes, it's better to be a Changsha dog than a man of the night." "It's better to be a Changsha dog than a man of the night." Old Quincy thought about it carefully and said, "Who said that?" "Makes sense. Dogs have meat to eat in summer, and knights don't dare to eat bread in winter." "The stranger said so." "You've seen the stranger? What did he look like?" Old Quincy was surprised. "He wore a cloak and stood in the shadows. We couldn't see him clearly," the tall young man beside the skinny monkey said. Old Quincy nodded. "He looked exactly like the stranger in the Holy Church." Why did so many of you die? He asked again. The skinny monkey looked him up and down and said, You're a noble, right? Why didn't you receive any messenger crows from the Great Wall? Well, Quincy was a bit embarrassed. I'm just a knight. My territory is small and I have no contact with the Great Wall. What happened to the Great Wall? There were thousands of knights like Quincy in the Westeros, and the Great Wall didn't even have 1,000 messenger crows. Other than the nobles in the northern region, the Great Wall would only send messages to dukes and some powerful counts. The Great Wall collapsed. The skinny monkey told him what happened that day. The Great Wall collapsed, millions of ghouls. Old Quincy was stunned. The 7 gods, can the Westeros stop them? With Her Majesty Dany Alice, the long night will definitely be ended. Yes, with the Dragon Queen she has 5 Megalosaurus. The ghouls are afraid of fire, and the Megalosaurus are their nemesis. The Night Watchers were very confident. Quincy stared at the skinny monkey for a while and asked, You said you became a ghoul when you were alive. How can your soul still go to heaven? The Dragon Queen was merciful and summoned stranger to bring me here. No. Old Quincy waved his hand. I mean, you became a ghoul, your soul should have been. Aegon understood his doubts. When a person dies, their soul leaves the body and then the body becomes a ghoul. The soul is not affected. But he's been dead for a few days. Yes, he was in stranger's country for a few days. What's the problem? Aegon said matter-of-factly. Old Quincy was also enlightened. The whole process was more complicated than they had imagined. The skinny monkey youth was Jaime. He died on the day the Great Wall collapsed. When Dany took care of the Minotaur and helped Blackie obtain Stranger's godhood, 2 days had passed since his death. Dany entered the world of death with Stranger's godhood and only found the remnant souls of a group of Night Watchers. If she had not used the spirit-bestowing spell to repair their souls, Jaime and the others would not have been able to regain their consciousness. After leaving the 3rd ring where the Night Watchers lived and entering the 2nd ring, Quincy frowned and said, There are only 5 holy spirits in heaven, but there are 700 to 800 Night Watchers temporarily living there. Isn't this a bit too much? He realized that other than himself and King Aegon, there were only 3 holy spirits who were qualified to go to heaven in the 2nd ring. As for the central ring, the great cathedral was surrounded by villas, but they were all empty. There was only the Holy Sparrow in such a large area. Even if Her Majesty Dany Liz is a holy disciple, how could she get so many Night Watchers? Old Quincy complained. She's treating heaven as her own home. Hearing the old knight say this about Dany's aunt, Aegon was angry but also embarrassed. Actually, it's all thanks to Dany Liz that I can go to heaven. He told the story of how he got into heaven through the back door with a straight face. This could not be kept a secret, and the Great Sparrow knew. The Great Sparrow was afraid that no one would know, so every holy spirit that came would tell the story of how Aegon got in through the back door. 7 gods above, how can you get into heaven through connections? Old Quincy's faith was about to shatter. Of course a holy disciple has special privileges. Otherwise, how can I manage such a vast paradise island? Old Quincy looked in the direction of the voice. It was a familiar old man, barefoot and wearing a white robe. He was tall and thin and his hair was neatly combed back. He stepped on the soft grass and slowly walked over from the great cathedral. It was the Holy Sparrow. Ah, Lord Archbishop, it's really you? Quincy was excited to see an old friend again. The Holy Sparrow smiled and nodded. Sir Quincy, I've said it before. Your devotion to the 7 gods for decades will be rewarded one day. Hearing this, old Quincy tilted his head and looked at King Aegon, who got in through the back door. His expression was a little unnatural. Serving the 7 gods for a lifetime seemed to be more effective than getting in through the back door. Look at this person. Heaven has personally descended to the mortal realm. What an honor. There were so many Night Watchers who had never been to the great cathedral. They had not even read the 7 Stars Bible. Chapter 774. Old Quincy was still imagining things when the big sparrow said, Aegon, your application has been approved. You can leave heaven now and return to the human world. But remember, this is the only time and only for one night. Once is enough. Thank you, Archbishop. Mother of Mercy. Aegon was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. Return to the human world? What do you mean? Old Quincy was confused. Aegon did not answer him but asked anxiously, Archbishop, what should I do? Go to the foot of Mountain Paradise and open the gate to receive the Holy Spirit. Follow the line of faith of the person you miss and enter her dream. If she rejects you or subconsciously does not want to see you, you will not be able to enter her dream. You can only appear in front of her in the form of the Holy Spirit. That will be dangerous. The Holy Spirit can be hurt by ordinary people, the big sparrow reminded him seriously. Got it. Thank you, Archbishop. I'll go now. Aegon bowed and ran to the stairs of Mountain Paradise excitedly. After Aegon left, old Quincy asked again, Archbishop, what is His Majesty Aegon going to do? In heaven, the earthly identity is no longer meaningful. You are not a knight and Aegon is not a king. You don't have to call him His Majesty, do you understand? The big sparrow said with a straight face. What about you? Should I call you Big Sparrow? Old Quincy hesitated. Call me Archbishop. The big sparrow said lightly. Old Quincy opened his mouth and wanted to ask, didn't you just say that the earthly identity was no longer meaningful in heaven? But then, he remembered that the overseer of this island was Big Sparrow, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Where did Aegon go? What does it mean to return to the human world? He went back to the original topic. It means what it means. Aegon will come down to the human world as a Holy Spirit today to see his wife. Really? Old Quincy could not believe it. He can leave after going to heaven? Haven't you read the Seven Stars Bible? Big Sparrow asked. Old Quincy was stunned. Thinking back, there was indeed a story in the Bible where the Holy Spirit of heaven descended to the mortal world and taught the descendants who had gone astray to return to the embrace of the great seven gods. But Aegon went to see his wife for personal reasons, not to promote the teachings of the seven gods. Old Quincy still found it hard to understand. The legendary descent of the Holy Spirit had only appeared once in the entire Seven Stars Holy Scripture. Originally it was very impressive, but after Aegon's antics, Aegon's death was very sudden. His heart was filled with obsession. Once he fulfilled his final wish of talking to his wife, he might be able to sublimate his soul. The Holy Mother is merciful and is willing to save every believer. The big sparrow said calmly. Old Quincy's heart stirred and he said worriedly, I have my own obsession. Night had fallen and the Great Wall had collapsed. The small castle in Saltfield Town was no match for the army of deviant ghosts. Can I also go back and ask the steward to bring my 2 granddaughters to the other side of the narrow sea? No. Heaven isn't your home. How can you come and go as you please? The big sparrow said sternly. Why can Aegon? Old Quincy asked, unwilling to give up. He's not normal. I know it was the Dragon Queen who helped him to heaven, but I'm a heroic spirit. My authority should be greater than his. No. You're just a level 1 heroic spirit while Aegon is level 3. A devotee with a piety of 100 to 150 was the minimum requirement to go to heaven. 150 to 200 was the holy disciple. 200 to 250 was the holy son. Old Quincy was barely a devotee, and was considered a level 1 holy spirit. The new level 1 holy spirit widened his eyes. He got in through the back door and his level is higher than mine? Aegon replaced the holy son, Danny Leasy. How can you compare to Danny Leasy? Old Quincy's face contorted. John, I saw Aegon last night. It was 3 or 4 in the morning and the sky was still dark. Well, it wouldn't be bright today anyway. In any case, he was woken up not long after they finished their exercise. When Sansa rushed in her pajamas and a white lion fur coat, the red-haired Ygritte was still naked in his arms. But Sansa was too excited. She didn't avoid the female savage's exposed body at all. She pounced on the side of the bed and patted her furry chest. She said excitedly, I saw Aegon. John, Aegon came down from heaven to see me last night. It's over. Your sister has gone crazy. The female savage ran her fingers through her messy red hair and said in a frightened voice, Sansa, you. John woke up from his daze and held his sister's hand worriedly. Can't sleep, or did you have a nightmare? How about I get the scholar to make you a cup of poppy milk? I'm fine, very fine. Being called crazy by the female savage, Stark slowly regained her rationality. She glanced at the skinny red-haired woman. Ygritte, I have something private to discuss with John. You can stay away for a while. You can stay here, but you must promise not to tell anyone. I'm not a blabbermouth. I did it for too long last night. I don't want to get up. The red-haired woman sprawled out on the duvet. There was a hint of curiosity in her small eyes. John blushed. Sansa, Ygritte knows what's important. What do you want to say? I saw Aegon. Don't worry, I'm not crazy and I'm not dreaming. Okay, I'm dreaming, but my mind is clear. I know that I met Aegon in my dream. Ygritte's eyes lit up. She smiled. Sometimes I know that I'm dreaming. Sansa ignored her and said excitedly to Jon, "You know that Aegon went to heaven, right? He came down from heaven." Jon was worried about his sister's feelings. He could only go along with her and asked carefully, "What did he say to you?" So he could go to heaven because of Dany Rise. She was the one who sensed the fluctuation of Aegon's mark of the Paladin and knew that he was in danger. She prayed to the Holy Mother and used her status as the Holy Child in exchange for the Holy Mother to save Aegon from the evil gods. Sansa's eyes were like two small suns, reflecting a dazzling vitality. She came alive from the inside out. And then? Jon did not understand what she meant. This means that Dany Rise has really forgiven Aegon. Sansa's head shook quickly. No, not only has she forgiven him, she has acknowledged his identity as a Targaryen. Last night? I told you, right? She admitted that Aegon is another branch of Targaryen. Jon frowned. It's not the same. She sacrificed her status as the Holy Child for Aegon. Even an aunt wouldn't do this for her nephew, right? Sansa said excitedly. Jon hesitated. She didn't tell me about this. Maybe you dream about what you think about in the day. You think I'm dreaming? Sansa looked unhappy. You just said that you know you're dreaming, Ygritte mumbled. Aegon said that the Night Watchers who died in East Watch also went to heaven. Sansa said a lot of names of the Night Watchers. Jon, you were the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. You should know that I'm not wrong, right? Jon's expression was serious. He knew many of the people Sansa mentioned, but she definitely did not know. Could it be that the Holy Spirit had really descended? What did Aegon do? He asked curiously. He apologized to me. The excitement on Sansa's face was all gone. He said that he let me down. He left me with such a mess and a ruined reputation. Her eyes were red as she sobbed. I also apologized to him. I should have gone to see him. I should have saved him from Stannis. I shouldn't have let him leave this world in despair. Sigh, this is fate. Jon said bitterly. Sansa did not comment and continued. He also asked me to marry someone. He said that he would pray for me in heaven. At this point, Sansa could not hold it in anymore. She covered her face with her hands and wept softly. Jon patted her back gently and asked softly, "What else did he say?" "It's all about heaven. He said that he's doing well now and told me not to worry. We might meet again in heaven in the future." Ygritte's eyes lit up. She asked excitedly, "What does heaven look like?" "The old gods don't have a heaven. If the seven gods' heaven is real, I want to change my faith to the seven gods." Sansa ignored her. Jon glared at her. After breakfast, Dany finally met her fake niece-in-law in the glass garden behind the main castle. Yes, they had communicated through glass candles before, but it was the first time they met face to face. Her face was white and her eyes were red. Her thick red hair was tied up in a widow's knot. Her thin body and big belly made her look pitiful. Overall, she was much better looking than the tall and strong Sansa in Game of Thrones. "Your Majesty." She bowed weakly to the Dragon Queen. She did not call her Aunt Dany anymore. "Sigh, Winterfell is about to have a decisive battle. You should go and hide." The Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with pity and concern. The rest was solemn. Sansa was shocked. She did not care about acting pitiful anymore. She suddenly looked up and said anxiously, "Can't we defend Winterfell? Don't we have you and Stannis as the three gods? No one has seen the King of Strange Ghosts. We don't know what trump cards he has. I don't have the confidence to win against a completely unknown enemy." Dany was finally honest for once. "You are not familiar with him, but Yasuo and Ahai's reincarnation should be familiar with him. Stannis is the legendary child of prophecy. The red-robed woman and the Light King have both acknowledged his identity. Since Yasuo and Ahai were able to defeat the King of Strange Ghosts last time, there is no reason they would not succeed this time." Sansa was panicking. She started to pray that the enemy who killed her husband would become the savior. Although she was not a true Stark, her love for Stark and Winterfell was no less than her brothers and sisters. That makes sense. In terms of familiarity with the King of Strange Ghosts, no one is more familiar than the Red God. Dany nodded and asked, "What do you think about the future?" "I don't know. I don't even know where my child's future lies." Sansa was on the verge of tears and looked pitiful. Dany frowned and looked at her. "In the north there is the House of Phelant. The main house is the Phelant clan in the mountains. Outside of the main house, there is the Phelant of Stonebreak Mountain, the Phelant of Phelant's Finger and the Phelant of Widow's Hope. After thousands of years, the four Phelan clans no longer have any disputes over inheritance. There is no difference between the main house and the branch house. In fact, as a former branch house, the Phelan of Widow's Hope is far more powerful than the other three combined. So, do you understand what I mean? Sansa could no longer pretend that she did not know the truth. Will you personally acknowledge our branch of Targaryens? She asked expectantly. Chapter 775. Of course, Sansa could also announce that she was another Targaryen, but that would only be considered as a self-proclaimed. Compared to the Dragon Queen's official announcement, it was a few hundred streets away. Of course. The Dragon Queen easily satisfied her fake niece's expectations. Not only will I announce this publicly, I will also trace it back to the source and return you an ancestor. Return me an ancestor? Sansa was overjoyed and shocked. She opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Her face was filled with confusion. Think about it. Why is Karen Stark the publicly recognized branch of the Stark family? Dany reminded her. Because. Sansa gradually woke up from her confusion and said thoughtfully, because everyone knows that Karen Stark was established by Karen Stark. All Karen Stark are Karen's descendants. So, the Targaryen branch that my child and I represent must have a Targaryen that everyone recognizes. A look of admiration flashed past Dany's eyes. This little green tea has a nimble mind. She can follow my train of thought. Yes, that's right. Can Demon Blackfyre the First do it? Sansa asked. No, he's still lacking. He hasn't become a king, and he hasn't completely gotten rid of the shadow of being an illegitimate child. He's not qualified to start another Targaryen branch. Dany shook her head. Who's qualified? Sansa asked doubtfully. Demon Blackfyre was already the ancestor of the Blackfyre branch. Who else could be more representative than him? Aegon Targaryen IV. Dany breathed out a name that made Sansa's jaw drop. The mediocre king? Let the mediocre king become the ancestor of our branch? Sansa said in disbelief. This wasn't a pie falling from the sky, but a roasted suckling pig. It was true that the mediocre king was mediocre, but he was a proper Targaryen king. If Aegon was considered to be his direct descendant, what did that mean? That's right, it's the mediocre King Aegon. He's the father of Daemon Blackfyre, and he personally announced that Daemon Blackfyre is his successor. Since that's the case, let's make Demon Blackfyre the successor of the mediocre King Aegon. Dany generously gave away an ancestor. Sansa was overjoyed. Thank you, Aunt Dany. After obtaining the recognition of the Dragon Queen, Aegon Mopatis once again became Aegon Targaryen. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Shireen, one generation lower than Dany. Dany waved her hand, looking indifferent. Not to mention the mediocre king, if possible, I'd even give you the Mad King. Oh, that's not right. The Mad King can't be given to Sansa. He's a dwarf. King Aegon's Targaryen was only the first example, and not the only Targaryen branch. In the future, the dwarves would definitely be given a Targaryen ancestor, and the Mad King would be one of them. If Jon's identity was revealed, he would also be given one. If any other Targaryens came looking for him, it wouldn't be a problem to divide the Targaryen ancestor cleanly. The Dragon Queen did as she said. Before lunch, she announced this in front of all the nobles in the hall. Mediocre King Aegon created a new Targaryen branch, using a brand new emblem and language. King Aegon had previously changed the emblem. A black sword was added to the claw of a three-headed red dragon on a black background. The new Targaryen was also called Black Sword Targaryen. Aegon IV was the first master of the Black Sword Targaryen. Daemon Blackfyre changed his name to Daemon Targaryen. He was the only successor of the mediocre king, and also the second master of the Black Sword Targaryen. But, mediocre King Aegon is also your direct ancestor. The nobles of the Northern Territory were naturally stunned, and someone raised a question. If he wasn't a direct ancestor, I wouldn't even bother to kick him out of the family tree. Dany waved her hand and said bluntly, I am the founder of the Empire. I don't need any inheritance from mediocre King Aegon. Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the nobles fell silent. What inheritance could mediocre King Aegon leave behind? It was nothing more than bloodline and Targaryen orthodoxy in name, as well as the legal right to inherit the Iron Throne of the Targaryen dynasty. Did the Dragon Queen need any of these things? Everyone knew of Conqueror Aegon. In the future, the Targaryens were also proud of the title of descendant of Aegon the Conqueror. Who cared who Aegon the Conqueror's father was? Not to mention mediocre King Aegon, even if it was Aegon the Conqueror, Dany wouldn't mind giving him away. Her descendants wouldn't care about her current actions either, because Dragon Queen Dany Rise would leave Aegon the Conqueror behind by a few hundred universes. The establishment of the Black Sword Targaryen family was sensational. If it was any other time, this news would be enough to shock the entire Westeros noble circle. But today, when the deviant ghosts were about to reach the city, the nobles of the Northern Territory could only lament that Dragon Queen is benevolent and magnanimous before wholeheartedly preparing for war. Not long after lunch, the dusky sky of Winterfell was suddenly covered by a black cloud. The soldiers looked up and saw dozens of winged dragons carrying large wooden boxes. Ah, it's Dragon Queen's winged dragon army. Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons are here. Seeing the large white seven-pointed star on the wings of the winged dragons, everyone understood the origin of the winged dragon army. Indeed, Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons were here. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, Dany's centaur maidservants, blood brotherhood guards, and a small portion of the slave bay knights were also here. They might not participate in the war, but the opportunity to witness the battle between the deviant ghosts and the deviant ghost king was too precious. Dany didn't want them to miss it. To put it bluntly, they were a group of military observers from Slave Bay. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. The last long night was 8,000 years ago. Not to mention the historical records, scholars didn't even acknowledge that the Westeros had 8,000 years of history, much less the existence of the Long Night and deviant ghosts. If not for the Dragon Queen changing the plot, the kings of the Seven Kingdoms and the beggars on the streets wouldn't have known anything about the deviant ghost generals. Only after experiencing a large-scale battle like the defense of Winterfell, could the generals of Slave Bay have a more direct and accurate understanding of the Long Night. This was only the first batch of observers. There would be more coming. Besides the generals, Dany was also a member of the military observers. She also needed to understand the true power of the deviant ghost king. If she didn't understand the deviant ghosts, the corpse ghost army, and the deviant ghost king, how could she formulate a strategy to counter it? Watch more, listen more, learn more, speak less, and don't risk your life. Dragon Queen gathered her subordinates and expressed her attitude towards the Battle of Winterfell. Queen Dany Lilith, there's a situation. Embarrass looked solemn as he held a stack of letters and hurried to the guest castle. Besides Embarrass, there were a few earls of the Northern Territory. Even Eyed Amber was there. The creatures of Hearthstone Castle were sent to White Harbor by the Winged Dragon Legion of Dragonstone Island. They didn't go to Winterfell, which was destined to be the battlefield. Then the Winged Dragon Legion flew to Dragonstone Island. When they returned with the Dragon Crystal, Eyed Amber had already settled down his subjects and family. He led 30 guards back to Winterfell on the Winged Dragon Legion. This was discussed before leaving Hearthstone. Eyed Amber intended to fulfill his duty as a vassal and help the king of the Northern Territory defend Winterfell. The tribal tribe in the forest north of the Wolfwood Forest is a messenger crow. They have encountered deviant ghosts. Including Cahold City and Deepwood Castle, 4 territories have been invaded by deviant ghosts. Winterfell is in the center of the Northern Territory towards the south. Hence, I guess that the deviant ghost army is only a few hundred kilometers away from Winterfell. There might even be deviant ghosts lurking in the nearby Wolfwood Forest. Your Majesty, I have a premonition that the battle will happen within a week. Jon looked solemn as he passed the letter to Dragon Queen. Deviant ghosts run really fast. They can cover 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers in a week. Dany sighed. Jon said bitterly, deviant ghosts aren't humans. They don't need supplies. As long as they don't encounter obstacles that are difficult to overcome, even the lowest level of corpse ghost can go without food or water and won't feel tired. It's normal for them to run 24 hours a day. You asked me to come because of Stannis? Dany's expression was strange. He should have reached Winterfell by now. Is he delayed by something? Is Erlu going back on his word? But I've already spread the news of the battle between the 3 gods and the deviant ghost king. If he goes back on his word now, won't his reputation be tarnished? Helplessly thought of this possibility and said to Dany, Your Majesty, do you think we should go to the valley to urge him? He's your king. You should go. Dany shook her head. But you're the one who told me about the battle between the 3 gods and the deviant ghosts. Helplessly, some things had to be said clearly. Your Majesty, I'll be honest. I did swear loyalty to him and even arranged for 2,000 northern knights to follow him to the Iron Throne. But after Aegon was burned, there was no more trust between us. Our relationship is very strained. You think I'm on good terms with him? Dany asked with a wooden face. A Carhold. Suddenly she saw a letter from the scholar of Carhold from Jon. Around 3 in the morning, countless dead people surrounded the castle. They're deviant ghosts. The legend is true. There really are deviant ghosts. We were wrong. The scholar was wrong. 7 gods, Carhold is finished. 3 in the morning. Dany's expression turned ugly. When did you receive this letter? Yesterday afternoon. You just came to Winterfell. What's wrong? Jon was puzzled. Amber was surprised. Your Majesty, did you go to Carhold after leaving Hearthstone yesterday morning? I've been there, but it's peaceful there. There's smoke everywhere. There's not a single ghost outside the city. Dany's voice was faint. The Therns are that strong? They defeated the deviant ghosts? Amber's young face showed a hint of shame. He couldn't defend Hearthstone, but the Therns, whom he had always looked down on and cursed, defended Carhold. This. Lord Eel glanced at the boy and thought. Maybe the Therns have dragon crystal weapons. They're used to fighting the ghosts. After all, it's not impossible for 2,000 Therns to defend the city against an army of 20 to 30,000 ghosts. Dany was stunned for a moment before she found the information about the Therns from the corner of her memory. What's the relationship between the Therns and the Therns? Isn't Carhold Stark's castle? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became a little strange. The Counts of the North all looked at the King of the North with a solemn expression. Stark has no male heirs. Yalika Stark is the only legal heir of Carhold. She married the head of the Therns family, Saigon. Jon calmly explained the situation in Carhold. Dany suddenly realized that she didn't know him anymore. Or rather, she had never recognized him before. Chapter 776. Dany took a deep look and said seriously, if Cahor City is under the control of the barbarian Saigong, then I can guess what happened there. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He had almost guessed it too. Lord Eel looked at the Dragon Queen and then at the King of the Northern region. He asked in confusion, if he didn't defeat the other ghosts, then what did Saigong do? Dany turned to him. Does Saigong have a son? Jon said, Rhea was pregnant when we were at the Great Wall. Looking at the time, it's about time she gave birth. What does it have to do with Saigong's son? Lord Eel suddenly thought of the deviant ghost's origin, and the blood on his fat face instantly drained. It was as pale as a dead fish's face. Ghouls are resurrected from human corpses, but other ghosts are transformed from human babies. Speaking of which, the enemies of this catastrophe are all humans. Jon gave a bitter and awkward smile. How ironic. We were still thinking of how to protect the northern region and all of humanity, but someone surrendered to the other ghosts without any resistance. I'm afraid they had no choice. Which normal person would be willing to sacrifice their son to the other ghosts? Dany thought of Hearthstone, which was almost wiped out, and understood Cahor City's choice. Of course, understanding didn't mean support. We should give Cahor City a— Dany's expression was firm, and she was about to suggest that the person in charge of Cahor City be executed, but she stopped halfway. Because she saw the flickering eyes of the northern region's nobles. It was a strange expression that was a mixture of joy, relief, and shame. You're not planning to follow suit, are you? Dany's gaze was like lightning. She looked around coldly and directly exposed their little thoughts that had just sprouted. No. All the counts said at the same time. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. It's best if you don't have such a stupid idea. Humans and other ghosts can't coexist. There's no way out. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. We swear to fight the other ghosts to the end. The counts patted their chests and promised loudly. In the guest room on the second floor of the castle, Dany stood on the balcony and watched the northern region's nobles whispering to each other as they left the training ground. She said calmly, your subordinates are unreliable. Jon's face twisted into a big chrysanthemum. Perhaps this is a good thing. Dany suddenly turned around and raised her voice. Good news? Have the other ghosts eaten your brain? Your Majesty, I've been thinking about a problem recently. He lowered his eyelids to cover his dark eyes. During the last long night, there was no Great Wall, no Night Watchman, no Winterfell, no unified Seven Kingdoms, And even Stark was only one of the Northern Territory's vassals. How did the Westeros survive a generation? The situation of the Seven Kingdoms was bad enough, but the last time could only be worse. This time, Fireplace Castle, which was considered above average among the human castles, could not even last 2 hours. How did so many nobles survive the last time? The Seven Kingdoms had many nobles with 8,000 years of history, such as Stark, Lannister, Bolton, Greenhand, hundreds of nobles. Their family history was as long as the history of the Westeros. The question was, how did they survive the last long night? Why did they close the castle gates? Was Fireplace Castle open to thieves? The truth of history was so cruel that it made Dany shudder. Yasuer and Yahai forged the sword to kill the other ghosts. Every time they failed, they were chased by the other ghosts riding ice spiders like dogs. He failed countless times and escaped death countless times. In the end, the people he saved hid in the castle to worship the other ghosts? Dany laughed absurdly. When the long night ended, the hero did not become king. Instead, he was chased out of the world he saved and returned to the dark and wild east to continue fighting the monsters in the shadows. When everything was over and the world was at peace, the magical power that saved the world was envied, rejected, and destroyed by the humans. The shapeshifters became monsters, and the witches were captured and burned by the nobles. Then they dreamed of building a real world. Now that the long night has come again, the cowardice and wretchedness engraved in their genes caused the nobles to immediately awaken the advanced survival experience of their ancestors. They closed their doors again, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to the other ghosts while waiting for the next savior to come. Perhaps, when the food in their houses ran out, they would still hide by the dark fireplace, banging on the empty iron pot and loudly cursing the savior for not being strong enough to end the long night before he finished the bread. Jon's expression changed. He looked worriedly at the Dragon Queen and said meaningfully, "Perhaps, the hero does not care about the thoughts of the people he saved. He is a hero because he was born great. The great battle of Winterfell is imminent. Heroine, you cannot be angered by the depraved actions of the nobles and become evil. We are still relying on you to save our lives." Awkward was extremely worried. Dany smiled. "Do you think Stannis was born great? He is the first hero of this long night." Awkward's mouth twitched. "Heroes also need to be spurred and encouraged. Why don't your majesty go to the valley and encourage him?" "I cannot go." Dany refused. "What?" Awkward asked with a face full of embarrassment. "If I go to him in such a hurry, it will give the impression that I have ulterior motives and am pulling him to fill the hole. It is not good." "Are you not pulling him to fill the hole?" Jon said with a straight face. "Then arrange for a pterosaur to send me to the valley." Regardless of whether the Dragon Queen was pulling Erlu to fill the hole or not, he would definitely hope that the savior would fill the unprecedented hole in Winterfell. Because the Dragon Queen clearly did not want to be a hero. In the end, Jon did not get to sit on the pterosaur that Dany arranged. When Sansa found out that Jon was going to the valley, she immediately said in high spirits that she also needed to go to the valley and could send Jon off. Not only her and Jon, but even Rickon and the furry dog were brought to the valley. "Robert is sick. I will send Rickon to accompany him," Sansa said to Awkward's confusion. Robert Arryn and Rickon Stark were cousins and were about the same age, so it was reasonable for them to be playmates. Dany left with the three of them, but she was not going to the valley. "I want to tell you to tell everyone that humans and deviants cannot coexist. Everyone has to make a choice. It is either black or white. Once you make a choice, you must bear the consequences of your choice." Under the gloomy gazes of the nobles, the Dragon Queen led the 40 pterosaurs and took off, heading towards Cahold City, which was 1,500 kilometers to the northeast. When they reached Cahold City, it was around 8 in the evening. However, the long night had arrived. A hazy white light could still be seen in the south during the day, but in the north, day and night were blurred. There was no difference between 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning. Alright, there was still a difference. At this moment, the castle below had completely fallen into darkness. The people in the castle had entered a deep slumber. Only the 7 or 8 watchtowers on the castle walls spilled out a dim red light. Whoosh, the howling northern wind in the sky seemed to be more violent, but it only blew for a while. Without the watchtower guards noticing at all, 40 unsullied in sky blue fur cloaks and silver white armor lined up neatly in the training ground in front of the castle. Boom, dragon flames spewed out, and the sky was instantly lit up. "Oh, what's that?" Woo woo woo, the watchtower guards were alarmed. The horn sounded, and the sleeping castle was awakened. Megalosaurus, it's Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen is here. As the dragon flames entangled into a basin-sized incandescent fireball, the people in the castle finally saw the black shadows in the sky, 3 Megalosaurus and the armored female knight on the back of the black dragon. Hiss, Blackie roared and roared. Winterfell received a request for help from Cohold City. Where is Saigon Thurn? Where is Scholar Dolly? Your Majesty, I am Saigon. Immediately, someone stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor of the castle and shouted. Ah, everyone exclaimed. A pair of huge fire wings popped out from behind the Dragon Queen. She leaped, and like a feather, she lightly glided down from a height of 500 meters. There was a huge fireball floating above her head. Seeing this incredible scene, all the Thane guards who were holding their swords and crossbows loosened their grip in dejection. They once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the Dragon Queen under the Great Wall. Even Saigon did not put on the airs of the Earl of Cohold City. He quickly put on his armor before the Dragon Queen landed in the formation of the Unsullied, and trotted out of the castle with a dozen guards. Your Majesty, thank you for coming to the aid of Cohold City. Thurn walked in front of the Dragon Queen, knelt on one knee and performed a standard knight salute. He was a short and thin young man with long and narrow gray eyes and a receding hairline. He was wearing bronze shin guards and a leather shirt with bronze scales. Dany looked at him and tried hard to recall, but she could not remember the appearance of CD, whom she had killed. Before coming, she had inquired about Saigon's background and knew that she had killed his father, CD. However, Dany did not remember this at all. Saigon, where are the deviant ghosts? Dany did not ask him to get up and only asked coldly. Your Majesty, the deviant ghosts have retreated. Saigon looked down and said. I'm afraid not. Dany shook her head and stepped forward. She sneered. They did not enter the city, but they have entered your heart. Whoosh, Saigon's expression changed. The Thurn guards behind him gripped their sword hilts in unison. Haha. Dany did not seem to notice and took another step forward arrogantly. Your Majesty, I have no choice. Saigon's expression changed a few times. He waved his hand behind him to stop his subordinate's stupid actions and knelt on one knee to plead guilty. The messenger crow left for less than 15 minutes, and the deviant ghosts had already climbed up the city wall. Just like you, they walked to the door of my castle. There were a total of 10 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. They climbed over the walls and fences as if they were walking on flat ground. I could not stop them at all. In the end, the newly promoted Earl's voice was choked with sobs. They asked me for my child. If I refused, the entire castle and more than 10,000 townspeople under the castle would be slaughtered. I would not be able to keep my child. I had no choice. You're lying? Dany pulled out the huge sword on her back and pressed the cold blade against Saigon's neck. Fireplace Castle has been massacred by deviant ghosts. Do they know that Amber's family does not have a baby but yours does? Saigon dared to quibble, but when he looked up, his vision blurred. He seemed to see a megalosaurus flying out from the purple eye behind the Queen of Night's mask. The endless pressure almost made him collapse to the ground. He hurriedly lowered his head and begged for mercy while trembling. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I had no choice. The ghouls were endless and all my clansmen were in the castle. I had to save them. Chapter 777. After receiving the news that the Great Wall had collapsed, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Sure enough, a few days later, I found traces of ghouls in the sentry tower outside the town. When we left the Great Wall, the commander didn't allow the Thurns to take away the dragon crystal weapons. We only had a few dragon crystal daggers from beyond the Great Wall. At first, I tried to organize a defense, but there were too many ghouls. After several years of dealing with them beyond the Great Wall, I knew that if I fought them head-on, Carhold would fall. That's my son, my newborn son, my only son. Saigon cried and shouted, do you think I'm willing to give him to the ghouls? As long as I have the power to resist, I'm willing to be a hero, but I'm not. I'm not you, I'm not the child of prophecy. I can't deal with them. I can't be a hero. I'm useless and cowardly, but I still have the responsibility to protect my clansmen and the people of my territory. Patriarch. The guards of the Thurns clan cried out in grief. My lord. The servants of the castle, the stables, the kitchen, and the other people of the northern region who had heard the commotion were also emotional and their eyes were red. In just half a year, Saigon had won the hearts of the people of the northern region as a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. Danny frowned and glanced at the people around her. Do you know what he did? Everyone in Karhold knows that in order to make the ghouls retreat, the Count sacrificed his only son to the god of frost, a bearded knight said in a low voice. The knight's words didn't cause a stir in the crowd. Obviously, this matter was an open secret in Karhold. You're bold. In order to win people's hearts, you even dare to publicize such a deadly secret, Danny said sarcastically. Earl Thurn smiled bitterly. It can't be hidden. Do you think the god of frost has such a small appetite that he'll be satisfied with the Count's son? This is only the first time. 1 out of 1,000 people will contribute a baby boy. Every year from now on, we have to sacrifice more than 10 baby boys to the god of frost, unless I can sacrifice another son. The Count's son has a noble bloodline and is more useful to them. Hiss, Grey Worm behind Danny, who had always been calm, couldn't help but change his expression. If the other castles follow suit, the ghouls will only increase in the future. Humans will never be able to end the long night. Dragon Queen said coldly, offering sacrifices to ghouls is a crime against humanity. You should die. When Saigong raised his head, he was once again intimidated by the dragon might in his purple eyes. I'm guilty, but I have no choice. You didn't have a choice and he didn't have a choice either. Then the whole world was ruled by deviant ghosts and fell into eternal ice. At that time you really have no choice but to die. With that, Danny brandished her sword ready to strike. Clang 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 clang. My lord. The barbarian guards and the knights of the northern region drew their swords and approached the Dragon Queen. Further away there were also crossbowmen eyeing her. You dare to draw your sword at me? Danny looked around. Reckless fool. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The huge fireball suspended 10 meters in the air suddenly spun and shot out a string of bright red fire snakes as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. Every fire snake found a soldier who aimed their sword or crossbow at Dragon Queen. Not a single one was missing and all of them were bathed in dragon flame. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 soldiers were rolling around with their heads on fire. It was a bit like Ghost Rider in the Marvel movies. The human-shaped candle was too frightening. The knights and soldiers who were a beat slower seemed to have been burned by their own sword hilts and hurriedly let go. Then they all widened their eyes and glared at Dragon Queen as if they were looking at ghouls. No, when they saw ghouls yesterday, their eyes weren't even this frightened and repulsed. No, no, your majesty, please let us go. A brown-haired girl wearing a golden fox fur coat stumbled out of the castle and came to Saigon's side. She knelt and cried, Your Majesty, have mercy, have mercy. As long as there is a way to live, we don't want to sacrifice ghouls. That's my son. This was a tall, thin girl with a long face and gray eyes that were unique to Stark. She seemed to be sick. Her eyes were dim and her face was as pale as snow. Her breathing was weak and her voice was weak. Danny immediately guessed that she was Stark's only daughter, Yali, who was beheaded by Robb. She was also Saigon's wife. What you are doing is cutting off other people's chances of survival, cutting off the future of the entire human race. Dragon Queen's expression was firm and her tone was cold. Thump, thump, thump. The Countess knelt down, her knights knelt down, and the group of guards led by the knights knelt down as well. Further away, the Karhold city servants and civilians who were looking at Dragon Queen in fear also suppressed their fear of the mystic dragon and knelt down behind the Count and Countess. Mercy, have mercy. Hundreds and thousands of people widened their eyes in fear and shouted at Dragon Queen. At this moment, Dragon Queen was no different from the ghouls that surrounded the city yesterday. She was an enemy that they could not afford to offend and had disturbed their peaceful lives. You guys are really, at this moment, Danny's expression changed as well. Dragon Queen, if the Count doesn't send out the little Count, we will all die. We don't want to die. My child is so young, he's only 2 years old. He hasn't even seen summer, sob sob sob. A middle-aged woman wailed. Her crying was like pressing a button on a loudspeaker. A series of sobs, pleas, and even complaints came one after another. They formed a tsunami of words and emotions that drowned Dragon Queen in an instant. There are so many ghouls. There's no end in sight. The Count was prepared to resist, but he couldn't beat them. We don't want to die. What else can we do other than sacrifice to the Frost God? Your Majesty, please be merciful and kill the Count. What are we going to do when the ghouls come next time? Your Majesty, you have a dragon. You're powerful, but why didn't you come yesterday? If you came, we wouldn't have to sacrifice the ghouls. What's the use of killing the Count now? Can you save all of us if you kill him? If you can't, we'll still have to sacrifice to the ghouls. Or you can kill all of us and be done with it. If we die, there will be no more ghouls, no more eternal night. If you have the time and energy to torment our little Keho city, why don't you kill the Ghoul King earlier? End the eternal night and chase away the ghouls. We won't have to sacrifice to the ghouls anymore. Danny's face was tense. She was angry and helpless. If these unruly people were not punished, the Ghost Resistance United Front might become her one-man show. But how should she punish them? Should she really destroy Keho City? The total population of the castle and the town outside was estimated to be over 10,000. Most of them were civilians and most of them were women and children. Should she burn them all to death? Logically speaking, she should ride the dragon and burn the entire Keho City. Kill 10,000 to warn 100. One Keho City provided 10 ghouls a year. How many Keho cities were there in the northern region? How many Keho cities were there in the Westeros? If she allowed this situation to develop, she wouldn't be able to kill all the ghouls in 10 years. If the ghouls didn't die, how could the eternal night end? But she couldn't do it. At this moment, Danny admitted helplessly that she still lacked some courage. Perhaps, compared to courage, she lacked a scholar from Westeros more. A scholar from Slave Bay was useless. She had to get a scholar from Westeros. In the end, she shouldn't be doing this kind of dirty work. She had been foolish to bring people to Keho City. A sword flashed and Saigon's right arm was cut off at the elbow. Saigon wailed. Yali, the soldiers and servants around her cried out in alarm. I'm not the king of the northern region, nor the king of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't have the right to execute an earl. But Stark and the Iron Throne will definitely give an explanation to those who fight against the ghouls. After throwing down a verbal cannon, the Dragon Queen extinguished the fireball, spread her fire wings and leaped into the dark sky. Are we letting them go just like that? Garth asked unwillingly. Returning without accomplishing anything, the Dragon Queen was frustrated. Her subordinates who traveled thousands of miles were also frustrated. What do you think we should do? Danny asked back. After a moment of silence, Garth said, Kill 1 to warn 100. We have no choice. Do you want the queen to ride the dragon and burn Keho City? Xiong was a little agitated. That will make her the enemy of the northern region. We won't dare to stay in Winterfell anymore. At special times we should use thunderous means. When the Grey Plague appeared in the old town, didn't my great-grandfather order the soldiers to kill everyone who tried to escape to prevent the plague from spreading to the Seven Kingdoms? Regardless of whether it was a man, a woman or a baby in his arms, there was no exception. Reality proved that his order was cruel, but it was correct. The plague was contained within the old town. Even though half of the people in the old town died, there wasn't a single case of the plague in the surrounding cities. Garth spoke slowly with a hint of pride in his tone. Danny was stupefied. Your great-grandfather did the right thing, but why don't you talk about his ending? This is the northern region. We should follow the host's wishes, the Dragon Queen said in a low voice. They didn't return to Winterfell immediately. Instead, they went to the Trembling Sea to hunt a whale. The 3 Megalosaurus, Big Black, Little White and Little Green, dived into the sea and searched for more than half an hour before they found an adult humpback whale. There was no other reason except that the pterosaurs were hungry and Winterfell lacked fresh meat to feed them. After a full meal, the 40 pterosaurs split into 2 teams. One team carried the unsullied ironclad back to Winterfell while the other team flew to Dragonstone Island. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, they also needed to transport a batch of wildfire bullets with Tyrian oil. Barristan would represent the Dragon Queen and ask the King's Landing for a batch of wildfire bullets, at least 100 tons. Although Danny wasn't willing to invest a lot of troops in the Battle of Winterfell, she did her best to arm the Northerners. Sansa and the Dragon Queen left Winterfell at the same time and flew to the valley with their big bellies. The first thing they did was not look for Erlu. Instead, they went to the Northerners' camp and met Illyrio alone. Erlu's main force had already arrived at the Moongate Castle and successfully occupied the capital of the valley. In theory, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the northern region were his subordinates and followed him. Illyrio was always protected by the cavalrymen of the northern region. Aegon is in heaven, Sansa said with a complicated expression as she looked at the sloppy fatty in front of her. The palace that used to belong to King Aegon and Queen Sansa now belonged to Erlu and his wife and daughter. Sansa was currently receiving the fat merchant in the guest room of the side hall. His condition was very bad. He was dispirited and his clothes were dirty. His rosy and oily fat face was now like a dried red Fuji apple. His dull eyes only shone when he heard the words Aegon. Chapter 778. The Holy Mother is merciful. I saw him being taken to heaven by the Holy Sparrow with my own eyes. Illyrio smiled in relief. Then do you know why Aegon was able to go to heaven? Aegon was a good child. He was taught by Lady Ashera and Sir Clinton since he was young. He was devout and followed the path of the knights. That was why he was protected by the Holy Mother. As he spoke and laughed, his wrinkled old face under his thick eye bags was filled with sorrow. Aegon may be devout, but he wasn't qualified for heaven. Sansa told him about how the Dragon Queen had transferred her status as a holy disciple. Are you joking? The place to go to heaven can be transferred? Illyrio didn't believe it. Dany Rise is like the Holy Sparrow, a child of the Seven Saints. Have you seen the Holy Sparrow who descended? He's amazing now. He's become a heavenly emissary and manages a paradise island for the Holy Mother. Thinking of the Holy Sparrow he saw that day, the fat merchant believed it. He looked at his daughter-in-law with a strange look. So, what do you want to do? You didn't want to see me before. Not only did you see me today, you even told me so much. I saw Dany Rise in Winterfell. She won't let you go, but she doesn't blame Aegon. She doesn't hate me or the child in my womb, Sansa said calmly. That's good, very good. The fat merchant's eyes lit up again. No wonder the Holy Mother chose her as the Holy Child. Dany Rise is completely different from her father. Not only that, she also recognizes Aegon as a Targaryen. She still recognizes Aegon's one family and two branches. My child will be the only heir to the Black Sword Targaryen, and the ancestor of the Black Sword Targaryen is Aegon Targaryen IV. With every word Sansa said, Illyrio's eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? He was in disbelief. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Sansa's expression was cold. Illyrio slowly calmed down and asked as if he understood something, What do you want from me? Everything. Everything? Illyrio raised an eyebrow. I only have one son, Aegon. If you give birth to his child, I can give you everything I have. But what do you want it for? I don't know what I should do next and to what extent I can do, but I will fight for the best for my child. Sansa stroked her abdomen where her pulse was strong and her eyes were as firm as steel. Good, very good. Illyrio seemed to have been poked in his G-spot. His eyes lit up and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. You're not a good wife, but you're definitely a good mother. How am I not a good wife? Sansa frowned. You're a good wife. You shouldn't have allowed Aegon to be burned. In this aspect, you can't even compare to Dany Alice. Illyrio didn't hide his anger towards his wife. I didn't know that Stannis would, Sansa retorted, but she immediately put away her bitter expression and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about me and Aegon. He descended from the heavens and never once mentioned you. Descended from heaven? Illyrio was a bit confused. Aegon didn't see me before he died, and there was a knot in his heart. Fortunately, the Holy Mother was merciful and allowed him to leave heaven and descend once. Last night, I talked to him for a long time in my dream. That's possible? The fatty was skeptical, but then he thought about how even a sparrow could appear in the human world. It wasn't impossible for Aegon to appear in a dream. He's not willing to forgive me? I'm the same as you. We both want the best for our child. He said dejectedly. I'm not the same as you. My child will live in glory, flowers, and applause. He'll be pure for the rest of his life, Sansa said coldly. I sincerely hope that your words will come true. Illyrio looked at his wife's stomach and said in a low voice, What do I need to do? First, tell me about your family in Pentos. Palaces, shops, ships, manors. There are too many. I can't remember them all. I need an account book. How much food and guards do you have? Sansa frowned. I only have 200 reliable guards. They're useless to you, but I've prepared a lot of food. The fatty smiled proudly. A long time ago, I heard from Dany Rise that the eternal night was coming. Then, I began to stockpile large amounts of food and farm. Then, in order to help Aegon conquer the Westeros, and to help him win the hearts of the people after he took King's Landing, I spent millions of gold royals to buy unlimited amounts of food from the world. Until now, I've prepared more than 500,000 tons of wheat, butter, and bacon for him. It's enough to maintain the supply of food in King's Landing until the True Dragon Alliance takes River Bend Granary. Unfortunately, fate is too unfair to me. thousands of schemes, all because of someone who was almost eliminated. What's the point of saying all this now? Sansa impatiently interrupted his complaints. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She asked, "Is the food all at Storm's End Castle?" The fat merchant shook his head. Storm's End Castle is only a temporary residence. 5,000 tons is enough to maintain the army's daily needs. Then 200,000 tons were sent to Dragonstone Island. The rest is stored in Pentos and Myr's granaries. Dragonstone Island? Sansa frowned. Aegon's target is King's Landing, Ilio said with a frown. Dragonstone Island is right at the entrance of King's Landing. It's still safe. I'm afraid we won't be able to get back that batch of food. Sansa sighed. Dragonstone Island doesn't lack food, Ilio said uncertainly. Let's not worry about that batch of food for now. Leave the valley immediately and move the rest of the food to Taz Island, Sansa said seriously. Taz Island? Why not Storm's End Castle? The fat merchant was baffled. Sansa shook her head and sighed helplessly. Stannis is powerful. I don't know when he'll think of taking back the castle. He has the Winged Dragon army. Theon Bella's influence in the Stormlands far exceeds Aegon's. It won't be difficult for the Winged Dragons to work with the Stormlands Marquis to take down Storm's End Castle. Taz Island to Storm's End Castle is like Dragonstone Island to King's Landing. They are both located in the Bay of Portals. Brittany is the only heir to Taz Island and is one of my 2 vassals. She is absolutely loyal to me and is more reliable than the Golden Knights. If anything happens, the Golden Knights can immediately retreat to Taz Island to preserve their strength. Right now, Storm's End Castle cannot be used as a base. But in the future. At this point, Sansa's blue eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dark light. I didn't bring Rickon to Moongate Castle to help Robert find a partner. It would be best if Winterfell could be defended, but if not, anyway, it's not like Stark hasn't lost his castle before. It doesn't matter if it's broken by the other ghosts again. As long as Stark is alive, there is still hope. Stannis wants to challenge the other Ghost King at Winterfell. If Winterfell falls, he will definitely die in battle. When that happens, Storm's End Castle will become another base for Black Sword Targaryen and Stark. Storm's End Castle is located south of King's Landing. It has soldiers and food. It will definitely last longer than Luwin and Cersei. Illyrio's expression changed. You haven't given up on the Iron Throne? Sansa laughed coldly. Why should I give it up? I have a Targaryen in my stomach. Besides, Dany Rhys still insists on the oath of, the one who ends the long night shall be the king. As long as my competitors are all dead, I might still have a chance. You now only rely on Brittany and that someone? Illyrio's brows furrowed, his heart filled with worry. Sansa smiled confidently. Brittany and my second granduncle, Blind and Tully, and the Golden Knights. In terms of foundation, they are actually better than Stannis. Of course, I am not stupid. My child deserves the best. The Iron Throne is only the highest goal. If Stannis can really defeat the other Ghost King, I will lead the Golden Knights and that batch of food to pledge loyalty to him in exchange for the title of Duke. Hearing his wife's ambitious and practical plan, Illyrio was completely relieved. All right, I will do my best to help you. Besides food and gold, I have also raised a 100-man assassin organization. I will also give you Varys' intelligence agency. There is an assassin organization? Sansa was pleasantly surprised. In the various cities of the Narrow Sea, which trading prince doesn't have a group of water dancer assassins? They assassinate others and prevent others from assassinating them. Illyrio smiled bitterly. Even he himself was a top-level water dancer. Without good swordsmanship, he wouldn't have survived until now. Very good. We will hide behind the scenes and watch their performance. Sansa's face revealed a carefree smile. Now, I will go and see Stannis and see why he has not fulfilled his promise with Dany Rhys. Erlu didn't intend to go back on his word. After returning from the Wall, he had listened to the Dragon Queen's suggestion and put on Aegon's Vol steel armor. He had asked Melisandre to accompany him to the north to kill the other Ghost King. Aunt May, however, was not willing. You are not ready yet. Just like Yeser and Ahai needed to sacrifice their wives to forge the Red Sword, you need to sacrifice the person you love the most to forge the Red Sword that belongs only to you, the demigod demon dragon Vargal. She advised. In order to prove to him that she wasn't lying, the two stood by the fireplace again after replenishing their mana, observing the future through the flames. In the flames, Erlu saw the vague figure of the other Ghost King. The other seemed to sense it, and then the Savior and the King looked at each other from afar for the first time. Under the gaze of those blue eyes, Erlu's soul was almost frozen. He saw endless ice, darkness and death. It was as if a large hand had grabbed his heart and was pulling it toward hell. In that moment Erlu felt a bone-chilling fear. Now do you understand? Aunt May waved her hand, and the flames in the fireplace roared into the sky and then exploded. The icy blue eyes of the other Ghost King disappeared, and Erlu broke free from the fear. He gasped for breath and was sweating profusely. Your Majesty, you are not ready yet. The red-robed woman stroked his sweaty back and sighed. You need the demon dragon. Who doesn't sacrifice when doing great things? Shireen is my daughter and my successor, Erlu said with a hoarse voice. His eyes gradually became clear and he continued, Danny Alice will help me and so will the three-eyed crow. I don't believe that their help is less than that of a demon dragon with unknown strength. Just Danny Alice alone has 3 demon dragons by her side. Aunt May was stunned and was speechless. After a while she said softly, They are very powerful, but are they trustworthy? Danny Alice is still fighting with you for the Iron Throne, and the Green Prophet is the servant of the Frost God. Are you sure you want to entrust your back to them? I don't have a choice. The Great Wall has collapsed and the other ghosts are heading south. The 7 kingdoms are in danger. Erlu's expression was pained. You should know better than anyone that the main reason I am fighting for the Iron Throne is because of my mission as the Savior. Aunt May was stunned. Chapter 779. I always thought that no one understood my main goal of fighting for the Iron Throne better than you, because you were the one who made me realize my mission. Erlu looked at the woman beside him with a complicated expression. Now that the long night has come, the Great Wall has fallen, and the King of Strange Ghosts is attacking the south as fast as lightning. Before long the northern territory will fall and then Hejian. It is very likely that in the next month, the strange ghosts will reach King's Landing and even the Old Town. Isn't the responsibility of a savior to stop the strange ghosts from destroying the Westeros? Aunt May frowned. I am not stopping you from fulfilling your mission as a savior, but now is not the time to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts. She was not lying. After the long night, communication with the King of Light was much simpler and more precise. Every time she stared at the flame and asked when the long night would end, she could feel Lalo's will from the flame. Stannis was not ready. Lalo did not play any tricks at all. He directly told Aunt May that now was not the time to be reckless. The King of Strange Ghosts' gaze just now made me tremble in fear. I know that I may fail at Winterfell, but I am not afraid. Erlu gritted his teeth and said word by word, Yasuo and Ahai cannot defeat the King of Strange Ghosts in one go. He has been defeated time and time again, but he keeps fighting. Although he has failed countless times, he has always brought hope to a hopeless world. He can endure failure and so can I. I will persevere. Even if I fail 10,000 times, I will not lose my fighting spirit. Do you think that anyone can have the chance to keep fighting? I am afraid that if you fail once you will lose your life. If Dany was here she would most likely complain like this. Aunt May, of course, could not complain about the savior she had chosen. There are no 2 identical leaves in the world. You are a savior, yes, but your experience is not necessarily similar to Yasuo and Ahai's. He can fail many times, but it does not mean that you can. She said very tactfully. I will die. Erlu gritted his teeth. You are not ready. Erlu took a deep breath and relaxed his mind and body. He looked at Aunt May with a serious expression and said, As long as we can save the world, there is no one who cannot be sacrificed. From the very beginning I had this awareness. I can sacrifice myself and so can Shireen. But I am Shireen's father. If I sacrifice her without trying my best, am I still human? Yasur and Yahai had failed so many times in the process of forging the Red Sword. Did they not know that sacrificing their wives was the best way to forge the Red Sword? Every attempt he made was an effort to save his wife. In the end, after he had tried everything, he decided to sacrifice his wife. Nisha knew that her husband had done his best, so she was willing to sacrifice herself. Melisandre did not know what Yasuo and Ahai were thinking at that time. Perhaps Erlu was just wishful thinking. Or perhaps Erlu and the former savior were in perfect harmony and understood each other's situation and choice. But she really didn't agree with Erlu. Fate had already decided. It was destined that Yasuo and Ahai would become the savior, and that Nisha would be sacrificed. Maybe you guessed right. He was trying to prevent Nisha's death, but his many years of hard work only resulted in the prolongation of the long night. An entire generation. If he had been more determined and listened to the call of fate, using Nisha to forge the sword at the first opportunity, it is very likely that the long night would have ended a few years earlier. Fate. Erlu's eyes flashed and he began to grind his teeth. Danny Rise has already broken fate. Danny Rise? What did she say to you? Melisandre was shocked. She didn't know what that woman had revealed. Erlu looked into Aunt May's eyes and said softly, she said that the so-called sacrifices were all given to the Light King Lalo. As long as Lalo is generous, he can help the child of prophecy forge the red sword and hatch the demon dragon without any sacrifices. The so-called fate is just a script that he wrote in advance to achieve his own goals. Aunt May said seriously, maybe the great Light King can do everything, but what is the price? Everything has its own rules. A king has the entire kingdom, but can he unconditionally give the kingdom's territory to every subject who asks for it? If the king does that, the kingdom will definitely collapse. If the kingdom collapses, the subjects who reap without sowing will end up even more miserable than before they received the land. The great Lalo's divine power is unlimited, but he also has an eternal enemy, the frost god, who pulls the world into cold and darkness. If he grants every believer's request regardless of the cost, the mortal's desires will never end. How long can someone as powerful as Lalo last? When Lalo's divine power is exhausted, the frost god will be unscrupulous and do whatever he wants. Against the frost god, what can the mortals who received Lalo's gifts do? The world will eventually be destroyed because of our shameful greed. Farmers farm, blacksmiths forge, kings rule, and the child of prophecy saves the world. This is the law, the destiny formed by countless laws. Erlu frowned and thought about it. It seemed that the red-robed woman's words made sense, but the child of prophecy didn't have any privileges. Couldn't the Light King make an exception? After all, he, the child of prophecy, was helping him fight against the frost god. Perhaps Danny Rise wasn't lying. God saw mortals as pigs and sheep. Lalo chose the child of prophecy because the child of prophecy had something that he needed. But what did he have that was worth Lalo's attention? Shireen? After a long silence, Erlu sighed. No matter what, we have to support Winterfell. This is the responsibility of the King of the Seven Kingdoms, and also the mission of the Savior. Even if we don't talk about responsibility and mission, just from the perspective of benefits. If we let Winterfell be destroyed by the other ghosts, the next time the other Ghost King leads an army of ghouls that is several times larger to the Bloodgate. At that time, we won't have any reinforcements. Danny Rise won't help us, and if Stark is still alive, he won't either. If the people's hearts are scattered, the Seven Kingdoms will really be finished. Aunt May was silent for a long time before saying, you can send the Winged Dragon army to support Winterfell, but don't challenge the other Ghost King. I'm not afraid of death. Erlu was inexplicably angry. Go with me. If the other Ghost King appears, please help me with the great Lalo. If I still die in battle, I won't have any complaints. But you're the savior. You can't die. If you die, the world will really be finished, the red-robed woman said anxiously. She was really anxious because she really thought that he was the savior. Erlu said faintly, in this world, is there a savior who avoids responsibility and is afraid of battle? On one hand, you say that I'm the child of prophecy arranged by fate to fight the other Ghost King. On the other hand, you want me to avoid the final battle with the other Ghost King. Isn't this contradictory? If I'm really the savior, I'll only become braver in my failures. Countless failures can train my will and martial arts, and finally let me grow to the point where I can defeat the other Ghost King. Aunt May already understood that she would not be able to persuade this stubborn monarch this time. Erlu wasn't completely obedient to the red-robed woman. Otherwise, he would have tried to hatch the demonic dragon in the stone egg years ago. I'll accompany you, dong dong dong. Melisandre was just about to agree when a series of hurried knocks on the door interrupted the two's conversation. Your Majesty, Sir Davos sent news. Outside the door came the loud and joyful voice of the attendant, Davos. Davos was the fifth son of the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight Davos had a total of 7 children, all sons, and all of them grew up healthily without illness or disaster. Because of this, he became more and more devoted to the 7 gods. In the War of the Four Kings, Davos led his eldest, second, third, and fourth sons to work for Erlu. They were quite similar to the 5 tigers of the Han family of Chao Wei. Honda and his 4 sons. Unfortunately, the fake Honda met the strengthened version of the Black River Zhao Zilong, and the fake Tyrion Zhao Zilong burned his 4 sons to death. Davos is still alive? Erlu was pleasantly surprised. He put on a robe and went to open the door. As Erlu's attendant, Davos had seen the interactions between Erlu and the red-robed woman too many times. Therefore when he came in he didn't look around. He respectfully and straightforwardly handed the letter to the king. Good, that's great. Erlu read 10 lines at a glance. He excitedly cheered as he read. But in the end he fell silent with a conflicted expression. Melisandre tightened her red dress and walked over. She asked curiously, "What's the situation?" Not only did Davos not die in the chaos, but he also completed the mission I gave him again. He successfully convinced the Bronze John and the other vassals of the valley. Erlu had a complicated expression. The Onion Knight is really your Majesty's lucky star. Melisandre smiled. Lucky star? If the Great Wall hadn't collapsed, I would be overjoyed after receiving this letter. But now. Erlu frowned and shook his head. When King Aegon's True Dragon Alliance besieged the King's Landing, there were 2 armies in the north and the south. The southern army went from the Windstop Fortress to the Imperial Forest with 10,000 gold troops, 4,000 Dorne cavalry and 8,000 Storm vassals. The northern army went from the Blood Gate and the Valley vassals led 20,000 elite soldiers to the south. But before the northern army got close to the King's Landing and entered Rosby City, 70 to 80 kilometers away from the King's Landing, the news of King Aegon's capture spread to the army camp. At that time, the southern army had already been stationed at the southern shore of the Blackwater for many days. They were waiting for the northern army to join forces. The Iron Throne's military strength was limited. It was impossible for them to divide their forces and destroy both the northern and southern armies. Yuluen and Cersei chose to attack the southern army because Dorne and the Gold troops were irreconcilable enemies. With Aegon captured, the vassals of the valley might not be loyal to him anymore. The Iron Throne's thinking was not wrong. The vassals of the valley did not have much loyalty to Aegon. After Davos brought Sansa's letter of surrender, they immediately retreated. Fuck King Aegon, fuck King Stannis, fuck Cersei, I want to go home. I don't want to play with you anymore. But soon they realized that they could not go home even if they wanted to. They lacked military rations. As mentioned before, during the rebellion of the 4 princes, the king's territory was ravaged. Bandits passed by like combs, soldiers passed by like hounds, and wolves robbed lions after they finished robbing. Everyone took turns robbing. How could the hungry soldiers be divided into factions? In the end, the vassals of the king's territory had no way to make a living. And the Westeros army did not seem to have the habit of carrying rations. It was thousands of miles from Winterfell to the King's Landing. How could they transport rations? When the Valley army went south, they realized that they could not rob the vassals of the 3 rivers. Not to mention rations, even the commoners ran away. But they were hungry. So, the lesser nobles were unlucky. So, the vassals wrote letters to Dragonstone Island, begging the Dragon Queen to be merciful and restrain her nephew. So, the old crab personally went to Moongate Castle to persuade King Aegon to restrain himself. So, King Aegon and the dwarf rode on pterodactyls and delivered rations to the vassals of the valley every night. So, the vassals of the valley changed their route. They circled around and tried to travel by sea. Illyrio transported the rations to Dragonstone Island. Through Dragonstone Island, they supported the Valley army at Blackwater Bay. For example, Twilight Valley was less than 100 miles away from Tidehead Island. So, after Aegon was captured, the source of rations was cut off. Chapter 780. The 20,000-man army of the Valley vassals was barely sustained by the provisions dropped by King Aegon and the dwarves. When they got close to Blackwater Bay, they would ship the provisions from Dragonstone Island. However, since the Valley vassals were no longer loyal to King Aegon, the provisions from Dragonstone Island were naturally gone. Without food, the Valley vassals could only grow and plunder the nobles. However, it was different this time. The Valley vassals had just left Rosby City and were too close to King's Landing. It was not like the Iron Throne did not have any military forces. How could they allow the Valley vassals to plunder their vassals? Moreover, the nobles were also enraged. When Cersei killed Sparrow, did Luwin not lead Tywin and the Riverbend army away from King's Landing? At that time, the Valley vassals were very similar to the northern army that was killed by Roose Bolton. When Robb went south, he split his army into 2 at the Green Fork River. He led the northern cavalry to rescue Riverrun City while Roose Bolton led the northern infantry to fight Tywin's main army at the Green Fork River. Robb was possessed by the god of war. Not only did he solve the siege of Riverrun City, he also captured Jaime, crippled the Lion army and even approached the Lion's Nest. Under such a favorable situation, Roose Bolton played a dirty trick. He deliberately disobeyed Robb's order to guard Helen Castle and encouraged the northern nobles to go south to plunder money and women. Then Bolton led his army to guard Helen Castle and watched coldly as the rest of the northern vassals crossed thousands of kilometers and went deep into the royal territory. They did plunder a lot of wealth and women, but the actions of the northern vassals had completely angered the royal territory vassals. After Randall Tarley led the Riverbend army into the royal territory, the northern vassals were heavily surrounded and had nowhere to run. In the end they were all wiped out. The valley vassals were in a similar situation. If there were only royal vassals who were crippled, they would not be afraid. The problem was Hugh Lewin and Randall Tarley were right behind them. The Iron Throne's military forces were no less than the valley vassals, and with the help of the royal territory vassals. In the end, the valley vassals defeated a few waves of enemies, but they themselves were trapped in Twilight Valley. The Iron Throne did not exterminate them all. After all, war was to serve politics. King's Landing only needed the valley to submit. Submit? Simple. We surrender. Long live Queen Cersei. Long live Yolen of Scylla. Naturally, the vassals of the valley immediately prepared to surrender. Even when the Iron Throne asked every family to send their heirs to the Red Fort as hostages, the vassals of the valley did not object. This was because sending out hostages was the norm in Westeros politics. For example, King Balon sent his only son, Theon, to Winterfell as a foster son. But soon, Erlu successfully backstabbed the valley. With the Blood Gate in front of them, it was almost impossible to break through the valley from land. However, the valley was backed by a narrow sea and had a long coastline. Back then, the Undul's first step in conquering the Westeros was to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula of the valley. Erlu almost repeated the Undul's tactics back then and took down Snakewood City effortlessly. Erlu, who had successfully plucked the peach and obtained 30 pterodactyls, took down the Moongate Castle overnight, and easily took down the Blood Gate the next day. At this point, the valley fell into Erlu's control. The situation changed too quickly. When the valley vassals of Twilight Valley received the news, they were all stunned and at a loss. It was also at this moment that the hand of the king, Davos, went from a prisoner to a guest of Bronze John. We surrendered to Aegon Targaryen and then we came here. Aegon is dead, and we plan to surrender to Lannister or Greyjoy. Who knows if a lion or a sea monster is sitting on the Iron Throne now? At this moment, maybe we have to surrender to Theon Byra again. Prime Minister, please convince me that I did not make the wrong choice. Bronze John's expression was bitter as he spoke directly. Count, as you said, no one even knows if the Iron Throne belongs to Lannister or Greyjoy. Every righteous knight should feel heartache for the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, and every honorable noble has the responsibility to change all of this. Every Westeros with integrity cannot deny the fact that His Majesty Stannis is the only legitimate successor to King Robert. Davos's voice was filled with sincere emotions, and his heartfelt words had indeed touched Bronze John's heart. Yes, the Westeros now were too rotten, so rotten that this old man began to miss the Mad King Aerys. Aerys was crazy, so crazy that the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were terrified, afraid that they would be targeted by him. But during Aerys' time, the Seven Kingdoms were rich and prosperous, and the people had plenty of food. Everyone worshipped the glorious spirit of the night. Think about it, Barristan, White Bull, Sword of Dawn. Those famous standards of the night, all shone brightly during Aerys' time. In that era of spiritual and material wealth, everyone was full of hope that after the Mad King, the Seven Kingdoms would be even better. No one would have thought that 20 years later, the Seven Kingdoms would be in such a state. After a long time, Jon woke up from his thoughts and said bitterly, "We wanted to join the Dragon Queen. She is the best candidate to pacify the chaotic world and restore etiquette. But she did not accept. We sent countless letters to Dragonstone Island, but she was unwilling to break the sacred oath of, the one who ends the long night shall be king. But the more she was unwilling to break the oath, the more I wanted to pledge my loyalty to her." At the end, old Jon's lips trembled, and he was about to cry out of grievance. The Onion Knight looked embarrassed. The Dragon Queen is indeed a great queen, but the current situation is that you can only choose between Cersei, Yuluen, and His Majesty Stannis. No matter how you compare, His Majesty Stannis is better than Cersei and Yuluen, right? That's right. John admitted this fact with difficulty. If that's the case, why are you hesitating? Davos shrugged and said matter-of-factly, even a child knows to choose the best. Bronze John's brows furrowed into the shape of an M. He pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. My lord, His Majesty Stannis has already controlled the Blood Gate and sealed the passage into the valley from the land. He also has a huge winged dragon army, and the troop carriers floating on the sea are live targets for the kerosene bombs. In other words, even if the Iron Throne does his best, he will not be able to help you return to the valley. On the contrary, if the vassals of the valley pledge their loyalty to His Majesty Stannis, we will have more power than Aegon's true dragon alliance. 30 winged dragons and 20,000 valley troops will be able to complete your initial goal to take down the King's Landing. You can either become a stray dog, abandon your family and fief, and hide in the King's Landing, living in constant fear, or you can become a liberator and conquer the King's Landing amidst the cheers of the people, earning endless glory for yourself and your family. Davos stared into Bronze John's gray eyes and said softly, My lord, is this choice very difficult? Difficult, too difficult, it's too difficult for us. Bronze John shed 2 lines of tears and said with a choked voice, The once glorious Westeros, at this moment, even a person who betrayed his faith and committed the crime of kinslaying can become the most wise ruler in the world. It's too difficult for us, the honorable nobles. If Erlu was here, he would be furious, but Davos only showed a bitter smile with an awkward expression. My lord, you misunderstand. His Majesty Stannis believes in the Red God, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in the 7 gods. For example, I still believe in the 7 gods. And Renly enough, there's no need to explain. Bronze John wiped away the old tears on his face and said in a muffled voice, There are some things that we all know, but just like you said, Stannis is the best choice now. Even a child knows to choose the best. Sigh, this is the best choice, that deserves to meet the other ghosts. A few days later. I'm hesitating whether to take the King's Landing first. Stannis did not hide anything from Jon, who came to ask about it. He explained the reason why he did not immediately rush to the King's Landing. He stood in front of a huge map of Twilight Valley and tapped on it with his finger. At this moment, the Valley army is trapped in the city. Yuluen and Randall Tarley's 25,000 elites are in this area outside the city. But previously, the vassals of the Valley army had already planned to surrender to the Iron Throne. Bronze John went to Yuluen's camp to negotiate with him a few times. At this point, Erlu used a charcoal pencil to draw a cross in a certain area of the camp outside the city. This is Yuluen's main camp. If I send the Winged Dragon Legion to kill Yuluen and the high-ranking generals from the King's Landing, and then the Valley army will charge out of the city, what do you think the outcome will be? Jon said dryly, There will probably be no loss. Yes, there will be no loss. Erlu did not look happy. He threw the charcoal pencil on the table and stood in front of the map in a daze for a while. He muttered softly, Kill Yuluen, beat back Randall Tarley, and the King's Landing will be right in front of us. It's only 200 kilometers. The winged dragon will only take an hour, and it will only take half a day to gallop. In a day I will be able to enter the Red Castle and ascend. Jon could see through the calm face of the man in front of him. He could see the turbulence in his heart. This king who had chased after the Iron Throne for many years was close to it for the first time. It was close at hand and could be easily obtained. Your Majesty, the Iron Throne is important, but the deviant ghosts have already broken through the Great Wall and are approaching Winterfell. When we first arrived at the Great Wall, you told me that the carriage should not be placed in front of the horse. You said that winning the throne to save the country was putting the cart before the horse. You should save the country and win the throne. Jon advised in a sincere tone that he had never used before. I did not forget my responsibility. Erlu turned his head and avoided Jon's shining eyes. He sighed and said, Melisandre told me that I was not ready and was not a match for the deviant Ghost King. She told me too. After a pause he continued, the King's Landing does not only have the Iron Throne. Perhaps I can give orders from the Iron Throne and call for the 7 kingdoms to strengthen their defenses and build a second and third line of defense with the power of the kingdom. Melisandre can also sacrifice Cersei. Perhaps the demonic dragon Vargal can be revived. Aunt May had originally agreed to follow Erlu to Winterfell, but after receiving Davos' letter, she immediately changed her mind and encouraged Erlu to take the Iron Throne first. There were too many benefits to taking over the King's Landing. Even though Erlu had a strong will, he began to hesitate. After hesitating for a few days, the Dragon Queen did not see him. She became anxious and asked John to hurry him. John was very glad that he had come. If he had come 2 days later and Erlu had gone to the King's Landing, it would have been too late. Your Majesty, you may not know, but the Amber family's fireplace castle was broken through by deviant ghosts 3 days ago. The town of 15,000 people fell in an hour. An hour? Erlu's face turned green. Chapter 781. Ingleside only lasted for an hour. Erlu looked grave as he turned to Melisandre. By the time I conquer King's Landing, Winterfell might have already fallen. Aunt May had persuaded Erlu to conquer King's Landing so that they could conquer King's Landing within a week and sit on the Iron Throne. By then, by sacrificing Cersei and Yuluin, the mystic dragon could be revived. Then, as the King of the Seven Kingdoms, he could ride the mystic dragon to Winterfell to be the savior. Dany Lilith is in Winterfell. If we prepare enough dragon crystal weapons, Winterfell should be able to defend for half a month, Melisandre said calmly. Her intention was clear. She wanted the Dragon Queen to defend against this threat. If the Dragon Queen was willing to risk her life, Winterfell might be able to hold out for half a month. After I conquer King's Landing, I'll bring the mystic dragon to Winterfell. How about that? Erlu said helplessly. Your Majesty, I'm your vassal, not Dany Lilith's. Jon suppressed his anger and reminded him loudly. When the Duke of the Northern Territory was in danger, Stark should be the one to save him. He should never ask Lannister for help. The vassal had the duty to be loyal to the king, and the king had the responsibility to protect the vassal. Otherwise, why would the Duke of Winterfell be called the Guardian of the Northern Territory? The King of the Seven Kingdoms also had the title, Guardian of the Seven Realms. This title was both an honor and a responsibility. Erlu looked deeply at him and said calmly, when you helped Aegon plot against me, you didn't think of yourself as my vassal. Jon's face turned red in embarrassment. You're wearing Aegon's armor. Sansa, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up to help her brother. Erlu lowered his head to look at the armor with the ruby true dragon emblem removed. He frowned and said, it was Dany Lilith who offered to lend me the armor to deal with the king of the strange ghosts. Sansa nodded. I'm not asking you to return the armor. You have the red sword and are the savior in Asha's prophecy. Even if Aegon was alive, he would be willing to lend his armor to the child of the prophecy. We all have the same perspective. Erlu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush. Sansa's eyes were clear. She did not avoid Erlu and Aunt May's scrutiny. Everyone knows the story of the Light Messenger. Even heroes like Yasuo and Yahai had to use the Light Messenger to defeat the Ghoul King. If you don't want to go to Winterfell, we can't force you. But just like how Dany Lilith let go of the past and lent you Aegon's armor, can you lend the red sword to Jon? The Battle of Winterfell is unavoidable. We and the Dragon Queen are prepared to go all out. With the red sword, our chances of victory will increase by at least 50%. Erlu's expression changed drastically. His left hand unconsciously pressed on the hot sword hilt. He didn't say a word. He clenched his jaw and stared at the calm Sansa with a sharp gaze. For the first time, Melisandre didn't look at the little moon singer carelessly. Jon looked at his sister. He felt a little unfamiliar and didn't know what to do. With just a single sentence, Stannis had been countered and was about to be killed? Not everyone has the right to use the red sword of the hero, the red-robed woman said coldly. One must know one's place. There is only one child of the prophecy, and that is His Majesty Stannis. Other than the child of the prophecy, no one can wield the radiant bringer. Sansa's face was filled with sorrow. Her image changed drastically. She changed from a graceful lady to a delicate flower swaying in the cold wind. Her eyes were red as she said, I know my place. It's just that millions of deviant ghosts are coming. The city will be destroyed and people will die. The fall of the Northern Territory is just around the corner. Even though I know it's impossible, I still have to do it. Erlu didn't know what to do. He could only puff up his cheeks and stare hard. Don't give me the sword. Jon scratched the back of his head. The black dogs but was in a mess. I don't have the right to wield the radiant bringer. I can give it to Her Majesty Dany Lilith. She activated the red sword at the Great Wall. Its power was too terrifying. It could have killed the deviant Ghost King in one blow. Erlu stopped puffing up his cheeks and started grinding his teeth. Sansa said seriously, No, you can't lend the red sword to Dany Lilith. He couldn't keep up with his sister's pace. He asked blankly, "Why?" Sansa's face was solemn. She said loudly, "Because of the sacred oath of, the one who ends the long night shall be king." His Majesty Stannis was there at the time. He swore the oath with Dany Lilith. If Dany Lilith kills the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis takes the King's Landing, it will only be a wedding dress for her. She stared at the stunned Jon and said, "You have to be the one to kill the deviant Ghost King. You are His Majesty Stannis' vassal. If you kill the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis is fighting for the Iron Throne at the King's Landing, the credit will automatically go to him. This way, his hard work in taking the King's Landing will be worth it." Erlu felt more irritated and depressed than ever. He wanted to yell at Sansa for spreading lies, but when he opened his mouth he couldn't say a word, because he couldn't find any flaws in her words. Her words were righteous and reasonable. She could say them in front of everyone in the world without any guilt. But why did he feel that Sansa Stark was especially detestable at this moment? He burned her husband to death. He destroyed their dream of the Iron Throne. She wouldn't be kind to him no matter what, that was for sure. But her words were so righteous. Erlu looked at Aunt May for help. Unfortunately, Aunt May had lived for hundreds of years and didn't know how to deal with this situation. The two looked at each other in silence. But Sansa and Jon were looking at him with longing eyes. "Let me think about it." Finally, Erlu said gloomily. Jon frowned. "Your Majesty, how long do you need to think about it? The otherworldly ghost army will be near Winterfell tomorrow. I have to go back and prepare for battle. I can't stay in the valley for too long." Sansa pointed out, "The otherworldly ghost attack will happen in these 2 days. The Battle of Winterfell won't last long. After defeating the otherworldly ghosts, it won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. Anyway, with the pterosaur we can turn around quickly." Erlu didn't react, but Sansa was stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? She seemed to have heard someone say it before. Then Sansa's face suddenly turned red and then pale. She remembered that she was the one who had said those words. Just half a year ago at the Moongate Castle, she had said the same thing to her husband Aegon. "It won't take long to save Winterfell. With the pterosaur we can turn around quickly and help Jon take down Winterfell. It won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. I can't lend the sword to Dany Lilith." After Jon and Sansa left, Erlu said to Aunt May with a pale face, "Jon and Stark are right. We all saw it. That day at the Great Wall, Dany Lilith unleashed the power of the Red Sword. She might be able to kill the otherworldly Ghost King. I'm jealous of her, that's the truth. But today, when the long night threatens the world, I can only hope that the Red Sword will be even more powerful in her hands. But I can't give her the first chance to challenge the otherworldly Ghost King. She can wait for me to die in battle. Then she can pick up the Red Sword from my corpse and end the long night. Protecting the 7 kingdoms is the responsibility of the King of the 7 kingdoms. Ending the long night is the mission of the Savior. I am the King and the Savior. Responsibility and mission are the driving forces that have driven me to this day." Erlu was emotional. He walked to Aunt May's side. His skinny hands were like iron hoops, tightly locking her plump shoulders. He lowered his head so that their eyes met. He said in a low voice, "For the sake of my responsibility and mission, I've sacrificed too much. So much that I didn't even dare to imagine it before I met you. I can't let myself live like a useless fool. I have to let my responsibility and mission have a perfect ending. Do you understand? Ending the long night is your mission. No one can take it away from you," Aunt May said with certainty. "You still don't understand." Erlu let go of her and said helplessly, "I've been loyal to Robert. I've been willing to sacrifice my life for him. When the country rebelled, I took the lead and risked my life. When he was drinking and whoring, I helped him govern the country. It was all because I was his younger brother and his subject. It was my responsibility to be loyal to my brother and the king. I fulfilled my responsibility as a younger brother and subject. I didn't have a good ending with Robert. He didn't appreciate my dedication, ignored my contributions and efforts, and even humiliated me in various ways. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't care at all. I admit that I yearned for his recognition and gratitude. I yearned for the recognition of a brother and a subject. If he could say something like, 'Brother, you've done well,' or 'Brother, it's all thanks to you this time,' even if it's just empty words, I would still be very happy because it would mean that my conscientious behavior has been recognized." Erlu seemed to be lost in his memories as he spoke. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "But I don't regret it. Regardless of whether Robert acknowledged me or not, I've fulfilled my responsibility. As a younger brother and subject, I have no regrets. If everyone could fulfill their duty, if Renly could fulfill his duty like I did, the Westeros wouldn't be where they are today. Do you understand now? He looked at Aunt May and asked the same question. Melisandre caressed his forehead tenderly and said, I'll accompany you to Winterfell. Erlu nodded and forced a smile on his stern face. I was once a younger brother and subject. After Robert died, I became the king and savior. I'll pay any price to fulfill my responsibility as the king and savior. I've done my best. Regardless of the outcome, I've fulfilled my responsibility. That's enough. It was a long story, but Jon didn't persuade Erlu for long. Dany and Sansa left Winterfell and returned to Winterfell on the same day. Dany arrived at Caho at night and found a whale by the sea. Then she returned to Winterfell in the morning. In the evening, Erlu's winged dragon legion landed on the training ground in front of the castle amidst the cheers of the crowd. War God, the number one war god of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu jumped off the winged dragon's back. More than 10,000 Winterfell soldiers raised their torches and shouted in unison. War God. Erlu was puzzled. Who's that? However, under the light of the torches, everyone's eyes were staring at him. He didn't need anyone to answer. He knew who the war god was. I'm the war god of the Seven Kingdoms? Erlu felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Come to think of it, I defeated Mace Tyrell and the Lords of the Bayou when I was 18. One of them, Randall Tarley, grits his teeth. Took Dragonstone when I was 19, defeated the Iron Fleet when I was 24, conquered Great Wick, the largest of the Iron Islands and the seat of Seastone, and then Tyrion of the Blackwater. Doesn't count. Outside the Great Wall, I defeated 100,000 savages. I'm qualified to be called the war god, right? Just as he thought of this, Erlu saw the truly invincible existence, the Dragon Queen, standing at the entrance of the castle and smiling at him. Is she mocking me? Erlu's face flushed red. Indeed, calling himself the war god, in front of her was, war god, the number one war god of the Seven Kingdoms. Dragon Queen shouted. Erlu's shameful thoughts stopped abruptly. He looked at the cheering Dragon Queen with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to do. Chapter 782. Mage God, the number one mage in the world, the god of mages. Erlu was still in a daze when he heard another deafening shout from the crowd. This time they did not call him war god, but mage god. He looked around in a daze and immediately realized who they were calling. Melisandre was riding on the same pterosaur as him. She slid down the pterosaur's wings. Mage God. Seeing the two almond-eyed maids beside the Dragon Queen waving their small fists and screaming with a ferocious expression, Erlu was confused. Melisandre was also confused. What are they shouting for? She asked curiously. Jon climbed down from Richard's pterosaur and walked to Erlu's side. Hearing the red-robed lady's question, he immediately explained, everyone knows about His Majesty Stannis and Her Majesty Dany Alice's agreement to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts under the Great Wall. Everyone is in awe of His Majesty Stannis's heroic actions. Considering that His Majesty has been in the military all his life and has won more than lost, they call him War God. Lady Melisandre's witchcraft is shocking and everyone knows about it, so she is called Mage God. In addition, the great King of Light Lalo, War God, Mage God, God King, challenged the King of Strange Ghosts under Winterfell. This matter is destined to be passed down for thousands of years, so as a legendary hero, he must have a famous title. The legendary hero. Erlu's face contorted. The legendary hero. Aunt May's expression was blank. You said everyone knows? Erlu glared and gritted his teeth. Jon touched his nose awkwardly. To boost morale, I sent a message to all the vassals in the northern region. Everyone in the north knows about it? Erlu gritted his teeth in anger. No. Jon lowered his eyes and did not look at Erlu's eyes that were about to spit fire. Winterfell is in danger, we need the support of all the nobles in the country. Spiritually and physically he needed both. Therefore, in the letter I also explained the legendary battle between the three gods and King Strange Ghost. Erlu trembled all over. If he didn't come and instead insisted on attacking the King's Landing, what would the people of the Seven Kingdoms think? This was forcing him to come to Winterfell to take the brunt of the attack. Even though Erlu was willing to fulfill his role as king and savior, he was still furious at being set up like this. Where's Sansa? Just as he was feeling awkward, the Dragon Queen walked over. John heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly took a few steps forward to shake off Erlu's glare. He explained, "She flew a few thousand kilometers from Winterfell to the Moon Gate Castle for more than 10 hours. She didn't feel well and couldn't return immediately. She's in the valley to take care of her pregnancy." Dany fell into deep thought. It wasn't a coincidence that Rickon and Sansa avoided the decisive battle at Winterfell. "Why do you have so few people?" Dany turned to Erlu. Erlu had 30 pterodactyls, but only 5 of them were present. "My king's hand will represent me in attacking the King's Landing." Erlu didn't hide anything. He couldn't hide the fact that Dragonstone Island was right next to Twilight Valley. They chatted as they walked to the guest room. They entered the guest room on the first floor. According to their status, they sat in a circle by the fireplace. Jon explained the situation in Twilight Valley to Erlu. Erlu was prepared to die in battle, but he didn't want to die. Moreover, he was wearing King Aegon's tile steel armor and had the red-robed lady supporting him. The Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen were in the sky clearing the area. The three-eyed crow was hiding in the surroundings to ambush or obstruct the ambushes. He felt that even if he couldn't win the battle, he wouldn't lose his life. Since that was the case, Erlu didn't want to give up the Iron Throne that was within his reach. Hence he wisely split his troops into 2 groups. A small group would go north to reinforce Winterfell, while the main force of the Pterodactyl Legion would go south to attack the King's Landing. At this kind of dual operation, it's so familiar. Dany immediately realized the reason for the familiarity. Erlu's strategy for attacking the Iron Throne was exactly the same as King Aegon's. "So I hope he can have a different ending." Seeing that the Dragon Queen was deep in thought and her expression changed several times, Erlu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Why, you don't agree with me taking the King's Landing?" Dany came back to her senses and spoke her mind with a frown. "The current situation isn't suitable for civil war. We should unite all the human forces and form a united front against the ghosts. We should work together to deal with the great calamity." "Such childish words shouldn't come out of your mouth. Do Cersei and Yuluen look like people who care about the big picture? Forming an alliance with them will do more harm than destroying them," Erlu said coldly. Have you forgotten the way of the Emperor I told you on the Great Wall?" Dany smiled strangely. "Everyone has their own value. It depends on how you use them. When you use them, you don't have to trust them." Erlu looked at her deeply and asked, "I heard from Jon that Hearthfell and Carhold City encountered deviant ghosts. However, Carhold City wasn't harassed by them because Segan Thane sacrificed himself to the Frost God?" The change in topic was too fast. Dany was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said seriously, "I was just about to inform you. Segan Thane sacrificed his newborn son, and this is only the beginning. 1 year later, Segan will have to provide male infants to the deviant ghosts according to the population of his territory." Jon, Erlu, and Aunt May's expressions changed. "We can't let this happen." Erlu said angrily, "Carhold City alone isn't scary. What's scary is if all the nobles learn from Carhold City. For example, Cersei and Luwin. If they know about Carhold City, they will definitely do the same. If King's Landing, which has a population of 500,000, falls as well, the 7 kingdoms will be finished." "This is the reason why you attacked King's Landing in such a hurry?" "That's a good reason, but when you decided to attack King's Landing, you didn't bring the news of Carhold City to Moongate Castle, did you?" Dany glanced at Erlu and said seriously, "Your worries are reasonable. That's why we have to use the cruelest method to prevent others from imitating us." "The cruelest method? Using the cruelest method?" Jon's face turned pale. He said angrily, "You massacred Carhold City? Massacred the city? Massacred everyone in Carhold City?" The expressions of the surrounding northern nobles changed. They looked at the Dragon Queen with eyes that were 30% resentment and 70% fear. "This is the attitude." "I thought of it." Dany sneered in her mind, but her face was calm. "What massacring? I just went to confirm what happened in Carhold City. Then I chopped off one of the Count's hands out of anger. The king of the Northern Territory, Stark, and Stark's lord, Stannis, will decide how to deal with Saigon and Carhold City. I won't take the lead." Then she looked sincerely at Erlu and awkward beside her and asked, "You two, how should we deal with it? Who will carry it out?" Awkward's face scrunched up like a bun. "I saw you bring the Winged Dragon army with you and 40 steel guards. Weren't you going to punish Carhold City with such a big lineup? Before we went to Carhold City, I heard you threaten the Northern Territory's nobles. Humans and deviant ghosts are sworn enemies. Everyone has to make a choice. It's either black or white. Once you make a choice, you have to bear the consequences. Your words were so loud and your actions were so powerful. But in the end, you only went to search for information? Helplessness filled his heart. The final battle at Winterfell was imminent, but the first incident of deviant ghosts surrendering was too demoralizing. Even if they exterminated the Cheyenne family or eliminated the source of the problem and massacred Carhold City, it was still legal even though it was harsh. But massacring the nobles and their subjects was too. They could not be the king of the Northern Territory. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this? Awkward threw the hot potato to Erlu. The Dragon Queen is right about one thing. Erlu is the king that the people of the northern region are loyal to. Such a huge matter should be handled by the king. Erlu did not hesitate. He coldly scanned the Northern Territory nobles in the hall. His voice was as cold as steel. Execute Saigon Thane and Yali Ka Stark. Strip the Thane family of their title as the Earl of Carhold City. Anyone who participated in, witnessed, or understood the process of sacrificing deviant ghosts, regardless of their numbers, will be executed. He was not afraid of being hated for being too harsh. He even dared to burn the Dragon Queen's nephew and stab the Holy Mother. Why would he be afraid of the mere resentment of the Northern Territory nobles? It had to be said that Erlu was more responsible than Dany and Awkward. He was too responsible. After Robert's death, he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of being the king of the Seven Kingdoms. He did not care if the others accepted it or not. Even though Erlu's punishment was 10 times lighter than massacring the city, there were still gasps of horror by the fireplace. Awkward opened his mouth. He wanted to plead for Yali Ka Stark, but he could not bring himself to say it. Erlu noticed Awkward's hesitant expression and asked, "Do you have a different opinion?" Jon shook his head and asked, "Who will carry out this mission?" Erlu glanced at the Dragon Queen. Seeing that she did not take the initiative to volunteer, he was immediately unhappy. "I'm not stupid. Of course, I know that you don't want to be the bad guy. But since I've taken the initiative to take on all the responsibility, why don't you want to sacrifice a little?" He looked at the Dragon Queen with a fawning expression and tried to persuade her, "You are the only one who has the ability and qualifications to quickly carry out the punishment." No. Dany shook her head. "In the Westeros, I can barely be considered a prince of Dragonstone Island. How can a prince of Dragonstone Island interfere with the internal affairs of the Northern Territory? Massacring Carhold City is a pot of shit. Killing Saigon and Yali is a cup of shit. The Dragon Queen is so pure that she does not even want to touch a rat's poop." Melisandre's eyes flashed. She secretly glanced at the pockmarked Richard standing behind Erlu and said with a smile, "His Majesty Stannis is benevolent." He rejected the decision to massacre Carhold City. The citizens of Carhold City should be grateful. So, you can arrange for Sir Richard to fly to Carhold City and announce His Majesty's decree to everyone in the city. Then you can summon the innocent knights and citizens of the city to carry out His Majesty's judgment. Erlu frowned. He turned to look at his knight and hesitated. The pockmarked knight, however, was delighted. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, I will definitely bring the heads of Yali Ka Stark and Saigon Thane to you." Dany looked back and forth between the red-robed woman and the red-heart knight. She gradually understood. Melisandre knew of the pockmarked knight's great achievements. Erlu pondered for a moment. He stood up and walked in front of the knight. He said in a low voice, "Watch your words. Just say that the judgment is still pending. Bring Saigon and Yali to Winterfell for the trial. The others can be put aside. We only have the ability to deal with the culprit." He gave the knight a meaningful look. "Do you understand what I mean?" "Completely." Richard nodded solemnly. "Remember, you only need to bring them back to Winterfell." Erlu heaved a sigh of relief. Erlu understood the situation well. Melisandre knew a person's face and mind. She had completely grasped the Red Heart Knight's personality and behavior. Only the pockmarked knight himself did not understand. The next morning, Jon gloomily told everyone that Sir Richard did not bring back the heads of Saigon and Yali. Instead, his own head was hung on the flagpole in front of Carhold City. Chapter 783. It was nighttime. Winterfell Guest Room Castle. The door and corridor were guarded by unsullied ones. Even if she was in the same building as Erlu, Danny could still sleep peacefully. However, she did not sleep. After becoming a demigod, her resting time had decreased from 7 hours a day to 1 hour a day, or even half an hour a day. If she was calm and did not expend too much mana or stamina, she could even go a few days without rest. Even if her resting time was reduced, Danny still felt that it was not enough. Because other than her identity as a queen, she was also a practitioner. Her violet eyes were covered by a layer of black shadow. Following that, the black shadow condensed into dots of thick black ink that seeped out of her eyes and floated in the air, forming a large black crow. I'm a little scared. The large black crow cawed. What's there to be scared of? It will be over soon. Apple and Sesame are crying so miserably. The large black crow said. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Look at how beautiful Apple has become. Danny blinked again and a red light flashed in her eyes. A red mist of fire flew out, and the mist of fire exploded, revealing an apple-faced silver-haired elf. Mother Goddess, why did you call me? Sister Fog is teaching me the language of trees. The 2-foot-tall apple-faced elf pouted. Like little Fog, she had a pair of flaming dragonfly wings, but her appearance, hair color, and clothes were different. Jen Xing said you were crying miserably, so pitiful. Danny pinched Apple's cheeks and chuckled. After recruiting 200 crows from Bran, she immediately burned their corpses to ashes, leaving only their souls in the 7 gods' faith space. She was now like an old man playing with iron balls in the park. Whenever she had free time, she would flip her right hand and take out a crow's soul and burn it, causing them to cry miserably and miserably. However, the crows' corpses had been destroyed and the ones being burned were souls. Normal people could not see or hear the souls' voices. Almost a week had passed, and Danny had burned a total of 25 crows into life imprints. She then reforged the imprints, allowing them to be reborn as fire elemental fairies. Yes, Xiaowu now has 25 more clansmen. Every time she burned a new crow spirit, Danny would pay attention to it. If it was of the fire element, the fire resistance of the crows would be very high. For example, Little Mist, in just a few hours she was burned from a complete soul to a life imprint. Another example was Afu, who had been burned for half a month and had finally turned into a life imprint. Because it was not of the fire or wind attribute, Danny could not reincarnate it into an elemental spirit. Since it was too difficult to produce other elemental sprites, Danny prioritized picking out all the fire sprites. In this way he was able to create 25 little elves in just a few days. Every time a fire spirit was burned, Danny's divinity of creation from fire would increase by a large margin. In just a few days her Song of Fire progress had jumped from 5% to 17%. In other words, the sheep egg had recently lost nearly 10% of its Song of Fire. The Song of Fire was like a company's shares. Every bit Danny gained, the sheep egg lost a bit. Once this process happened, it was almost irreversible. Because Danny was able to take away the sheep egg's Song of Fire, it meant that her Song of Fire was of a higher grade than his. And the will of the world was very cold, only allowing the stronger to laugh and ignoring the cries of the old. Your luck is good, Jen Xing, you are a fire spirit. Danny said to the crow that was wailing in the flames on her palm. It hurts so much. Jen Xing cried out loudly. But his cry was filled with spirit power, and his crow form was still intact. Burn a few more times, your brain will be burned and it won't hurt anymore. Danny comforted him with a smile. My brain is a bit muddled, it seems like I am quickly losing my memories. Jen Xing said in fear. This is a normal phenomenon, memories are a restriction. The long life will make your soul tired and old, you will start a new life without worries and be filled with novelty. Danny said. Oh, I am indeed very tired, that's why I came to find you. Jen Xing was no longer afraid and no longer cried out. Instead, with a calm attitude, he tried his best to feel the last of the pain that belonged to Jen Xing. After a long time, when Jen Xing was about to forget his name, he suddenly said anxiously, Can I be called Jen Xing after being reborn? No, all the fire spirits have to be named after fruits. But Little Wu is the big sister, she has special privileges. But they have already chosen the fruit names. Jen Xing felt wronged. There are millions of fruits in the world, enough for all the crows to use. Why don't you be called durian? No one uses durian yet. Danny suggested. There was no reply because Jen Xing had already forgotten who he was, and was burned into an idiot. Since you don't object, then I will call you Durian. Danny said to herself. Gender information was recorded in the life imprint, so could this information be changed? If a male shapeshifter entered the body of a female crow after death, obviously the crow's body would already be that of a female, so the shapeshifter's second life would be that of a female. At this moment, when his life imprint fused with the crow, his gender information had already changed. Danny could only fine-tune the part of the life imprint that had changed, such as the form information. She changed the child of the forest's form to a human, and now she could even fine-tune the crow's form to a phoenix, but she could not change it to a megalosaurus, as the crow's form was too different from that of a megalosaurus. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would have changed, and Danny could naturally fine-tune its gender. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would not change, and Danny could not change the gender of the newborn fire spirit. Of the 25 newly born fire spirits, 80% were female. Not long after, the male child of the forest, Jen Sheng, also became a female fire spirit, Durian. Well, the new life in a female crow's body had changed its gender information. Alas, the progress is getting slower and slower. Feeling the weak increase in divinity, Danny sighed helplessly. When Little Mist was born, Song of Fire instantly broke through from 0 to 2%. After that, when she burned the dwarf and branded him with the God's Descent rune, it increased by nearly 3%. When she burned the 25 fire spirits, the increase was getting lower and lower. When Durian was born, the whole process only had an increase of 0.1%. Maybe the benefits of creating fire spirits have reached their limit. Using fire to create spirits other than fire elements, such as wind spirits, can have a greater increase. Or should I swallow a part of the sheep egg's divine soul? Danny frowned as she pondered. Swallowing the sheep egg's divine soul could increase the fire divinity and some special fire-type talents. But the sheep egg itself did not have the divinity of fire creation, and Danny's Song of Fire had the polarity of fire creation. Therefore, swallowing the sheep egg would not increase her Song of Fire. But this did not mean that swallowing the sheep egg was not beneficial to the growth of Song of Fire. The sheep egg was also a holy spirit. Like Danny, it had a special talent. Seizing its talent and fire divinity could help Danny better understand Song of Fire. For example, before swallowing the sheep egg, reincarnating the durian could increase Song of Fire by 0.1%. After swallowing the whole sheep egg, reincarnating a fire elemental spirit could increase Song of Fire by 0.2% or more. This was like doing physics experiments on the diffraction of light. Compared to Einstein, an ordinary university student would definitely have a much lower understanding. Divinity, divine position, and even Song of Fire, to put it bluntly, were all a kind of knowledge control. Burning crows and creating little spirits were equivalent to doing experimental research to obtain knowledge. Throwing the durian into her mind, Danny let Little Mist teach her new little sister while she continued to burn the crows. Just as she burned a non-fire type crow to the point that its body was on the verge of collapse, Blackie suddenly took the initiative to enter her dragon soul. The dragon soul entered her body and entered the stranger state. Danny's figure was shrouded in a layer of blurry shadow. She transformed into a stranger and entered the world of death. Following that, the scenery in front of her changed rapidly. It was as if she had suddenly entered the speed of light. In just an instant, the grayish-white Winterfell turned into a foggy, Carhold city? Soon, Danny understood what had happened. Oh no! In the grayish-white world of death, Sir Richard was bound by black shadow chains. He struggled with all his might and wailed miserably. No, it shouldn't be like this. It can't be like this. You're not the Light King. The Light King isn't you. It's not you. Hee. What answered him was a sneer that made his soul tremble in fear. The shadow chains extended endlessly towards the east, crossing a large river of gray fog. On the other side of the river, at the end of the chains, a huge demon was faintly discernible in the darkness, laughing savagely. One could vaguely make out that the demon had the horns of a sheep, the head of a cow, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a tiger. The end of the shadow chains on Sir Richard's body was tightly wrapped around his furry arm. He was still dragging him. That's right. Your faith is me. Where there's fire, there's a shadow. I'm the first flame, the first light. I'm also the shadow under the first flame. I'm the shadow demon, the demon god of the darkness, shadow demon Lalo. The demon laughed coldly, and this world of death seemed to tremble in his laughter. As my believer, you don't even know my image. You deserve to die. As my believer, you dare to do such a blasphemous thing to me? The demon's cow face twisted, revealing his curved teeth with barbs. He announced in a booming voice, "Your sin can't be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. I'll first roast you on the demon flame for 100,000 years, then throw you to the lustful demon to play with for another 100,000 years, then soak you in the carrion pool for another 100,000 years, and then, no, Mother of Mercy." In the cold voice of the evil god, the muddle-headed knight with a pockmarked face suddenly shuddered. After he woke up, he immediately shouted to the sky, "Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll, Mother of Mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't believe in foreign evil gods anymore. Holy Mother of God, I beg you to have mercy on this lost little lamb." "Mother of Mercy?" The shadow demon laughed strangely. "Ever since you committed the crime of blasphemy, my curse has been following you like a shadow. Before you died, I cast my gaze on you. At the moment of your death, your soul automatically came to my domain. This is my kingdom of death. I'm the master and no one can save you. Your fate is sealed." Caw caw caw. A flock of black crows suddenly flew over from the grayish-white world of death. The world of death only had two colors, gray and white. The red light in the crows' eyes was also dyed gray. One after another, the crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. "Oh, who dares to intrude into my domain?" Chapter 784. When Erlu came up with the punishment for Karhold City, he didn't intend to carry it out himself. He thought that the Dragon Queen would ride her dragon to Karhold City like before. With 3 Megalosaurus, she had the ability to massacre a city. Hence, no matter how harsh his punishment was, Karhold City wouldn't resist the Dragon Queen. Resistance would be useless. He didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so capable. When Melisandre suggested that Sir Richard take the risk, he wasn't willing, but he didn't object. He did not object because he truly believed that Karhold City had to be punished and killed as an example to others. He was reluctant because he was not stupid. He knew that it would be difficult for Richard to incite the people of Karhold City and the small nobles to rebel against Count Saigon with his glib tongue. Hence Erlu took a step back. He didn't want to kill everyone who participated in the sacrifice. He only wanted Richard to deceive Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell. Then, in front of all the nobles, they would be burned to death and sacrificed to the Light King. The mission of deceiving Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell wasn't dangerous. If Saigon refused, Richard would fly back. At most, the mission would fail. However, Richard's personality wasn't suitable for this mission. If it was the Onion Knight, Saigon would most likely be deceived into coming to Winterfell. "My wife just gave birth. She can't bear the pain of traveling thousands of miles." Saigon's face was pale, but his tone was sincere. Saigon received Richard with the etiquette of a king's envoy. When Richard suggested bringing Saigon and his wife to Winterfell, Saigon didn't fly into a rage. "I can leave Karhold City with Sir Richard, but can my wife stay in the castle to recuperate?" Saigon pleaded softly after explaining his situation. If Dany was here, she would hesitate for a while before agreeing reluctantly. She would even say, "Your wife is weak. Don't frighten her. You have to explain to her that the trial at Winterfell won't take long. Even if you're punished by King Stannis, you'll return within 3 days." Richard's face stiffened, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "That's not up to you. King Stannis made it clear that he wants the both of you to go to Winterfell for trial." Hearing this, the deep coldness hidden in Saigon's gray eyes turned into undisguised killing intent. "It seems that he is determined to kill everyone? I'm already willing to die, so why won't you let my wife go? Even the last Stark was not spared. I'm afraid the Therns will also be dealt with." Saigon's face was pale and bloodless due to the loss of his right arm. He looked like an evil spirit. Richard was stunned and blurted out, "You know?" Saigon chuckled. "From the first time I saw you, I knew my ending. Because the way you look at me is like you're looking at a dead person. However, I thought that as long as I could protect my family, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take the blame. After all, I did something I shouldn't have done. After all, the Dragon Queen is so terrifying, I don't dare to rebel. But now, you've already decided to kill everyone, so do I still need to be afraid of her?" Fuck. Richard hurriedly pulled down his helmet, turned around and rushed out of the door. As he ran, he shouted his pterosaur's name. His pterosaur had been hovering in the sky. Saigon slowly got up and followed behind the Red Heart Knight with a sneer on his face. Hiss! Before Richard could rush out of the castle's living room, he heard the pterosaur's shrill howl coming from the courtyard. He immediately understood that there was an ambush in the courtyard. Helplessly, he could only shout for the pterosaur to leave. Not long after, the howl gradually rose and faded away. When Richard ran to the stone steps outside the door, he could no longer see his pterosaur. The next moment, more than a dozen shield-bearers lined up in a shield wall, pressing in from all directions. With a few bangs, the knight who was swinging his sword was knocked down to the ground. "I ate your bread." The red-heart knight who was pressed to the ground struggled to raise his head, glaring at Saigong. It was also because they were in the snow outside the castle that Saigong, who had rushed over, immediately handed him a bread dipped in salt, so Richard was willing to leave the pterosaur's back and follow him into the castle. Saigong nodded and sighed. "I understand the guest's rights and am willing to abide by them. But the guest's rights not only restrict the host, but also require the guest to not have any ill intentions towards the host. From the moment you used a clumsy lie to deceive Yali and me into going to Winterfell to die, you are no longer protected by the guest's rights. Killing me won't do you any good." Richard didn't want to die. "Tell me, what does Stannis plan to do with me?" The pockmarked knight pursed his lips, stubbornly not saying a word. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to betray his lord. Hiss! A sword flashed and the knight's head rolled to the ground, dragging a line of blood. His face was facing upwards and he blinked blankly, dead. "Ah, Chief, you killed him?" A thorn soldier on the side was shocked and puzzled. "Killing him will infuriate the Red Heart King." Clang. Saigong threw the blood-stained long sword on the ground, stepped on Richard's head with the sole of his shoe, and rolled it half a circle so that Richard's face was facing downwards. "Hang the head and the torso on the flagpole at the top of the watchtower." Saigong's eyes flashed as he coldly said. The surrounding Thurn guards were motionless, their eyes wide open as they looked at their chief in horror. The bearded Sir Jaime stepped out and said worriedly, "Earl, that will offend Stannis." Jaime was a productive knight, a vassal of Carhold City. "I just want to infuriate him." Saigong's eyes were cold as he looked down at the town in the darkness outside the castle. He said in a deep voice, "Stannis only has pterosaurs and pterosaurs can't breathe fire. How many wildfire bombs can he bring with him? But his bombing will make everyone in Carhold City afraid, and fear will make the people of the Northern Territory completely forget my identity as a Thurn. Only if the people of the Northern Territory and the Thurn Kingdom unite by my side, we will have a chance to survive this long and difficult night." Sir Jaime was shocked. He didn't expect this barbarian earl to be so shrewd. But he didn't feel disgusted because Saigong was doing this for the sake of Carhold City. "If we attract the Dragon Queen," he said worriedly. "No, the Dragon Queen has already punished me last time. She won't come again, at least not personally." Saigong gritted his teeth as he felt the dull pain in his right shoulder. "But Winterfell won't let me go. Only the Megalosaurus has the ability to carry out the punishment. We have to be careful." Saigong's eyes flashed with a calculating light as he lowered his head to instruct his trusted aide. Saigong could be considered a hero to be able to become the Earl of the Northern Territory from a barbarian leader. Just as he had guessed, wings of death came the next morning. Unfortunately. 6 days ago, in the Black Castle of the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen gave Sir Richard a ticket to heaven. The pockmarked knight didn't want it, but the Dragon Queen had just given him the title of Devil Hunter. He couldn't refuse, so he hung the ticket around his neck casually. If he had to take a bath or change his underwear after a while, the pockmarked knight might have thrown away the blessing of the Holy Mother. Fortunately, only 6 days had passed and he hadn't had time to take a bath. The moment he was beheaded by Saigong, the small pouch on his chest started to heat up, and a faint golden light flickered inside. Under normal circumstances, when the ticket to heaven was activated, the stranger's divine power would automatically bring the pockmarked knight's soul to heaven. This was the program set in the rune. Just like the town portal scroll in the game. But what was brought back wasn't the body, but the soul of the dead. But the first time the ticket to heaven was used, there was a system failure. Just as Richard died, his soul was captured by another death demon god. In the end, the ticket to heaven was just a divine spell of the stranger, and it was a very simple and low-level divine spell. It was natural that he couldn't snatch it from a demon god. But the failure of the stranger's divine spell alarmed Blackie, and he took the initiative to contact Dany's dragon spirit. Dany turned into a stranger and followed the traction line, that the ticket to heaven left on Richard's soul, and instantly came to Keiho City similar to Kueishi's soul projection. She saw the pockmarked knight's tragic fate. In the gray world of death, Richard's soul was bound by shadow chains and was about to cross a gray, foggy river and fall into the hands of the shadow demon on the other side. "No, Holy Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll." Richard struggled and howled. "Stop struggling, Richard, this is your fate." Suddenly, the shadow chain wrapped around the pockmarked knight's chest revealed an extremely distorted and elongated face. It was like a rubber doll in the hands of a naughty child. It was pulled and elongated and the face was pulled out of shape. But when Richard lowered his head, he immediately recognized the identity of the face. "Sir Gaudy?" His eyes widened in horror as he cried out in disbelief. "It's me, Richard, stop struggling, this is your fate." Gaudy Farland's eyes were filled with hatred and mockery. It was as if the giant killer was filled with hatred for his former good friend, and was happy to see him in this state. "Aren't you dead? Killed by Big John's sword?" Richard's strength in his struggle weakened as he asked in a daze. "Yes, I'm dead. Lalo's believers will enter his kingdom after death. I went, and then my soul was forged into the soul chains that bound you," Gaudy Farland said sorrowfully. "Ah, how can this be, how can this be?" Richard could not accept this reality. He shook his head and begged with tears in his eyes, "Gaudy, we've been friends for decades, let me go. I want to go to heaven, I can feel the call from heaven." "Go to heaven?" Gaudy Farland's eyes became extremely venomous. "You want to go to heaven? If you go to heaven, what will happen to me? How can I be happy if I don't see you suffer an even worse fate?" Richard felt the chains binding him tighten. "You're not that kind of person, have you forgotten? We're friends." The pockmarked knight cried. "Ee, your sorrow brings me joy." Gaudy Farland laughed sinisterly. Your sorrow brings us joy." A series of vicious laughter came from the chains. Richard took a closer look and immediately felt his scalp go numb. Every section of the chain had a distorted and elongated face. He was familiar with every face. They were all his comrades who had died in battle, or sacrifices burned by the blazing Red Heart Knights. Our Hiller's believers were treated the same as the sacrifices, they were all forged into shadow chains. "No," Richard exploded with the strongest emotions, despair, grief and anger. "Holy Mother of Mercy." He kept howling. This is my kingdom of death, I'm the ruler, no one can save you." On the other side of the gray fog river, Shadow Devil Lalo laughed happily. "Who is it? Who dares to break into my god's domain?" Suddenly Shadow Devil's laughter stopped and he roared. Silently, a series of black ink dots flew over from the west and landed on the chain. Each dot of ink turned into a crow. In an instant, on the west bank of the gray fog river, 27 crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. Caw caw caw. In the monochromatic gray world, the grayish-red eyes of the crows were still eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that their beaks pecked at the chains, creating sparks of gray gold. Crack, crack, crack. Under the gray gold sparks, holes quickly appeared on the shadow chains. Then, after a series of fluctuations, the chains exploded. Bam bam bam. The chains binding Richard turned into black fog section by section. In the black fog there were distorted and angry faces. Caw, a crow grabbed a handful of Richard's hair in its beak, flapped its wings, and instantly disappeared in the black and white world. No, Shadow Devil Lalo was furious on the other side of the gray fog river, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 785. Danny had once envied the three-eyed crow for having the child of the forest, Raven. As the second life of the child of the forest, Raven possessed an enormous amount of magic power. The three-eyed crow only needed to infuse a single thought into Raven's mind to turn it into a powerful doppelganger. The second life of the child of the forest in Raven's body was a talented shapeshifter. There was even a green prophet among them. They had all the characteristics of shapeshifters, tenacious souls and powerful mana. More importantly, they were of the same origin as the three-eyed crow. Their mana and witchcraft attributes were a perfect match. When Danny first came to the Westeros, even with the great black dragon spirit, she couldn't discover Brandon's raven in her mind. This showed how powerful the raven's clone was. That raven was only an ordinary child of the forest. Then it was combined with Brandon's thought. Later on, Danny obtained the two ravens, Fog and Foken, with great difficulty. However, her fire sorcerer profession and shapeshifter profession's raven attributes were not compatible. Her mana and witchcraft were not compatible. Hence, she couldn't be like the three-eyed crow and let the raven display half of its power with just a thought. This regret was the initial motivation for Danny to use the fire creation innate talent to create the fire sprite. To put it bluntly, Danny wanted to be like Brandon and use the powerful crow doppelganger to show off, so she roasted Big Mist and Afu. In the end, by accident, she managed to get Little Mist out. The fire sprite's body had immense fire mana, which was compatible with the Dragon Queen witchcraft. Then she could show off in front of others. Today she would show off in front of the shadow demon El Harlow. If a single fire raven had half of Danny's fire mana, how powerful would 27 fire ravens be? Her main body was in Winterfell. She sent a thought into the fire sprite's body and barged into Shadow Devil Lalo's death domain in the Westeros. Then she snatched the soul of the pockmarked knight from his hands. The entire process was effortless. The opponent couldn't react in time. Even if he did, he couldn't stop her. Danny Alice. The Minotaur clenched his teeth and roared. Caw caw caw. One of the crows took Richard away, and the remaining 26 crows stayed where they were, fusing together like ink. A large blob of ink formed the figure of a gray-black cloaked person. He could not see her face clearly, nor could he see her figure clearly. The gray cloak was like a layer of shadow, making her look very blurry. This is Westeros, the territory of the seven gods. I am the ruler of this place, Danny said calmly. The Death God's domain of death was the area where his followers lived and moved around. Wherever there were believers, the steps of the gods would follow. If there were multiple death gods in one area, then whoever had more followers would be the dominant force in that area of death. The death domain was like a mortal's territory. The death god was like a fish in water in his own territory, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Once he left the death domain, he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. The consumption of the death god's power would increase tremendously, but the efficiency would plummet. A weak death god could also resist a powerful foreign death god in his own domain. For example, Coer's Black Goat Church massacred the rebellious Red God believers. Lalo was unable to stop them. As the #1 religion in the Seven Kingdoms, the death domain of the Seven God Stranger covered almost all of the Westeros. Before the Stranger was born, other death gods could enter the Stranger's domain as they wished. After all, there was no Stranger. But now, the Stranger had appeared and absorbed a large amount of death god's divinity from the Shadow Devil's doppelganger. The death domain of Westeros had completely become Danny's home ground. Oh no, it wasn't just her. There were also the old gods. The Green Prophet and the King of Strange Ghosts could barely be considered death gods. Actually, before the Stranger was born, the death domain of Westeros was also a forbidden land for other death gods. This was because the three-eyed crow had always regarded this continent as his exclusive domain. If the Westeros is your territory, then what about Slave Bay? The Shadow Devil Lalo smiled nastily and raised his right claw. He opened his palm and revealed a bunch of wailing and crying human heads. It was like a bouquet of flowers. Every flower was a dead soul, and the flowers were the heads of the dead souls. Those distorted faces were either crying miserably, howling in pain, begging bitterly, cursing loudly. Danny couldn't recognize all the faces, but a few of the dead souls made her pupils contract, and a murderous look appeared on her face. Keek. The Shadow Devil laughed proudly. He stretched out his left claw and plucked a dead soul from the flowers. It was a white-haired old black man. He was the fire wizard Wood, who was once known as the two heroes of Volantis, together with the skinny Pogba. The Dragon Queen gave Kueishi's witchcraft to the old wizard and arranged for him to leave a soul imprint on a high-level captive of the allied army. In the end, he didn't manage to get any information. Instead, Jenny discovered the imprint and Old Wood became weak. Following the imprint, Jenny launched a series of terrifying soul attacks. Old Wood couldn't resist at all. He bled from his 7 orifices and died. Your Majesty, save me. I'm so pitiful. Old Wood wailed miserably. You don't believe in the Red God, right? How did you enter Lalo's divine domain? Danny lost her previous calmness. There were a few low-ranking generals in Slave Bay in the flowers. They fell into Lalo's hands. Danny thought for a moment and no longer had any doubts. This was because they all believed in the Red God when they were alive. The Light King Lalo's teachings were very popular among the poor people. It was a mainstream belief in most parts of the world, especially among the slaves. The Red God Church could be seen as the White Lotus Church in the history of the Celestial Empire. Slave Bay was already considered good because the Gith slave masters had been restricting the development of the Red God. They didn't allow the red-robed monks to build temples in Slave Bay. Only the wandering red monk developed his faith in the streets. Danny was glad that Slave Bay wasn't like Volantis. In Volantis, more than 90% of the slaves were Lalo's fanatics. Oldwood said sadly, "I don't believe in the Light King, but when I was young I sacrificed to the great shadow demon Lalo several times. He saw my talent and remembered me at that time. As soon as I died I was pulled into the dark lands of the Far East." "Are you being controlled by Lalo?" Danny looked doubtful. Hee. The shadow demon sneered. "No, what did I say wrong?" Oldwood was wronged and confused. "What kind of talent do you have that he would like?" Danny complained. "Woo, when I was still alive, you even praised me as the most gifted and talented mage in the Royal Mage Corps. That's why you secretly taught me a legendary wizard's ultimate skill." Old Greenwood really started to cry. Danny was a little embarrassed. She did say that. When tricking people into working for her, of course she had to say good things for free. But Oldwood really lived up to the name of Tile City's double invincible. It only took him a week to learn the soul-marking witchcraft. Then he died the next day. "Sorry I didn't make it clear. Your talent is enough to look down on the world, but Shadow Demon Lalo is a true god. How could you be shocked so easily?" Danny's mouth twitched. For any dark god, the soul of a transcendent is the most precious treasure. "I wasn't shocked. I just saw food and was used to drooling." The shadow demon laughed strangely. As he spoke, he stretched out his purple-black tongue and licked Oldwood from top to bottom and from bottom to top twice. It was like a child licking a popsicle. Seeing that satisfied expression on his face, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh no." Oldwood felt like a layer of skin was peeled off by the sweetness. He cried out in pain, "Your Majesty, save me. It hurts." "You send my little brothers back and I'll return Richard's soul to you. How about it?" Danny proposed. No. The Minotaur licked Oldwood again, making him cry out. "I did want to exchange with you before. But now I found that compared to punishing that blasphemer, torturing your loyal servant is more pleasurable. Because your pain and helplessness is the source of my happiness." The shadow demon laughed proudly. "Are you sure? Can you really forgive or forget what Sir Richard has done to you?" Danny asked curiously. The smile on the Minotaur's face froze. How could he forgive the shame of the Sun Destroyer? Could he forget? "Okay, come here, let's exchange," the shadow demon said. "I can't leave the Westeros. You should come here," Danny said. The world of the dead was a shadow of the real world. The shadow might be distorted, but it was still the same as the real world. For example, between the Westeros and Ursos, there was a long and narrow ocean, the Narrow Sea. It was also the Narrow Sea that formed the natural barrier of the world of the dead in the Westeros. In the world of the dead, everything was gray, like an old black and white TV with the picture turned to the darkest. The river with the surging gray fog was the Narrow Sea. Danny and the Shadow Demon were at each end of the Narrow Sea. The Shadow Demon's real body was in the dark land of the Far East. Its current state was similar to Danny's. Only one of its telepathic thoughts reached the border of its realm of the dead. There were many Red God believers in the Free City. At first, the Shadow Demon had predicted Richard's death, but it didn't go to Keho City to wait for his soul to appear. Because Richard was a Red God believer, he would report to the Shadow Demon automatically after his death. However, Richard was wearing the ticket to heaven, given by Ms. Long. After his death, his soul would be led to heaven immediately. The Shadow Demon hated him so much that it kept staring at him. When it found that the soul of the pockmarked knight didn't fly to it, it immediately knew that someone was behind this. So it sent a telepathic thought to the border of the world of the dead in the Ursos continent. Since it knew that an enemy was trying to steal the soul of its believer, the Shadow Demon didn't dare to let its telepathic thoughts enter the Westeros. It angrily threw out a shadow chain, trying to lure Richard back across the Narrow Sea. What happened next was known to everyone. Now, Danny and the Shadow Demon said that they wanted to exchange hostages, but they didn't want to enter each other's realm of the dead. After a moment of stalemate, the Shadow Demon said, "Why don't we throw our souls into the Narrow Sea at the same time, and then fight for them with our own abilities?" Okay. Danny agreed readily. Then they shouted 1, 2, 3 throw, together. After that, they didn't move and just stared at each other. After a moment of awkwardness, the Shadow Demon said again, Why don't we enter the narrow sea together and make the deal face to face? Okay. After a moment of hesitation, Danny nodded and agreed. They looked at each other face to face. Then they each took a step and entered the rapidly surging river. Chapter 786. She stepped out and left the Westeros. She entered the world of death projected by the narrow sea, the river of gray fog that flowed rapidly in front of her. Danny's vision blurred, and she found that the scenery around her had changed greatly. The gray fog that she had expected did not appear. Above her was a thick layer of dark clouds, and below her were rolling gray waves. She tried to take a step. She didn't feel as comfortable as before. She encountered resistance. It was like jumping from flat ground into a waist-deep quagmire, and the quagmire was getting deeper and deeper. Every step was more difficult than before. She could feel that simply walking through the world of death didn't consume much divine power. But if she wanted to use the magic of death, such as summoning the ghosts around her, it would consume a lot of divine power, and the effect wasn't half as good as in the Westeros. The farther she was from the Westeros, the greater the resistance, and the lower the efficiency of the magic. The world of death is really wonderful, Danny murmured. Soon she met the shadow demon in the middle of the narrow sea. It wasn't right to call it the narrow sea. The real world here should be the trembling sea between Cajo City and Bravos. Where's that sinful blasphemer? The shadow demon shouted angrily. The shadow demon with the head of a bull and the body of a snake was 10 meters tall, while Danny was only 7 meters tall. The difference in size was huge. Where's my little brother? But her voice wasn't lower than his. The shadow demon stared at her coldly with his bull eyes. He raised his right paw and opened his palm, revealing a cluster of soul flowers growing in his palm. It was as if every soul was a strand of hair growing on his furry tiger claws. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, I'm suffering. Queen, have mercy, have mercy. The old man and the officers of the Mother of Dragons guards cried and begged together. Suddenly, Danny retreated quickly and shouted angrily, "What a cunning evil god, how dare you ambush me?" The shadow demon's sneer froze and he cried out, "How did you find out?" After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Danny at an even faster speed. Just as he was about to catch up, in the next instant, the suddenly retreating stranger stopped abruptly. He swelled up into a large crow, spreading his wings and pouncing towards the shadow demon's eyes. Shadow demon hurriedly closed his eyes when he saw the bright flames on the crow's beak. He even subconsciously used his right hand to block in front of him. Caw caw caw, the crow took the opportunity to peck on his wrist. Boom. The world of death, which had always been black and white, exploded with a ball of black and red flames. Whoa. The tall and mighty shadow demon's right hand was pecked off by the little crow. Well, both of them were spirits, so size didn't matter. However, Danny was driving the Fire Crow Gundam, while Shadow Demon was just using his own spirit. In terms of the quality of her soul, Danny was far inferior to him. In terms of size, she was far superior to him. Coupled with the Fire Raven's nature as a fire elemental spirit, Stranger could use the Dragon Flame divine art. In a one-on-one fight, Shadow Demon was no match for her. Save me. Queen, save me. The undead on the furry claws cried out in ecstasy. Like noodle men, they stretched their necks endlessly and wrapped around the big crow. The crow cawed. What responded to the souls of the little brothers was not, "You are saved," but a terrifying soul-destroying blow. Awoo, the faces of the undead twisted as they wailed ferociously. What? Old Wood's eyes were red like a ghost's. He asked sorrowfully. Boom, Danny didn't answer him. She didn't stop. After the soul-destroying blow, she used the Holy Mother Raging Dragon Flame. The crow seemed to have become a fire-breathing dragon. It spewed out a sea of holy white flames, covering all the souls on the broken palm. Crackle. Like fat maggots that were fished out of a cesspit, the intestines of the undead were pierced and their souls melted. From the depths of their souls, there was a burnt and rotten smell. They weren't human at all. From the moment they entered Shadow Demon's domain, they became servants of Shadow Demon. Just like the followers of the 7 gods who entered heaven, they became lambs of the Holy Mother. You are so cruel. The souls of ordinary people were destroyed by the flames and spiritual bestowment. Old Wood was an extraordinary, so he managed to hold on for a moment. Just as he was about to be engulfed in flames, his soul cursed the Dragon Queen. I curse you. I was loyal to you when I was alive and I even died for you, but you don't care about our past relationship at all. It was because of that bullshit wizard soul technique you taught me that I suddenly died. I didn't even have time to deal with the hundreds of thousands of gold coins I left behind. You must have embezzled them, right? I curse you. One day you will fall into the hands of the great Lalo. I curse. Sigh, if it wasn't to free you, why would I take the risk to come to Narrow Sea? Danny's tone was complicated. You curse me, but I don't blame you. Because I know that you have been completely corrupted by Lalo. Like you said, you were loyal to me when you were alive, so I should help you get out of this sea of suffering. No, this is my heaven. Old Wood's old face melted in the flames. Right, I didn't take any of the inheritance you left behind. I gave it all to your best friend Pogba, Danny suddenly said. Oh, I curse you. I also want to curse Pogba. He clearly knew that I raised Little Boom. Before he finished cursing, Old Wood turned into a string of grayish-black souls similar to the Black Sun, East Sea-gazing shadow demon's divine soul, and his soul completely disappeared. Danny let out a sigh of relief when all the undead were burned away. Hee. Are you done with your work? Now that you are done, it's our turn. Shadow Demon grinned. Just as the big crow burned its palm, the ox-head demon avoided the flames and took a few steps back. Beside it, another figure slowly appeared. It was a short woman wearing a white, wide canvas suit. Well, the dirty grayish-white sail and the wide clothes cut looked like a little girl who stole her father's suit. Her hair was messy like seaweed, her face was pale, and her facial features were delicate. However, her mouth, nostrils and eyelids were tightly sewn together by thick iron threads, leaving no gap. You are Pale Moon Virgin? Danny was surprised. The image of the bare-legged woman in the suit was too obvious. Danny only took a glance and found the corresponding god in her memory. Pale Moon Virgin, the death of the sea worshipped by the sailors. It was said that not only her mouth and eyes were sewn together, but also her lower body. Therefore everyone believed that she was absolutely pure. In Westeros, Pale Moon Virgin was not famous, but there were temples in the coastal trading cities of Ursos. Of course, Faceless One also prepared a statue for her in the black and white school. Walala. The bare-legged woman in the suit pointed at the big crow, and the gray seawater immediately rose, forming an arc-shaped dome above the three gods of death. Danny felt that she was like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Her whole body was bound and it was difficult for her to move. Are you tired of living? An ant-like little demigod, how dare you participate in the war of the Megalosaurus? The big crow let out a sharp cry. The sea is my domain. Here I am the Megalosaurus and you are an ant. The Pale Moon Virgin spoke for the first time. The voice of his soul was like a sewing needle with thread, trying to sew the soul of the listener into his ghostly appearance. Seeing that the big crow was trapped, the shadow demon did not immediately attack. Instead he asked curiously, This is the sea, the domain of Pale Moon Virgin. How did you find her? If the big crow only bit off his arm and burned people, he could guess that she was deliberately shouting, Evil God dares to ambush me. However, the distance she retreated just happened to avoid Pale Moon Virgin's ambush. If she did not run, she would have been dragged into Pale Moon Virgin's holy kingdom. You are an evil god, how can you honestly keep the agreement? Since you dare to exchange hostages with me, there must be an ambush. Danny looked as if it was a matter of course, completely forgetting the fact that she did not bring Richard's soul with her. The shadow demon's cow face was distorted. He pointed at the big crow and shouted, Kill her. However, before the two evil gods could do anything, the big crow moved. She looked up at the sky and let out a soul-destroying attack. The moment the two evil gods were slowed down, the big crow suddenly expanded into a big burning fireball. I am going to self-destruct. I am going to die with you. The big fireball was like a detonated nuclear bomb, expanding infinitely in an instant. Boom. It exploded. She really exploded. The 26 fire elves and the stranger Danny's thought exploded at the same time. Although the fire elves were small in size, the fire magic in their bodies was almost half of Danny's. After all, the fire elves were children of the forest who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years in their previous life. With such terrifying magic power exploding in an instant, the power, Pale Moon Chu knew, and the shadow demon only had time to show expressions of fear before they were drowned by the endless flames. The violent magic waves of the world of death even affected the real world. The widow looked on. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the tower of the Ferlint castle. The sun is out. Look, there's a sun rising from the sea in the east. The sun is really out. Is the night over? Countess Verlint stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the red light that shot towards her. She really did touch the sun. The warmth of the touch was unmistakable. At the shivering sea in the east, a dark red sun broke through the thick fog and swept away the darkness that had enveloped the widow for many days. Over the past few months, the people once again felt the warmth and light of the sky. It was a pity that happy times were always so short. Soon, the nobles and servants of the widow fell into despair once more. "Ah, the sun is extinguishing," they cried. The world of death projected by the shivering sea. The gloomy black clouds, the turbulent sea, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, the shadow demon had disappeared without a trace. Even though it was huge, it had only sent a strand of its consciousness, which had been destroyed by the explosion. Pale Moon Chunu, on the other hand, was like a rag doll that had been torn apart by a naughty child. Her hair was all burnt, and her nose, eyes and mouth had melted into an overturned palette. Her skin was charred black and festering, and her pale ribs and pitch-black beating heart could be seen through her chest. She had come with her true body. Just like how Stranger Danny could hide 99% of her body in the world of death, the Stitch Cherry Monster could enter the world of death with his physical body. However, he could only pull 70% of his body into the world of death, which was far inferior to Stranger Danny's. Fortunately, it was only 70%. Otherwise, he would have been blasted to death in the world of death. How terrifying. Is this the strength and magnanimity of the child of the era? You self-destructed without even struggling? Pale Moon Chunu floated on the surface of the sea, her voice filled with unconcealable fear. I self-destructed because it's one of my moves. It has nothing to do with magnanimity. Stranger Danny's proud voice rang out in the air. Bits and pieces of ink appeared in the vast space in all directions. The ink that had suddenly appeared quickly gathered in the center. It was like a replay of the explosion scene. Caw. Under Pale Moon Chunu's horrified gaze, a big crow appeared in the blob of ink. No. Chapter 787. No, this is impossible. The stitched Sakura monster shook his head repeatedly. His twisted face was full of fear and disbelief. You have already self-destructed the core of your soul. How can you still be revived? He let out a soul howl of fear. As he howled, he also planned to leave the world of death. In the eyes of the big crow, the figure of the pale Moonchu maiden gradually became blurry, as if she was about to disappear from this world. Ants can't talk to Megalosaurus. The big crow cawed. The soul-destroying attack was like a sharp sword. It struck the space between the pale Moonchu maiden's eyebrows, causing her to pause in her attempt to leave the world of death. Then the big crow swooped down. Its beak, which was emitting grayish-red flames, pierced through her forehead. The crow took out a pale gray shadow from the hole between her eyebrows. It was the spirit of the pale Moonchu maiden. After her spirit left her broken body immediately became stiff and motionless. It rose and fell with the gray waves like a piece of wood. No. Let me go. Spare me, Dragon Queen. Be merciful and let me go. The shadow was like a bug that had been caught by a bird. It struggled on the crow's beak and let out a shrill cry. The big crow landed on the corpse of the pale Moonchu maiden. It retracted the divine flames on its beak and asked calmly, "What is your relationship with Lalo? Why did you team up with him to ambush me?" The stitched Sakura monster said regretfully, "I have only met Lalo a few times. We can be considered acquaintances. At that time I was collecting the souls of drowned sailors at sea. He came to my temple in Bravos and found me. He asked me for a small favor. I don't believe that you would risk your life for him just because you met him a few times." "It's true." The stitched Sakura monster swore. "I swear I didn't say a single lie. He and I are both gods of the free cities. We have met each other for thousands of years. But I have no relationship with you. You are arrogant and annoying." At the end of his sentence, sparks flew out of the crow's beak that clamped down on his spirit. His words came to an abrupt end. I am arrogant and annoying? If she was not a spirit, she would have learned from Erlu and gritted her teeth. No, I was wrong. Dragon Queen, please spare me. The gray shadow begged. However, Danny suddenly regained her composure and said coldly, "Speak clearly. Why do you say that I'm savage and hateful? For thousands of years, you're the only one who, as a mortal, massacred the gods wantonly and took pride in it. We all know the origin of the steel bell in your braid. There are so many demon gods, they think that you're very arrogant, the gray shadow said weakly. If those evil gods didn't provoke me, how would I have the chance to kill them? If you are all honest, I won't pay any attention to you, Danny said without thinking. You're lying. The gray shadow could not help but tell the truth. How did I lie? Danny asked curiously. You can't fool us. You want to kill the black goat of Kohar, you want to kill me, and you want to kill Reese's goddess of lust. All the gods in the free trade city are your targets. You will start the twilight of the gods. The gray shadow said angrily. How do you know? Danny was even more surprised. The pale moon maiden was silent. Speak clearly and I'll let you live. Have you heard of the saying, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain? Danny said. They will. I don't dare to say, the pale moon maiden said with difficulty. They? Danny's eyes flashed. She immediately guessed that there might be an evil anti-dragon mother organization that was quietly born among the many gods and demons. As the saying goes, the death of your companions is better than your own. Your life is only precious to you and only you have meaning, she said faintly. After a long silence, the pale moon maiden said softly, when you have the intention to kill a god or demon, the god or demon will sense danger. All these years I've repeatedly felt the great danger of my life ending, but I didn't know why. Until I met a few other gods, I realized that they had the same premonition. You're only a teenager. You might not understand how we feel. We've lived for thousands, tens of thousands of years. We've always been like the Creator, standing above all living things. This is the first time in our lives that we've encountered the danger of death. The feeling. I'm afraid. I'm angry. I curse. I don't want to sit around and wait for death. I want to eliminate the threat in advance. Then the high priest of the black goat of Kohar came to my temple and told me that the source of the god's disaster was you, Daenerys Targaryen. Then we all divined together, and the result was the same. You'll end all of us gods one day soon. You're the great calamity of the gods at the end of this era. That's why when Lalo called me I came. Even though I know that you're just a divine thought now, as long as we can weaken your power, we're all willing. At this moment, Danny's emotions were extremely complicated. First she regretted. She regretted that she had spoken without thinking. She regretted that she had repeatedly hooted about the plan to eliminate the many evil gods in the free city. She regretted even more that she had underestimated the demon gods of this world. Previously she had always treated them as canned dragon food stored in the various free city. When she had the time, she would bring a group of followers to take out the canned food, chisel open the lids and feed the dragons. However, those evil gods weren't canned food that had no thoughts and no ability to act. Danny felt helpless too. Foretelling the future, what a great ability. However, in this world, prophecies were common among extraordinaires. Even the dogs, Stark's direwolves, could foresee danger in advance. The lowly witches of the forest who set up stalls to sell aphrodisiac and moon tea could also easily foretell the fate of a country. The toad witch who foretold Cersei's life. Actually, I'm a person with a big mouth. Back then, I was just casually saying it. I really won't provoke you in the future. For example, now that I've finished the Battle of Meereen, I've been busy dealing with deviant ghosts. I've forgotten what I said back then. If you hadn't reminded me. At this point, Danny suddenly froze. If she hadn't met the Pale Moon Maiden, if she hadn't heard the prophecy of the gods knowing that they would be ended by her, she would most likely have forgotten about those evil gods. At most, she would have gotten rid of the black goat of Kohar who had been causing trouble for her. However, because of the evil god's prophecy, because of the evil god's enmity, she had no choice but to help them fulfill their prophecy. This prophecy is actually a choice. The future is uncertain. Among the countless destinies, your prophecy chose the destiny that you saw and believed in. Danny looked at the gray shadow on her beak and spoke in a strange tone. What do you mean? The Pale Moon Maiden was confused. It means that if you don't seek death, you won't die. The big crow cawed and asked again, tell me, who are you? Have you formed an alliance? From the narrow sea to the summer sea, and then to the various cities in the Jade Sea, as long as there are demon gods who have sensed the danger of death, they have communicated with each other and set their sights on you. As long as you act like the prophecy and intentionally kill any one of us, the rest of the demon gods will think that the prophecy has already begun. Dozens or even hundreds of demon gods will form an anti-evil god alliance to deal with you together. The Pale Moon Maiden pointed out. Danny could hear the threat in her words. If she killed the Pale Moon Maiden, it would mean that the prophecy of the Dragon Queen initiating the twilight of the gods had been fulfilled. The other demon gods would have identified the source of the threat. Of course, they wouldn't be willing to wait for their deaths. Isn't this unfair? When the long night falls, many demon gods will definitely fall. What does it have to do with me if they sense the danger of death? There are hundreds of demon gods? I swear if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know that there are so many evil gods in the world. Besides, why isn't it an anti-Dragon Queen alliance? What's the meaning of an anti-evil god alliance? Am I an evil god? Danny said angrily. Don't you know that you're the child of the era at the end of this era? The Pale Moon Maiden asked, puzzled. Of course. Other than me, who else is qualified to be the child of the era? Danny said proudly. That's why it's never wrong to blame the child of the era for the calamity at the end of the era. During the last long night, the child of the era Yasur Yahai wielded a red sword and killed many servants of the god of darkness in the Far East. You'll probably do the same. Danny was stupefied. As for the anti-Dragon Queen alliance, the mortals have already used the name of the alliance and even lost the war. Why would the gods care about it? Besides, don't you think that you're evil? I don't care about the rest. But I liberated the slaves and saved countless civilians. How is that evil? Danny said coldly. Who cares if you liberated the slaves or how many civilians you saved? We gods don't care anyway. It's just like a farmer who decided not to eat roast chicken tonight. Instead, he decided to eat mushroom stewed chicken. When another farmer sees this, he won't think that he's kind or evil. Then what do you care about? Danny said drily. We care about what you've done to the gods or what you'll do to them. At first, Pale Moon Chunu was still paying attention to controlling her tone. Later on, she became more and more indignant as she spoke. She lost control of her emotions and could not help but speak her mind. You're a god too. But compared to us, you're so out of place. If you're just a maverick, that's fine. But you want to kill us, the innocent, for no reason at all. Among the humans, isn't killing the innocent an evil person? Among the gods, you kill the innocent gods. Why aren't you an evil god? Besides, you don't want to kill one or two innocent gods. Instead, you want to kill all the gods who are at peace with the world and live in harmony. That's why you, who've lost your mind, aren't just an evil god. You're the most terrifying evil god in history. The king of evil gods, evil king, Danny Lilith. When Danny heard that, she was completely speechless. Among the group of evil gods, the only one who was not an evil god, the god of justice, had become the evil king in the eyes of the evil gods. After that, Danny asked in detail which gods of justice had the idea of dealing with the evil king. Yes, she recorded all of them in her little notebook. She swore to herself that she would make their dreams come true and their prophecies come true. The results made her feel both happy and worried. Including the god of darkness in the east of Yaxia, there were actually more than 100 evil gods who had evil intentions towards her. Oh, the reason why Pale Moon Chunu knew the names of those evil gods was because she was the postman of those evil gods. The world was so big and the gods had their own territories. They usually did not like to travel around. But Pale Moon Chunu was the god of death of sailors. Her territory was not on land but all the major shipping routes in the world. Her range of activities was large, but her strength was not strong. Because sailors were an unconventional occupation, the proportion of them among the humans was too low. Thinking about it, in a feudal society, the main productive forces were naturally focused on agriculture. How many people would travel by sea? If it was the god of death of farmers, that would be terrifying. Moreover, sailors did not all believe in Pale Moon Chunu. For example, Westeros sailors believed in blacksmiths and strangers. Chapter 788. Ow! The gray shadow that was clamped by the big crow's beak was like an earthworm in the crow's beak, struggling with all its might. Gray-red flames spurted out from the crow's beak, and the soul of the Pale Moon Maiden let out a mournful howl. Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You promised that you would let me go. Yes, Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You have answered my question, so of course I will spare your life. But you can't escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I will burn half of your soul as punishment for this offense, Danny said confidently. A half is too much. Dragon Queen, have mercy. I have worked hard for thousands of years to achieve this. Have mercy. The Pale Moon Maiden begged. Danny remained unmoved. It was not as if there were no aftereffects from her self-detonation with the 26 fire crows. The immortality of the Green Prophet's soul was indeed a bug, but the self-destruction didn't only destroy the soul, but also the elemental body of the fire elf. That was why it was so powerful. After reforming, the fire crows were like the megalosaurus after overclocking. The power of the soul was exhausted, and the spirit and physical strength had withered. If she didn't take the opportunity to replenish herself, according to the normal recovery speed, it would probably take a few months. She didn't have a few months to delay. After a while, the gray shadow hung on the crow's beak. It was so thin that it was almost transparent, and the soul of the pale moon maiden was extremely weak. Caw caw caw. The big crow's eyes were shining, and it spread its wings and cawed loudly. The demigod's soul belonged to the fire crows, and the divinity of death belonged to Blackie. Okay, you are free. The big crow put the gray shadow back into the corpse on the sea surface. After you go back, tell the respected demon gods that I have no enmity against them. The Khal Black Goat was deeply involved in the Allied Army's crusade against Slavers Bay, and I suffered heavy losses. Of course, I have to take revenge on him. But the personal enmity between me and him has nothing to do with the other demon gods. Remember to help me explain, Danny said sincerely. Okay. The pale moon maiden didn't know whether she believed it or not, but she agreed weakly. In addition, you should also let all the demon gods who are hostile to me understand that I do not intend to provoke them, but I am not afraid of anyone or gods. I even dared to challenge Valeglia's ancestor god Sheep Egg and King of Light Lalo at the same time. Why would I be afraid of trouble from them? Or rather, how do they think they are compared to Lalo? Before you make a move against me, think twice before you act. Don't do something stupid that you will regret. Just like today, just like you, do you regret it? Danny's voice turned cold. I regret it. I regret it very much. Pale Moon Chunu said honestly. If there was medicine for regret, he would at most send a thought over. It was too dangerous to face the Dragon Queen with his real body. Well, regret didn't mean that there was no hostility. As long as there was a chance, he would still take advantage of the situation, but he was no longer willing to be the main attacker. After all, it was half of the power of the divine spirit. How could he not hate? Actually, it's not too late to regret now, Danny said in a low voice. What do you mean? Pale Moon Chunu heard the hidden meaning in her words. What do you think of my reputation? Danny asked. Pale Moon Chunu didn't know how to answer. Now, I haven't even obtained complete freedom. Who knows if you will change your mind at the last minute? Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. You really live up to your reputation. This wasn't flattery but a wish from the bottom of his heart. Since that's the case, why don't we reach an agreement? From now on, you will no longer be hostile to me and I will never make a move against you. In this way, the so-called prophecy will naturally be broken. Moreover, we can benefit from each other. You help me and I help you. How can I help you? Pale Moon Chunu asked doubtfully. I'm not stupid. I won't think that if you bring a message and threaten those demon gods, they will eliminate their hostility to me. So, I need to make an example of them or kill them to scare them. You help me keep an eye on them. Whoever is most hostile to me, whoever is plotting against me, you can inform me. After I kill them, you can get half of their divinity. How about it? To be honest, Pale Moon Chunu was really tempted. She didn't lie when she said that she and Lalo were just nodding acquaintances. Although the gods of the free cities knew each other, they really didn't interact much. Most of the time they would even fight over believers. The reason why they could maintain overall harmony for thousands of years was more because they had reached a dynamic balance between strength and benefits. If other gods find out, I will definitely become a target, she said worriedly. It's okay. I will provide you with protection. If you encounter an enemy, you can run to the Westeros or Slavers Bay to seek refuge. All right, I will keep an eye out, Pale Moon Chunu said perfunctorily. You can run away, but can you run away from the temple? Won't I return to the sea in the future? Right, tell those demon gods that Anti-Evil God Alliance is too unpleasant. Why don't they change it to Justice Alliance, or Avengers Alliance? Before Pale Moon Chunu left, Danny made a final suggestion. Winterfell Dragon Queen's room. Caw caw caw. A series of red-eyed black crows flew out from Danny's purple eyes and circled around the room. Then, peng peng peng, they turned into 2-foot-tall dragonfly-winged fairies. How do you feel? Danny asked. It was very painful when the explosion happened. Yes, it was so painful. I don't want to explode anymore. Even when I reformed my body, it was almost like I was dead. The fairies' faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They chattered about the terrible experience after the explosion. How about now? Have you recovered? Danny asked again. Very good as before. What is that? I want more. You mean the rain that falls on the head? I want it too. It's cold and comfortable. The little elves began to discuss the spiritual rain with excitement. That is soul healing. You are not sick now, so you don't need to fill your heads with water. Wow, there are so many fairies. It was morning. Jackie and Eerie came to help Dragon Queen wash up and have breakfast. When they entered, they were shocked to see a house full of fire fairies flapping their wings. They are so beautiful and cute. Our garden will be very lively in the future. Jackie widened her almond eyes and looked left and right excitedly. Eerie tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, if they turn into fireballs, perhaps we won't be afraid of the cold in winter. There are too few of them now. If there are thousands or tens of thousands of fire fairies, perhaps we can form a fake sun, Danny said thoughtfully. As they were chatting, Grey Worm came over and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Stark is looking for you. It seems to be related to Carhold City. Though it was urgent, Danny took a bath, changed her underwear, and put on her armor before going downstairs. At that time, Erlu was already sitting in front of the long table by the fireplace with an ashen face. John's expression was also very ugly. Only Melisandre's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with her. Saigon rebelled and killed Sir Richard, Erlu said directly. Seeing Dragon Queen's indifferent expression, he thought she didn't believe him, so he continued to explain, My crow companion went to Carhold City half a day ago and saw Saigon cut off Sir Richard's head with his own eyes. Last night, Danny even had a fierce fight with Lalo for the soul of the pockmarked knight. She was not surprised to hear Erlu's words. But she didn't intend to explain, so she asked curiously, How do you plan to deal with this matter? Now, there were only 2 parties at the long table, which was used for meetings and meals. Unlike last night, all the counts of the northern region had not been summoned. Saigon's rebellion had a great impact, so John was also on guard against his vassals. Saigon didn't just kill Sir Richard, he also cut off his head and hung it on the flagpole of the city gate watchtower. He's provoking us. John's gray eyes were burning with anger. You have to do it now. Erlu turned to Danny and said in a deep voice, If this kind of behavior is not punished, the nobles of the northern region will lose their determination to fight against the other ghosts. I'm not suitable for this. Danny still wanted to refuse. You're still afraid of taking responsibility at this time? Erlu clenched his jaw and said angrily, I'm not afraid of taking responsibility. Otherwise, why would I swear an oath to free all the slaves in the world? Do you think I'm not as good as Carhold City and the northern region in fighting against the Allied army? More importantly, I don't want to get shit on me. Danny spoke the truth. Shit on you? Erlu's face made an expression that looked like he was about to shit. Anyone with a normal IQ would know that this is the time to punish Carhold City. But if I really slaughter Carhold City the way your subordinates look at me, the way they treat me, but I can't kill them with my dragon flames like how I deal with my enemies. Instead, I have to continue protecting their homes. It's the same feeling as having shit on your hands but not being able to wash it off. Danny said. Hearing this, the dog's but was so embarrassed that it was about to poop out. What about my previous behavior? Erlu asked with a twisted expression. You're the king of the northern region. It's only right that you raise your own child. How about this? John thought for a moment and made a suggestion. I'll call all the nobles of the northern region here. Then, His Majesty Stannis will preside over the meeting. Everyone will vote on how to punish Carhold City. Then Her Majesty Danny Rise will carry out everyone's decision. Why do I feel like I've become your hired thug? Danny was still not satisfied. If I had a megalosaurus, I wouldn't even waste my breath on you. Erlu was even more dissatisfied with her evasive attitude. Unfortunately, you don't. No matter what they thought, the vassals of the northern region couldn't openly oppose the punishment of Carhold City. This was a matter of principle. But they were also resolutely against Erlu's suggestion and Danny's wish to burn down the city and leave nothing behind. In less than 4 hours, Blackie revisited the place and arrived above Carhold City's castle. Without wasting any time, he dove down from the dark sky and walked along the city walls. His dark red dragon flames cleansed all the sentry towers. Run! The magic dragon is going to burn the city. The Mother of Dragons is here to punish Karhold City. Your Majesty Daenerys, have mercy, have mercy. It was close to noon. On the city walls, in the courtyard and even in the small town there were busy residents and guards. For the first time in their lives, they saw the legendary magic dragon burning the city, happening right in front of their eyes. All of them cried out in fear and begged for mercy. Of course, there were also people who cursed loudly and took up bows and spears to counterattack. Yes, they threw spears and pitchforks at the Megalosaurus. The glittering arrowheads and spears left sparks on Blackie's belly armor before they were deflected. Then Blackie tilted his head and burned the dragon slayers into oil. Blackie left behind a ring of fire around the castle and wailing, twisted and charred bodies. Then he circled around and burned Karhold City's castle. Chapter 789. This is the verdict of the Northern Territory Council on Karhold City. After burning down the main castle, Blackie stood on top of the smoke-filled castle gate tower and faced the small town outside the castle. He announced the decision of the Northern Territory Council led by Erlu to everyone inside and outside the castle. This time he didn't announce that he was Deathwing or anything else. In such a serious and cruel situation, Dany wasn't in the mood for gimmicks. They burned down the city, declared their crimes and left without hesitation. Before he left, he used his claws to grab the corpse on the flagpole, the head and torso of the pockmarked knight. It's finally over. Seeing the black dragon leap into the dark sky, Saigon, who was supporting his wife, heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't dead. After killing the pockmarked knight and hanging his corpse in public, Saigon guessed that Winterfell's reaction would be intense. He had to use Winterfell's pressure to force the citizens of Karhold City to unite. Winterfell's pressure wouldn't cause the citizens of Karhold City to rebel. The night was long and the sacrifice would only last for a year. Even if the citizens of Karhold City killed Saigon to appease Winterfell, they would still have to sacrifice the Frost God the next year. The distance between Winterfell and Karhold City was almost 1,500 kilometers. It was too far and even the winged dragons couldn't throw bombs. It was too tiring to fly while carrying kerosene bombs. In other words, only the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus could punish them. Therefore, Saigon was prepared for the Megalosaurus to burn down the castle. For example, he secretly arranged for his family to hide in the cellar in the backyard. For example, he transferred the resources in the castle and sealed the granary in the basement. For example, he arranged for the Northerners to replace Thurn's garrison on the castle wall to unite the citizens. For example, the Megalosaurus came too quickly. It's like when I killed the flaming red heart knight, Winterfell learned of the news. This isn't normal? Saigon was puzzled. Suddenly his pupils constricted and he shivered. Shapeshifter. D*MN Stark's shapeshifter, Crow, must have been in Karhold City last night. Fortunately, Crow didn't stay in the castle, he said fearfully. If Stark knew that he had made preparations, then, at least the Megalosaurus could find his family's hiding place, and then the beggar's chicken. Will the crows fly back to check on the situation in Keho City? Yali Ka Stark asked worriedly. Saigon nodded heavily as he said with a cold look in his eyes, "It's too conspicuous to sacrifice the Frost God in Keho City. Perhaps I should pledge my loyalty to the other king of the Northern Territory." The other king of the Northern Territory? Yali's expression changed greatly. You mean Roose Bolton? The old Skinner isn't dead yet. Although old Skinner and young Skinner were father and son, after the War of the Four Kings, the two of them became independent nobles, with fiefs and titles. Winterfell belonged to the young Skinner. He was the Earl of Winterfell and inherited Stark's castle and fief. The old Skinner, Roose Bolton, was promoted from the Earl of Terra Castle to the Duke of Terra Castle and continued to rule the Bolton family's ancestral fief. They were father and son, but they could be considered as separate families. Therefore, when the young Skinner married the fake Arya and Erlu was defeated by the young Skinner, Roose Bolton brought his men back to his hometown. Roose Bolton wasn't the master of Winterfell, but the young Skinner was. Just like in Hedjin County, the capital Rapid City belonged to Aemon Fry, and his father, Wade Fry, was still the Lord of Rapid City. In Game of Thrones, the old Skinner's wife, Fat Veda, gave birth to a son. The young Skinner was worried that his younger brother would steal his position as the Bolton family's heir, so he killed the old Skinner first and then sent his stepmother and younger brother to the kennel to be eaten by the hounds. This plot made the young Skinner famous for his ferocity, but severely insulted the intelligence of the old Skinner. Roose Bolton knew what kind of character his illegitimate son was and saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Unless he was willing, he wouldn't give Ramus the chance to hurt his younger son. Even if Fat Veda gave birth to a nest of golden phoenixes, she wouldn't be able to shake Ramus Bolton's right to inherit Winterfell. The young Skinner could become the legitimate master of Winterfell because he married Arya Stark. Stark had no male heirs, and Sansa was a wanted criminal for the murder of the king. Arya became the only legitimate heir of Winterfell. Whoever became her husband could legally inherit Winterfell. Just like when Aegon united the Seven Kingdoms in the War of Conquerors, the Durrandon family of Storm's End had no male heirs. Theon Onis married the daughter of the last Storm King and changed the name of Storm's End to Theon Byra. Just like when Saigon married Yali and changed the name of Cahor to Theon. Of course, this didn't mean that the young Skinner didn't want to kill his younger brother. After all, he definitely wanted the title of Duke of the Terror Castle. However, the young Skinner didn't have to resort to such drastic measures to make everyone know that he was a kinslayer. Just like when he killed his own brother, he used poison so cleverly that it was frightening. Everyone had their suspicions, but there was no evidence. If he killed his own father, how would he answer to his vassals and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? He killed his stepmother and brother without hiding anything. Did he really think that the Freys were pushovers? Hence, the old Skinner didn't die in the hands of his son like in the plot of Game of Thrones. His wife and youngest son were also alive and well. Hence, Saigon had the idea of dragging him down. No matter what, Roose Bolton is the Duke of the Northern Territory recognized by the Iron Throne. I should write him a letter of allegiance. I heard that his wife just gave birth to a son for him. The deviant ghost should have reached the Terror Castle by now, right? Roose Bolton and the Terror Castle will replace us as the biggest target for the Dragon Queen. Roose Bolton isn't stupid. He will definitely tell the other nobles how he managed to protect the Terror Castle. Then, the important people in Winterfell won't have time to pay attention to us. Saigon's eyes darkened as he spoke gloomily. Yali's eyes widened as she stared blankly at her husband. Then, the Northern Territory will really be finished. The last long night lasted for an entire generation. Do you think the Northern Territory can last another generation? Saigon said faintly. But what if there are too many deviant ghosts and the Savior can't end the long night? Yali asked worriedly. Do you think no one sacrificed the Frost God during the last long night? Let me tell you, sacrificing the Frost God is a well-known custom beyond the Great Wall. Saigon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Also, you've seen it yourself. The Dragon Queen can fly. She can actually fly. Yesor and Ahai definitely can't fly, and there's no Megalosaurus. What does this mean? It means that the Dragon Queen is far stronger than Yesor and Ahai. She doesn't have to care about the little trouble we've caused her. Saigon was full of confidence. No matter what he did in his despair, he was full of hope for the future. The long night would be ended by the Savior. As long as he persevered, there would be a day when he could see the sun again. Isn't the Savior Stannis? I heard that Her Majesty Dany Rise denied that she was the reincarnation of Yesor and Ahai, Yali said doubtfully. Stannis still insists that he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but is he? Saigon's face was full of disapproval. Yali was infected by her husband's confidence and began to worry about the future. If the long night ends and the Dragon Queen decides to settle everything, what will we do? Carhold isn't far from the Great Wall. I'll put on the black clothes before the long night ends. Once I put on the black clothes, all my previous crimes will be forgiven. Saigon smiled faintly. Will it work? Yali was still worried. Haha, when the long night ends, all the survivors in the world will be under the influence of ghosts. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. No matter how ruthless she is, can she kill everyone? Besides, I'm not afraid of death. As long as you're alive, we can have a few more babies. As long as you're all alive, the Thurn family will continue to pass on. I'm not afraid of anything. Even if the Savior really decides to settle everything, when she's settling the Southerners, we can secretly lead our people across the Great Wall and become free people beyond the Great Wall. Seeing that her husband had thought everything through, Yali was completely relieved. I'll give you a few more sons. No, I want daughters. Gods bless me, let's have daughters. Saigon said bitterly. The Terror Fortress was only a few hundred kilometers away from Carhold. A messenger crow could fly there in an afternoon. In the evening, Roose Bolton received Saigon's letter of loyalty. The content of the letter was unusually sincere. Saigon described his experience during this period of time in detail. He included how he discovered the other ghosts, how he carried his son into the forest, how he completed the sacrifice, how the other ghost army retreated quickly. It was like an instruction manual. Saigon Thurn, interesting. Luce Bolton's expression was calm. There was no emotion, no excitement, and no anger. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. He folded the letter slowly, put it in an empty envelope, and then bent over the table to write another letter. Oh. Fat Veda was crying on the soft couch opposite him. Don't cry. You're still young and I still have the ability. You'll have many children in the future. Luce Bolton's eyes were still as cold as ice as he comforted his wife. Before Saigon's letter arrived, the Duke of the Terror Fortress had already completed the sacrifice ceremony. Saigon had indeed underestimated him. The Bolton family's history was as long as Stark's. They had all experienced the last long night. How could they not know how to sacrifice the other ghost? Why would they need a savage from beyond the Great Wall to remind them? They had already washed their sons and were waiting for the other Ghost Lord to come and get them. But Dragon Queen burned Carhold. Fat Veda stared at the Fry family's unique watery blue eyes and said cowardly. Veda Fry was fat like a pink ball, but she was not stupid. Instead, she had received a complete aristocratic education. She could read, write, and think. So, only the other ghosts know how many nobles have sacrificed to the Frost God. Can the Dragon Queen burn the entire Northern Territory? Luce Bolton's smooth cheeks were emotionless. The Terror Fortress is different. We're Stark's enemy. Saigon is up to no good. He's allowed to tell Winterfell that we're also. Fat Veda had her own judgment about the current situation in the Northern Territory. Luce Bolton put down his pen, dried the ink on the letter and slowly folded it. He stuffed it into the previous envelope, sealed it with wax and pressed the family emblem. He called for a servant and instructed the scholar to deliver the letter to King's Landing. After doing all this, he said softly to his wife, "Remember your mother's surname. When you meet the Dragon Queen, immediately tell her who your uncle is. No matter what I do, she won't touch a hair on you or your children." My uncle. John Derry, William Derry? P.S. Fat Veda was deep in thought. Saigon had his own plans and even considered the great liquidation after the long night. Luce Bolton had his own plans and considered the situation of the Seven Kingdoms after the long night. He had married Fat Veda because she was fat. Well, Wade Fry had promised that as long as Luce was willing to marry a Fry, he would give the bride the same amount of silver as her dowry. Now he realized how special Fat Veda's identity was. The Bolton family would survive this long night. Luce Bolton was confident. Caw caw caw. A large crow flew past the window of the Duke's bedroom, a letter tube tied to its leg. It contained a letter from the master of the Terror Fortress and a letter from Saigon. They would fall into the hands of Cersei or Yuluen in a few days. Soon, parts of the letter would spread like a plague in the Westeros. Perhaps not just the Westeros. This was a virus that swept the world. It came from the human heart and infected the human heart. Chapter 790. At the Gate of Heaven, shrouded in mist. Ah, is this heaven? Great, I'm finally in. The pockmarked knight laughed wildly with a hideous face. The seven hells, why are you here? Is the evil god Lalo going to attack heaven? The king of Aegon was so excited that his mouth was full of nonsense. Ah, why are you here? Where's the great sparrow? The pockmarked knight turned around and saw an old acquaintance. He was immediately embarrassed. Reluctantly, he showed an extremely ugly smile and quickly walked to the guide. Seeing the hideous smile, the king of Aegon seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. It was Richard who threw him into the fire that day. He shuddered and ran away. As he ran, he yelled at the top of his voice, "Holy Mother, Holy Sparrow Warrior, help, help, the evil god Lalo's follower has sneaked into Mountain Paradise." Hey, stop yelling, I'm not a follower of the evil god Lalo anymore, I've turned over a new leaf and returned to the embrace of the seven gods. Richard quickly shouted. What? The king of Aegon stopped, not because he was fooled by the evil god's followers' flowery words, but because he suddenly realized that this was the gate of heaven. If it was really an evil god's follower who had sneaked in, the Great Sparrow wouldn't have asked him to come down as a guide. What's wrong with you? Are you Richard Hope of the Stormland? The king of Aegon sized him up in surprise. He was lean with short black hair, a face full of pockmarks and old scars, and a blazing red heart pattern on the armor in front of his chest. He was right, this was Stannis's knight, a follower of the Red God and his direct killer. "It's me, I'm Richard Hope, we've met a few times before. Don't doubt, I was indeed bewitched by the evil god of darkness, but now I've returned to the right path, and the Holy Mother has accepted me," the pockmarked knight said awkwardly. The King of Aegon didn't comment, but asked with a straight face, "You didn't even change your clothes, how did you go to heaven?" "Clothes?" The pockmarked knight lowered his head and saw the pattern on the armor. "Sire, I'm dead. Did this ancestral armor follow me to heaven?" "This means that you still approve of your outfit," Aegon said coldly. "No, I don't agree. I believe in the seven gods," Richard shouted excitedly. Before he could finish, a miraculous scene occurred. The pattern on his armor blurred, then turned into the heptagram of the Church of the Seven Gods. "Look, look." He pointed at his chest and said excitedly, "You really changed your faith? What happened? How did you become a saint so quickly?" Aegon was surprised. "I only returned to the faith of the seven gods when I saw Lalo's true face after my death," Richard mumbled. "After death?" Aegon's face was filled with disbelief. "Impossible. You've already seen Lalo. How can you still ascend to heaven?" "It's the Atonement Scroll. I've contributed greatly to Her Majesty Dany Rise, so she gave me a Atonement Scroll. After I die, I'll be able to ascend to heaven." "Atonement Scroll? One Atonement Scroll can ascend to heaven? That's too cheap, isn't it?" Aegon almost lost his mind. "Sire, if you knew what I did, you wouldn't say that," Richard said bitterly. "What did you do?" Sir Quincy asked curiously. Richard Hope was also from a famous noble family in the Stormlands. He was even a knight squire in the Red Keep. If not for Cersei's tricks, he would have become a Kingsguard. Of course, such a person was not unknown. When he came to Paradise Island, including Quincy Cox and a group of night watchers, everyone knew him. They also knew that he was a fanatical knight of red heart. Naturally, everyone had the same doubts as Aegon. Richard looked at his comrades from Eastwatch and said, "Do you still remember how you died?" That day at Eastwatch, dozens of night watchers died in the hands of the Minotaur. Now they met the pockmarked knight again in Paradise. "I killed that painted skin monster." "Sire, it's not a painted skin monster. It's a clone of the evil god Lalo." Richard felt like he was chewing a bitter gourd. "Tisk, are you sure that the Minotaur is Lalo?" A middle-aged night watcher with purple curly hair looked at the pockmarked knight with a pale face. His eyes were filled with sympathy. He was a knight and had ancestral armor. After his chest was scratched by the Shadow Fiend Tiger Claw, he lasted longer than the night watchers with white equipment. Therefore he knew about the pockmarked knight's glorious achievements. "It's him. That evil god doesn't even let go of the souls of his believers. Forget about the legendary wine garden and girls, he dragged us directly into hell." Richard gritted his teeth and said, "Well, you were dragged into hell because you did something blasphemous, right?" The Laver Night Watcher's mouth twitched. "No, my good friends and comrades were all dragged into hell, and their souls were forged into chains." Richard recounted the situation with lingering fear. "Tiske, I thought Lalo was the Light King. I didn't expect him to be so evil." Everyone was shocked. "So, you can understand the mercy, justice, light, and greatness of the seven gods, right?" The Holy Sparrow's expression was solemn as she began to preach. "I have no regrets about the seven gods. I'm proud to be a believer of the seven gods. Being born under the glory of the seven gods and growing up in Westeros is the greatest fortune of my life. Long live, the glory of the seven gods will spread across Westeros." The believers of the seven gods who went to paradise expressed their opinions loudly. "But isn't the Atonement Scroll a little too exaggerated? Does the Dragon Queen really think that paradise is owned by her and that she can just casually give out Atonement Scrolls? This is too unfair to us saints," Sir Quincy complained. Just as he finished complaining, he felt a cold wind rise from his back, as if some monster was staring at him. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Old Quincy looked left and right, up and down, but he didn't find anything amiss. "Blasphemy if you don't taste it," Aegon roared and said with a serious expression, "Now is a special time. The long night is coming and the seven gods should save the world. As the only remaining holy child of the seven gods, what's wrong with strictly following the teachings of the seven gods?" He looked down on this old knight. All he did was talk bad about Aunt Dany, but in front of the Holy Sparrow, he would flatter her as if it didn't cost him anything. "Archbishop." Old Quincy didn't dare to refute King Aegon. He could only look at his backer with an aggrieved expression. Sigh, this should be my responsibility. The Holy Sparrow looked up at the sky and sighed, her thin face full of regret and annoyance. The night is long and danger is everywhere. Only the 7 gods can save the world. This is the mission that the Holy Mother gave me a long time ago. But I died in an accident because of the power struggle at King's Landing, so this burden fell on St. Danny. Sir Quincy nodded and sighed. I see. With the Archbishop's great spirit of justice, even if he has the authority to give out atonement scrolls, he definitely won't abuse it. What a pity, what a pity. Maybe the atonement scrolls can't be given out for free. We should charge some money to subsidize the poor believers, the Holy Sparrow said hesitantly. Archbishop is merciful. Sir Quincy praised with his thumb up. The pockmarked knight approached the middle-aged night watchman and whispered, Seems like there are also factions in paradise? There are also people living in paradise. Where there are people, there are factions. Compared to the secular world, this place is already very peaceful. The saints just don't like us who came in through the back door, the middle-aged night watchman replied in a soft voice. Then I will also live with you at the edge of the 3rd ring? The pockmarked knight asked. On the way to Paradise Island, King Aegon had already explained the basic situation of paradise to him. Richard, are you willing to join the church's armed forces? If you become a Saint Seiya, you can live in the 1st ring, which is the villa area around the Grand Cathedral, the Holy Sparrow said. There are also church's armed forces in paradise? Who are you fighting against? The pockmarked knight asked in shock. There is no war yet, but no one knows for sure in the future. I saw many records in paradise called Earth. There were some fallen people who had distorted their worldview. They couldn't stand justice, order, and beauty. Not only did they fight against the Church of Light, they even fought their way to paradise. They were too arrogant. There were also some evil gods who thought that God takes turns to sit on the throne, and today it's my turn. They wanted to attack paradise and steal the throne of the 7 gods. There were also some crazy people who shouted, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want all the gods in paradise to disappear. They destroyed the whole world. So we have to be prepared. We can't always rely on the 7 gods when the time comes, the Holy Sparrow said in a low voice. Stealing the throne of the 7 gods, destroying paradise. That's too scary. Richard's ugly face turned pale. He said in fear, I'm just an ordinary knight. Can I fight against those evil gods? You've killed an evil god and Danny Rise called you the Devil Hunter, the Holy Sparrow reminded him. Okay, I'll join the Son of War. Richard thought about it. He knew nothing but fighting. He had no other pursuits other than pursuing glory in war. At least the treatment was good, and he could live in the most central ring of paradise. The envious and jealous eyes of the Night Watchers said it all. Not the Son of War but the Saint Seiya. The Saint Seiya who protects the 7 gods in paradise, the Holy Sparrow said seriously. Unfortunately, Richard had just received a set of golden saint armor personally blessed by the Holy Mother at the cathedral. He didn't even have the time to show it off in front of the Night Watchers before he felt a powerful suction force pulling him in. Hey, what's wrong with me? Your Excellency, save me. The pockmarked knight was wearing a dazzling golden armor, but he was covered by a beam of white light from the sky. He couldn't move at all. It's the resurrection spell. The Holy Sparrow was shocked. You're being resurrected. Resurrected? The pockmarked knight was confused. I finally came to paradise. Who's so wicked to resurrect me? Whoosh. The next moment, he disappeared from the arena of the Holy Church. The Holy Sparrow stomped her foot and said in annoyance, It's over. He's resurrected, but he didn't take off the Saint Seiya armor. What will happen? Aegon exclaimed. Maybe he can become a god of war in the mortal world? The Holy Sparrow was uncertain. That's too much. Aegon couldn't believe it. That's the Saint Seiya armor made by blacksmiths, enchanted by warriors and blessed by the Holy Mother. There are only 12 sets in total, the Holy Sparrow said in frustration. The big sparrow nodded. Your Eminence, you must save me. I don't want to leave heaven. Old Quincy burst into tears. Don't mingle with the night watchers anymore. Learn more from Aegon. Read the Seven Stars Bible when you're free. You can recite the entire Bible now. The Big Sparrow sighed. That morning, when Blackie left Winterfell and flew to Carhold City, a group of villagers from Long Lake Village drove a sleigh and escaped to Winterfell along the White Blade River. Long Lake was 300 kilometers long and shaped like a willow leaf. It was the source of the 1,000-kilometer-long White Blade River. It was 500 kilometers north of Winterfell and was at the border of Stark's territory. There were many small villages around Long Lake. In the past, even when winter came, the villagers wouldn't leave their homes. Because Long Lake was rich in resources, they could drill holes in the frozen lake and catch enough freshwater fish to fill their stomachs. Now that the ghouls were harassing their village, the villagers had no choice but to leave. There were no other territories between Long Lake and Winterfell, and the Deviant Ghost Army was very close to Winterfell. That morning, Dragon Queen's Winged Dragon Legion brought the second batch of night volunteers to Winterfell. It was also a military investigation team. Dany didn't want to invest too much power in Winterfell, but she understood that experience could only be accumulated. The long night had to end and the ghouls, deviant ghosts and deviant ghost kings had to be wiped out. She couldn't avoid it. Hence, she used Winterfell as a training ground for her subordinates to gain experience in dealing with the deviant ghost army. But when she saw old Bart, Clinton and the other familiar faces, she started to worry that they would die in Winterfell. For Bronn and Old Crab, she told them to observe more and learn less. They understood immediately and executed perfectly, ensuring that they would survive until the end. Even if Dany told old Bart not to risk his life for Winterfell, would he listen? If he really listened, he wouldn't be the fearless Barristan. Of course, she had prepared a ticket to heaven for them. But even if their souls went to heaven, it didn't mean that she didn't lose anything. Old Bart was dead. She lost a good teacher and helpful friend. She lost an unnamed hand of the Queen. Big Bear was dead. She lost a guardian knight whom she could entrust her life to. Even if Garth, Darkstar, Quinton and the others died in battle, she would also lose a loyal and powerful subordinate. Hence, when Barristan, John Clinton, Giro Dane, Quinton Martell, and the other silver-blue armored knights climbed down from the back of the pterosaur amidst the cheers of the Northern Territory's vassals, and when Blackie saw the corpse hanging on the flagpole of Cahold City, Dany decided to test out the resurrection spell and deity's descent. Her subordinates could die, but they had to accompany her through the difficult but glorious final journey of the long night. Moreover, if they couldn't even resurrect, how could they be considered a stranger? Stranger was the Grim Reaper. As for deity's descent, based on the runes of the Song of Strength, deity's descent had already been researched by her on the gnome. Originally, if the gnome didn't explode and die after activating it, and if the gnome survived, he could really become deity's descent. Before the long night, this witchcraft would have been popularized on her subordinates. Unfortunately, the gnome had lost contact. Because he was with Jenny all the time, the gnome didn't dare to reactivate the Holy Night Seal, and the power of faith of the seven gods was the energy source to activate deity's descent. Hence, even after researching deity's descent for a few months, Dany still didn't know if it would succeed or if there were any flaws. Hence, the unlucky Sir Richard became the second experimental subject after the gnome to be recorded as deity's descent. The double experiment was to test both the resurrection spell and deity's descent. To be honest, in the beginning, Dany only planned to research the resurrection spell. If the soul and body were perfectly preserved, the Holy Mother Dany could also use the resurrection spell. According to whether the body contained een spiritual substance after resurrection, the Holy Mother's resurrection spell could be divided into two types, perfect and imperfect. A normal living person only had yang spiritual substance in their body. After death, part of the yang spiritual substance would transform into een spiritual substance. After a period of death, the yin and yang spiritual substance would reach a balance. Then, according to the degree of decomposition of the corpse, the yin and yang spiritual substance would disperse into the world at the same time. Whether it was deviant ghosts or corpse monsters created by necromancers, such as the Demon Mountain, all of them had their yang spiritual substance extracted or transformed. From the body to the remnant soul, they were all made up of yin spiritual substance. Lalo's resurrection spell would extract the most precious part of the soul of the deceased, and then stuff the soul directly into the remnant body. This would cause the resurrected person to become inhuman from the soul to the body. Because the yin spiritual substance in the body and soul wasn't removed or transformed, their current body was exactly the same as the dead. Hence, whether it was Caitlin or the early Lightning King, after they were resurrected, they didn't need to eat, sleep, be afraid of cold or heat, and didn't need to urinate or defecate. The scars on their bodies couldn't heal. They didn't have many of the physiological activities of the living. Because the dead didn't have the physiological activities of the living. This kind of resurrection spell didn't require much technology, and the cost was also low. As long as there was the soul and remnant body of the deceased, Danny could do it too. But Danny didn't want to resurrect a monster. If it wasn't for the water song's divine power accidentally extracting the spiritual substance, the Holy Sparrow would have died back then. Now that she didn't have the water song, if Richard was resurrected, there was a high possibility that he would become like Caitlin. Of course, Danny wasn't Lalo. She didn't intend to collect the resurrection fee, so she wouldn't extract the characteristics of his soul. After his resurrection, Richard's memories wouldn't change, and his personality wouldn't change temporarily. Only his body would become a ghost. It was conceivable that without a firm belief, his personality would become a ghost sooner or later. Fortunately, other than the Holy Sparrow, there was another perfect example of a resurrection: the Savior, John. Danny had personally participated in the process of John's resurrection. At that time, Lalo didn't use the water song. Then what was Lalo's method? A person was made up of two parts, the soul and the body. After a person died, the soul and the body would be mixed with the spiritual substance. The spiritual substance in the body was difficult to remove, but the soul was also more difficult. Lalo didn't have the water song, so he couldn't bleach Richard's soul in the water song. That's what the Holy Sparrow did. His method was very crude. He separated a part of his soul and destiny from his own soul and merged it into Richard's soul. The spiritual substance in a true God soul must be extremely strong and young. Like a ball of fire, it immediately diluted and transformed the spiritual substance in Richard's soul. After Richard's soul entered the body, he used the Holy Spirit's soul, which had the characteristics of a true God, to infect the body of a low-energy mortal. Different from Valeglia's radiation magic energy factor, this kind of infection was a benign infection. Therefore, Danny also planned to imitate Lalo and raise Richard's spiritual substance's level. This way he could infect the body of a low-energy mortal. How to raise the spiritual substance's level. Wear Saint Seiya's armor. Chapter 792. Lalo sacrificed a portion of his soul and even gave out Yasuer and Yahai's destiny to revive Richard perfectly. Danny was definitely unwilling to make such a sacrifice for Richard. Actually, Lalo wasn't sacrificing for Richard either. He was renovating his mortal body. Then she thought of the Vajra Song of Power rune. Currently, Danny only had one witchcraft that could help ordinary people obtain supernatural powers: Deity's Descent. Tyrion's runes were imprinted on the cervical vertebrae and organs. Could she imprint the runes on the surface of Richard's soul? Reality proved that it could be done. At least 30% of the success rate? On the cliff, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. He let out a cry of surprise and began to breathe heavily. Where am I? The sky was gray and the cold wind howled like ghosts, bringing powdery snowflakes with it. Richard was stunned for a moment. White Blade River Mountains. Danny leaned on Whitey's neck and asked curiously, "How do you feel now?" Your Majesty, Danny Alice. Richard turned his head and saw the familiar figure. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then his previous memories came back bit by bit. I went to heaven. Am I resurrected now? Yes, you're resurrected. Sai, why did you resurrect me? The night is long and danger is everywhere. Deviant ghosts run rampant and evil gods wreak havoc. The lives of mortals are too difficult. I want to stay in heaven. Richard said in frustration. You don't believe in the 7 gods, so you can't stay in heaven. Logically speaking, a stranger should be the one to bring you to reincarnate, but the Holy Mother thinks that you have destiny, so she asked me to find your corpse. In the end, the one who resurrected you is the Holy Mother, not me. Danny's expression was solemn as she talked nonsense. What destiny? The pockmarked knight was confused and couldn't hide his excitement. Revenge. Revenge on who? The knight's mouth twitched. He was a little disappointed. If you didn't lie to me and say that it was a painted skin monster, would I have such an ending today? Oh, that's not right. My good friend Gordy Farland was willing to sacrifice himself for the red deity, but he didn't have a good ending either. Looking at it this way, it seemed that he really had to thank the Dragon Queen for giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf. In his 35 years of life, he had believed in the 7 gods for the past 30 years. It seems that you understand. Seeing the change in his expression, Danny nodded and smiled. Lalo played with your faith, so you should take revenge. The night is long and the deviant ghosts are running rampant. You should take revenge for the innocent people who died. The evil gods are wreaking havoc in the world. You should eliminate the evil and defend justice, and take revenge for the thousands of poor believers in the world who have gone astray. For yourself, for the 7 kingdoms, for the entire world, you should transform into a malicious spirit and return from hell, dragging all the demons into hell. This is the true essence of a demon hunter. Your Majesty, I came down from heaven. I'm not a ghost. Big Sparrow even made me a Saint Seiya. The pockmarked knight argued. Humph, without the mighty stranger's help, where would you be if not in hell? Without the Virgin's mercy, you would have been tortured by Lalo into the most miserable malicious spirit. The pockmarked knight was stunned. The Queen's words made a lot of sense. Without the help of the stranger and the Virgin, he would have fallen into hell and become a malicious spirit. What should I do? Richard accepted the fate that the Virgin had arranged for him. How do you feel now? Are you cold? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Danny asked. Well, it's strange. I've been lying on the ground for so long, but I don't feel cold at all. Richard hurriedly turned over and got up. He touched his neck where there was a deep scar. He didn't feel cold, but the white breath coming out of his mouth proved that he still had a body temperature. Alas, the power level of God's descent is still not high enough. Danny shook her head regretfully. John became a normal person immediately after his resurrection because Lalo's soul was at the level of a true god. It was almost the highest level of magic power that Danny had ever encountered. God's descent was similar to God's strike, which could barely be regarded as an extraordinary power. The power level of the magic power was too low. If the power level of the magic power was low, the degree of contamination and efficiency would be low. The half-life of radioactive materials could be used to explain the change of the Yin spirit in the resurrected person. The half-life of polonium was only 2 milliseconds, while the half-life of uranium was hundreds of millions or billions of years. John was probably polonium, while Richard was slightly better than uranium. So John became a normal person immediately, while Richard only had a theoretical hope of becoming a normal person in 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, or 10,000 years. Who knew? What does it mean that the power level is not high enough? What does God's descent mean? Richard was puzzled. Are you still wearing the golden holy garment? Danny asked. Ah. The pockmarked knight suddenly remembered that when he had just become a gold saint, he had received a set of golden holy garment that Sir Quincy was very envious of from Big Sparrow. Well, where is my holy garment? He lowered his head and saw the familiar ancestral armor. At this moment, the huge red heart pattern on his chest made him very uncomfortable, as if a poisonous snake had wrapped around his body. The holy garment is worn on the soul. I will teach you an incantation that can activate it. As soon as Danny finished the incantation, the pockmarked knight impatiently recited it. There was no reaction. The knight's appearance also didn't change. I felt my spine go numb for a moment, then it was gone. Richard was puzzled. That's because you don't have the power of the 7 gods in your body. Only the power of the 7 gods can activate the holy garment. It's like a person without strength can't wield a weapon. How can I get the power of the 7 gods? The pockmarked knight asked expectantly. Which of the 7 gods do you believe in? Warrior, Holy Mother, Stranger, I believe in all of them. Have you seen the 7 gods use healing spells? Like them, you can pray to one of the gods, then you will naturally understand what the power of the 7 gods is. I understand. From now on, I will follow His Majesty and serve the 7 gods faithfully. Richard said with a serious expression. After experiencing the hell of Lalo and the heaven of the 7 gods, the pockmarked knight's faith suddenly became very firm. Now his piety was at 66 points. After all, he was still a loyal follower of Lalo last night. Don't follow me, you are a vassal of Stannis. Betraying the monarch is the same as betraying an oath. It is one of the most serious crimes of the 7 gods. Danny shook her head and refused. But he believes in the evil god Lalo, the pockmarked knight said with a twisted face. The seven gods are magnanimous, they don't reject the yes God, and they don't care about formalism. The seven gods represent truth, goodness, and beauty. As long as you strictly abide by the seven gods' teachings, it's fine even if you wear the crimson heart armor every day. As Danny spoke, her face seemed to emit a holy light. The pockmarked knight was somewhat convinced. Do I have to continue living my previous life? He asked with a troubled expression. Danny shrugged and said with a casual expression, how you live is your own business, every follower has their own life. Ss. It's Sir Richard, he didn't die at all. Oh gods, Richard, you didn't die? Oh seven hells, Sir Richard, are you a human or a ghoul? That night, when Richard rode his pterosaur back to Winterfell, it immediately caused a commotion in the castle. Danny didn't inform anyone when she left, and when she returned with Blackie and Whitey, she didn't say what she was doing. After Richard parted with the Dragon Queen, he waited for a long time at the peak of the mountain. He was waiting for his pterosaur. How did you come back to life? Jon was shocked. Others suspected that Richard might not have been beheaded by Saigon, but he saw it with his own eyes. His corpse was hung on the flagpole. How could it be fake? I had an atonement scroll and I went to heaven after I died. But I didn't believe in the seven gods, so I couldn't stay in heaven, and then the Holy Mother resurrected me. Faced with the shocked king of the northern region, the confused Erlu, Aunt May, and the Knights of the Red Heart of the Blazing Flames, Richard hesitated for a moment before he decided to tell the truth. But he wasn't stupid and knew to hide some details. Atonement scroll? Go to heaven? Most of the believers of the Red Gods and the Old Gods of the North were confused. But the other 6 members of the Seven Sons, like Richard, had also received a ticket to heaven from the Dragon Queen, so they understood what Richard meant. O Lord of Light, is the Atonement Scroll really useful? Have you been to the Seven Gods' heavens? Why didn't you go to Lalo's heaven? Heaven? Bah, the heaven that deserves to see deviant ghosts isn't the heaven that's filled with debauchery and 18 Chu maidens. Lalo is an evil god. Ah. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked in horror at the scolding pockmarked knight as though he was a lunatic. Blasphemy. Richard, this is blasphemy. The bald Sir Clutton Sange bared his brown rotting teeth as he scolded his revived comrade. Songgu, listen to me, the red god isn't you dash. The pockmarked knight was about to persuade his companion to mend his ways when he was interrupted by Erlu. Richard, come with me, I have something to ask you. Richard looked around at the Red Heart Knights who were glaring at him. He sighed and silently walked out of the hall with Erlu. Although the crowd was curious about the pockmarked knight's experience, the atmosphere was obviously not right. They could only watch as Erlu led his men away and left in whispers. Jon had an idea and went to the Queen's temporary residence, on the east side of the guest castle. Your Majesty, you did not bring Sir Richard back to life, did you? He asked bluntly. That was the will of the Holy Mother. Sigh, the war at Winterfell is imminent. Aren't you destroying the United Ghost Resistance Front, by snatching the believers of the Red Gods? Helplessness said unhappily. Are you saying that Richard should go to Lalo's hell? He sacrificed himself to help you clean up the mess. Why did Sir Richard go to hell? Isn't he very devout? Jon's eyes flashed. Danny looked at him deeply. You know the bull-headed snake monster from the East Sea Watch? Who told you? I. Jon wanted to deny it, but when he saw Danny's eyes, he sighed helplessly and said, A long time ago, Bran reminded me of the Shadow Devil's appearance and power. After all, I'm Lalo's target. You're lucky to have a good brother. Since you know what Richard did, why are you still asking me why I saved him? Danny sneered. Helplessness was conflicted. Sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable. It's not that I'm heartless, but your actions may provoke a war between the gods. But the deviant ghosts are already at our gates, we can't afford internal friction. The bigger picture is more important. Danny nodded in agreement. On the bigger picture. I take the bigger picture into consideration. Helplessness. Chapter 793. From a certain point of view, Jon was right. Richard's return was like throwing a brick into a rippling lake. The temporary harmony between Danny and Erlu was broken. That night, Erlu didn't attend the banquet held for Old Bart, Clinton, and the other legendary knights. The Red God believers didn't attend either. The next morning, during the discussion on how to build the Seven Kingdoms United Ghost Resistance Command Center in the Winterfell main castle, Erlu was cold and indifferent. He was no longer, he was expressionless. However, Danny could clearly feel that his mood was very heavy. But she didn't care. She and Lalo had already fallen out. Even if they could work together because of the deviant Ghost King, they would fight to the death in the future. If Danny had the ability to kill him, would she do it? Obviously she would. And vice versa. Moreover, her relationship with Erlu wasn't good. Without the deviant Ghost King, they wouldn't be sitting under the same roof. The king of the northern region spoke first. Winterfell needs the support of the Seven Kingdoms nobles. The deviant ghosts aren't Stark's problem and won't be limited to Winterfell. The longer Winterfell lasts, the more peaceful the southern kingdoms will be. Of course, it's best to kill the deviant Ghost King in Winterfell. Old Crab glanced at Dragon Queen and said, "On the day the Great Wall collapsed, Dragonstone Island sent out messenger crows to inform the Seven Kingdoms nobles. They replied immediately. Besides confirming the accuracy of the news, they also asked what they should do next. Actually, they are willing to contribute to the war against the deviant ghosts. But the problem is, where should they contribute? What's there to doubt? Of course it's Winterfell," Brandon Tauha said loudly. The voice of a male duck during puberty was particularly ear-piercing in the hall. He was the Earl of Torrens City. He was only 15 years old. His father, uncle and cousin had died in battle for Robb. There were many young counts like Brandon Tauha and Ide Amber. At this time, there were more than 10 youths in their teens and early 20s in the main castle conference room. At that time they were young and avoided the War of the Four Kings. However, their fathers, ancestors, older brothers and cousins all filled the huge hole that Robb had dug. Of the 10 earls in the Northern Territory, at least 7 of them were widowed countesses. Speaking of which, Dragon Queen and Jon were only 18 years old. The older generation had already withered away. Long Night had to rely on this group of young people. Well, Erlu would definitely disagree. He probably thought that he was in his prime and had a bright future ahead of him. Winterfell is too far from the south. The dukes don't know the situation in the north. They can only send out messenger crows to gather information about the outside world while gathering the people in their territory to strengthen the defenses of the castle. The old crab said in a low voice. Barristan continued, "The Great Wall has collapsed, the sun has been extinguished and the deviants are heading south. In the face of such a dangerous situation, there are definitely many nobles who are willing to contribute a part of their strength. However, the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms is chaotic now. The Iron Throne has not expressed any opinion. Everyone is like a headless fly at a loss of what to do." At this point, White Knight glanced at Erlu, who was clenching his jaw, and the Dragon Queen, who had a calm expression on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, Westeros needs a leader, a hero to unite everyone." Aunt May whispered in Erlu's ear, "I've said it before. Take down the King's Landing and command the heroes." Dany rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Even if you help him take down 100 King's Landing, do you think you can command me? Conquering the people depends on benevolence. Conquering the nobles depends on brute force. Taking down the King's Landing is only taking down the Iron Throne. How far can the Iron Throne's orders go from King's Landing? That depends on who takes down the King's Landing." The old crab smiled strangely. "Your Majesty, you may not know. Recently, Dragonstone Island has received more than 100 loyalty letters from the Seven Kingdoms dukes. They are all great nobles. After the news of you defeating the Allied army at Meereen City spread, everyone began to look forward to you taking down the King's Landing in the Westeros." Crack. Erlu stared at the old crab and gritted his teeth. Dany waved her hand and said disapprovingly, "I won't go back on my words. Moreover, there are many who want me to sit on the Iron Throne. There are even more who don't want me to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. For example, Lannister for example." She pursed her lips at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth on the side. "It's better to take the Iron Throne as a reward. Whoever can end the long night will be the destined king." Old Man looked at the gloomy Erlu and understood that the Dragon Queen's words were reasonable. He did not dwell on this issue and asked, "No matter what, when resisting the deviant ghosts, it's best to establish a command center to govern the Seven Kingdoms. This is the most urgent matter at hand and the main topic of our meeting today. Your Majesties, Duke Stark, what do you think?" Dany smiled and said, "There are 7 dukedoms in the Westeros and 1 royal territory. There are 8 kings in total. Let's not fight over who is the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Let's be more direct and make an 8 kings council, based on the dukedoms. I will represent Dragonstone Island and the royal territory. Cersei will represent the west. Yulun will represent the Iron Islands. Randall Tarley will represent the Riverbend. Stannis will represent the Stormlands. No. Erlu unhappily interrupted her and said, Yulun, Randall Tarley, and Cersei are obviously on the same side. They alone occupy 3 seats in the council. Your 8 Kings Council is completely surrendering to the Iron Throne. Dany glanced at him and said with disdain, You fight for the Iron Throne every day. Why don't you know anything about politics? I put Randall Tarley and Cersei on the same level. How can they be on the same side? So, you put Stark on the same level as me to drive a wedge between us? Erlu said coldly. If you are on the same side, I don't need to drive a wedge between you. If you are on the same side, no one can drive a wedge between you. Also, you have to understand that I am the one at a disadvantage in the 8 Kings Council. You and I. Dany lifted her chin and looked around. She said proudly, Be content. Being on the same level as me is already a great benefit that surpasses the Iron Throne. You. Erlu was so angry that his face turned green. Jon quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Your Majesty has a united ghost resistance front. Why don't you pull in all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? The dukes will be the committee members and the kings will be the chairman. The 7 kingdoms currently have 3 kings. The Iron Throne, His Majesty Stannis and Dany rise. As long as the 3 of you form an alliance, the forces of the 7 kingdoms will join the United Ghost Resistance Front. Chairman? Dany had a strange expression on her face. I will not work with Cersei or Yulun. Erlu was firm. Jon was stunned for a moment before he realized that Davos was leading Erlu's Winged Dragon Legion and the vassals of the valley to attack the King's Landing. Barristan looked at Erlu solemnly. A few days ago, Her Majesty had Dragonstone Island send a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting for 100 tons of wildfire to be flown to Winterfell by air. Is there so much wildfire in the King's Landing? Yalishan asked in shock. Barristan nodded and looked at Erlu. Yesterday before I came to Winterfell, I received a letter from the King's Hand, Randall Tarley. In principle, he agreed to hand over the King's Landing wildfire to Dragonstone Island. But now your King's Hand, the Onion Knight Davos, is leading the Winged Dragon Legion to attack the King's Landing. The Iron Throne wants to keep the wildfire for your army. Unless you stop the war and swear not to attack the King's Landing again, Randall Tarley will not give us the weapons to defend the King's Landing. This? Jon turned to Erlu and tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, 100 tons of wildfire is enough to kill the variant Ghost King 100 times. Erlu frowned and hesitated. Melisandre reminded him softly, Your Majesty, we need Cersei and Yulun. Erlu's expression changed again. He attacked the King's Landing for 2 reasons. 70% of it was to take back the Iron Throne of Theon Byra, and 30% was for Cersei and Yulun. If the Child of Prophecy had to revive the Mystic Dragon to defeat the variant Ghost King, he would be more willing to sacrifice Cersei to revive Vargal than Shireen. In his mind, taking down the King's Landing meant saving Shireen. I've always heard that Randall Tarley is a righteous knight. Does he not understand that I am the only rightful heir of the 7 kingdoms? If he was willing to lead the Hornhill soldiers to swear allegiance to me, the Battle of the King's Landing could have been avoided, he said resentfully. Barristan's expression was bitter. Jon rubbed his face helplessly. They all understood Erlu's choice. In Moongate Castle, Queen Cersei and Princess Shireen occupied the palace that once belonged to Queen Sansa. However, this did not mean that Moongate Castle could refuse Sansa's arrival. She was the cousin of Robert Arryn, the Duke of Vale, and his guardian. However, Sansa did not live in Moongate Castle. She moved to the Eyrie next door. Indeed, the Eyrie was cold in winter, but if there were only a few people, there was still enough firewood. Sansa's reason for moving was simple. It was safer and freer. Moongate Castle became Erlu's wife's palace, and the servants in the Eyrie were all Mia Stone's men. In the past few days in the Vale, Sansa had been resting and worrying about the war at Winterfell. After all, Winterfell was her home. Then she began to divine Winterfell's fate. Sansa was a moon singer. There was no doubt about Stark's innate ability to cheat. Hence, she could really see some scenes in the glass candles. However, it was difficult to ascertain if it was an illusion or a prophecy. Why am I seeing this illusion again? What does it mean? Will Arya really kill the King of Deviant Ghosts? It doesn't make sense. She's just an ordinary girl, only 13 years old. She has nothing to do with being the child of prophecy, Sansa muttered. For some reason, she had seen a scene in the glass candles many times in the past 2 days. A fat girl in black wielded a dagger and pierced the king of deviant ghosts' chest. Although the ugly girl had changed a lot, Sansa recognized her immediately. She was her sister Arya. Sansa had never seen the king of deviant ghosts before. In the illusion, the king of deviant ghosts' appearance was very blurry. However, after Arya stabbed it to death, the surrounding dead people with blue eyes fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Sansa guessed that it was the king of deviant ghosts who controlled all the deviant ghosts. Sansa. Sansa was frowning by the fireplace in her bedroom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the glass window and called her name. She was shocked. She was startled. This was the eagle nest, which was hundreds of meters above the ground. Sansa hurriedly turned her head and saw a large black crow fluttering in the gray sky. It was pecking at the mosaic glass window with its beak. A shapeshifter? Sansa heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 794. Seeing the crow's human-like eyes outside the window, Sansa immediately knew that it was calling her. Thus she was no longer afraid. There were many things that could make Stark afraid except shapeshifters. "Rickon, is that you? Don't be naughty." Sansa instinctively thought of her brother. "I'm not Rickon," the crow said. A silver light flashed in Sansa's eyes. She carefully sensed the soul waves on the crow. Although it was familiar, it was indeed not Rickon. In the next moment, her expression changed. She said in surprise, "Arya? It's me." The crow's voice also had a slight fluctuation. "Brittany, open the window," Sansa hurriedly said to the roseless iron guard behind her. After King Aegon died, Brittany became a roseless iron guard again. Speaking of which, this was the second time. Last time she was still a Kingsguard for Renly. "Are you really Lady Arya? Mother of God, I finally completed Lady Catelyn's request and found both of you." Brittany was also very excited. The crow flapped its wings and flew into the bedroom. As it shook off the snow on its feathers, it said coldly, "This is not your credit. I found you, not you found me. It's all the same." Brittany didn't care about Arya's attitude. She just grinned foolishly. "I don't want any credit. As long as I see that both of you are safe, Lady Catelyn will be at ease. So I'm relieved. Arya, where have you been all these years?" Sansa held her stomach and walked over excitedly. She hugged the crow. Her eyes were sore and 2 streams of tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. "I hated you back then, but you don't know how much I've missed you these past few years. No matter how naughty you are, I won't scold you anymore," she cried. "I won't be naughty anymore." The crow's crystal-clear heart also had some ripples. Sansa cried for a while and calmed down. Then, she put the crow on the tea table by the fireplace and peeled a few peanuts in front of it. The big crow lowered his head to look at the peanuts, but he didn't eat them. He said, "Sansa, I'm looking for you because I hope you can use the pterodactyl to bring me back to Winterfell." "Return to Winterfell?" Sansa frowned. "Where are you now?" "In at the crossroads of the Trident River, in the woods 100 kilometers west." "Why did you go there? Why didn't you come and find me earlier?" Sansa complained. "Brittany, please go out for a moment." The big raven turned her head and said to the female knight behind her. Before Brittany could react, Sansa said seriously, "Arya, Brittany is my guardian knight. She is completely trustworthy." Bryn's mouth moved like a cow's. "I swear to Lady Sansa, Lady Arya," she murmured. "I will not break my oath. I believe in your loyalty, but I don't believe in your wisdom. Go out for a while. There are some secrets that are not suitable for you to know." The big crow spoke bluntly. Brittany's coarse round face was as red as a monkey's butt. She didn't say anything and hurriedly ran out of the living room. "Arya, you shouldn't have said that," Sansa said with a sullen face. "Did I say anything wrong?" the big crow asked. "You didn't say anything wrong, but you shouldn't have humiliated Brittany. She's my Kingsguard." "I didn't mean to humiliate her. Forget it, when you hear what I'm about to say, you won't think that way," the big crow said. "Go on, I'm listening." "I'm on my way to Rapid Flow City. I saw a large number of commoners and nobles migrating to Crabclaw Peninsula. I knew that the Great Wall had collapsed and the deviants were coming south. Winterfell is in danger. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you go to Rapid Flow City? Uncle was captured by Lannister and brought to Casterly Rock. I don't know if he's still alive. Didn't you hear?" Sansa frowned. I thought you could deal with Fry, so I've been looking for an opportunity at King's Landing. But you only did half of it. Since that's the case, I'll deal with the rest. The cold soul ripples in the big crow's voice made Sansa shiver. Oh, what do you mean? I'll deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry the same way you dealt with Rapid Flow City's Fry. Sansa's expression changed. How did she deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry? Other than the babies, they were all hanged. Don't mess around. Rapid Flow City's army is strong, and Transfiguration isn't omnipotent. You're still young, be a lady. I'll take revenge for Fry. Lady? The big crow's red eyes were dazed for a moment. I'll never be a lady. I couldn't when I was young, and now I'm even further away from being a lady. It's even further than Winterfell 5 years ago. Sai, I know you've suffered a lot in the past few years. It's all my fault. I was too childish. Sansa's eyes were filled with tears of regret and pity. Don't worry. From today onwards, I'll let you grow up happily like a princess. Perhaps you can marry a prince in the future. A prince isn't as good as a sewing needle. At least a sewing needle isn't fake, the big crow cawed. For some reason, when facing her family, even the powerful Reaper's scripture couldn't restrain her surging emotions. What did you say? Sansa's pretty face twisted. At this moment, that familiar feeling brought her back to many years ago, when she was teased by the troublemaker Arya in Winterfell's sewing room. I don't want to be a prince and I don't want to be a princess. The big crow didn't continue rubbing salt on her sister's wound. I have a way to deal with Rapid Flow City's Fry. I'm a faceless one. Faceless one. Sansa laughed. Have you watched too many dramas? No wonder the City of Knowledge has produced many faceless dramas in the past 2 years. Recently, Robin, Robert's nickname, just like Id's nickname, Ned, and Rickon have started to play the role of Faceless One. However, they're only willing to play the role of the inhumane Faceless One if they draw the worst draw. The children prefer to play the role of the hero who defeats the Faceless One, or the dog who identifies the Faceless One and saves the princess and queen. A cold glint flashed in the big crow's eyes. What Sansa said was the truth. The Faceless One's reputation was like that of a demon, and it was everywhere in the Westeros and Ursus. However, Arya didn't dwell on this matter and only said calmly. For the past few years, I've been in Bravos as a faceless apprentice in the House of Black and White. Now, I've become a qualified Faceless One. The smile on Sansa's face froze and she said in a low voice, Arya, tell me you're joking. I'm not, I killed Tommen. The big crow said coldly. Sansa was stunned for a moment, and then she burst into tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Woo. Father was going to send us away quietly, and even prepared a ship, but I went to find Cersei before I left. I'm stupid, I'm childish, I'm stupid, I can't bear to leave the handsome Prince Joffrey, that demon, how could I be so stupid? The big crow's red eyes were filled with shock. She didn't know that there was such a secret behind the tragedy. If it was the Arya of the past, she would have cursed and even rushed up to her sister to pull her hair, slap her, and poke her lungs with her little metal head, but now, seeing her sister so sad, the big crow sighed with mixed feelings. You're so stupid, I told you Joffrey is a bastard. Woo, I regret it so much, you've become an emotionless murderous demon, it's all my fault, I've let you down, I've let Mother down. Sansa cried even harder. Damn the scholars, they've ruined the Faceless One's reputation. If she had teeth, the big crow would have gnashed them. Sansa was shocked again when she heard this. She wailed, Did you kill Dr. Wargrave as well? Holy Mother, look at what you've done, you killed the world's greatest literary figure. I did intend to kill that old bastard who specialized in tarnishing the Faceless One's reputation, but it was too late, he seemed to have died in the City of Knowledge's internal strife. The big crow shook her head. What? Dr. Wargrave was murdered by the scholars. What? Sansa was shocked again. I don't know and I don't care, the target is dead, my mission is automatically completed. The big crow said coldly. Ooh, look at you, what have you become? The Black and White School, they deserve to see the other ghosts, what have they done to you? Sansa was shocked by her coldness and cried even harder. Stop crying, I'm fine, the Black and White School is fine, they taught me the ability to control fate. Woo. Sansa didn't stop crying, she was even sadder. You've been brainwashed, just like in a drama, you've become a killing tool that only listens to orders, controlled by the authorities of Bravos. Caw. The Grim Reaper's state of mind was completely broken. At this moment, Arya wanted to go crazy. You're still as stupid as before. If I'd been brainwashed, would I be standing here talking to you now? Would I have killed Tommen and Coburn, planned to purge Riverrun's Fry? Would I have given up on returning to the Black and White School and planned to save Winterfell instead? Sansa was stunned. There were so many dramas related to the Faceless One. She already knew the rules of the Black and White School. Only the benevolent could decide who would be granted relief. The Faceless One was not allowed to kill anyone outside of their mission. So, you haven't been brainwashed? Or is the City of Knowledge deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Black and White School? Her beautiful face broke into a joyful smile. The big crow pondered for a long time and sighed. Dr. Wargrave is very scary. The content of his drama about the Faceless One is true. The Black and White School will brainwash the faceless trainees, but I'm different. I'm a shapeshifter. The small Black and White School can't restrain me. I hunt in the river forest. I wander the streets of Bravos. I soar in the sky. My heart is always free. Looking at the big crow's body, Sansa seemed to understand. Even if you're a Faceless One, there are so many Freys in Riverrun. How can you kill them all alone? Leave it to me. I'll kill them all sooner or later. Aegon is dead. The True Dragon Alliance disbanded. What can you do? The big crow shook his head. Sansa's eyes flashed and she said confidently, wait and see. It's not over yet. I can't wait. Waldfry can't wait. He's in his 90s. I must let him taste the greatest pain and regret in the world before he dies of old age, the big crow said calmly. Then now you, sigh. Compared to Waldfry, I'm more concerned about Winterfell and Jon. Waldfry won't be able to escape in a short time, but whether Winterfell will be destroyed by the other ghosts is a matter of 2 days. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.